What's up, y'all? There was a pretty lit space. What's up, y'all? So there was a pretty lit spaces just a few minutes ago that was hosted by Kraft, who fell asleep. And yeah, there was just really good commentary going on. So I don't know if I can really give you all the answers that everybody was giving you over there when it comes to pDAI. But I was listening for maybe an hour or two, and yeah, I mean, there's a lot of conversation to be had. It seemed like that Spaces was kind of dying down, so I figure, might as well go ahead and throw up my own Spaces to see if any of those speakers end up migrating over here, or to see if there's any unique conversation to be had, because it seems like pDAI has always been one of the strongest narratives on PulseChain, whether you like it or not. There were discussions, by Dylan, by Hexastani Dylan, saying that he's seen this exploit happening for a long time. You had Richard Hart saying something today about people claiming that he's made something, even if he hasn't. And so, yeah, I think that there's a lot of good conversation to be had. So I'm just going to see if anybody else requests to be a speaker. If you have an opinion on this, this is your space.
Hey, yeah, thanks for making a new one. I think one thing I wanted to start with was if, it's probably closer to 50-50 whether Richard's totally involved or even wants to be involved. I still personally think he's probably the one that helped start the push for pDAI. But I wanted to ask, like, if it's not legit, then what is Pulse Chain really waiting for besides SAC funds to come over?
Well, I think we're waiting for a centralized exchange listing. That's something I'm working on. Um, the founder of Kraken decided to follow me for some reason. And so I have DMs open with him. Some of these guys, they don't check their DMs all too often, but there's some reason he started following me. Maybe it was because I talk so much shit about the SEC, and so does he. That'd be my number one guess. But maybe it was because I posted the other day and tagged Kraken in my little analysis of why Coinbase should list PulseChain because of all the longevity work that we've been doing over the years. And that got 2,000 likes. So the people on Kraken, that I tagged, they found out about that, I'm sure. So um, yeah, like that's one thing that can happen. But kind of to your point, I heard B Roots and others today making the point that, like, well, if Richard Hart was behind a decentralized stablecoin, he sure as F wouldn't say that he is, because that's like
Right.
a death sentence. So that's a cool point, and I'm here for the peg theory. I'm here for all of the ideas that people have, and I know that's going to upset some people that I'm not here to tell you whether pDAI is going to peg or not, but I'm here for the theory. So yeah, like if you have any points that aren't being represented, please come on up and I'll add you as a speaker here.
I think one thing I'm trying to figure out right now, I'm pretty well versed on pDAI. I followed it up until now. Everything pretty much made sense. The one thing I'm confused about is this minting different from the surplus that these previous minters were getting for paying off bad debt, which to me seems like a normal
Yeah,
function,
yeah.
or
So
is
the
it like a
way
legit
the
just printing money and
I've tried my best to listen for so long, and nobody ever made any sense until I heard Hexus Danny Dillon in the last spaces, and he said, I've posted about this since 2023. There were lots of assets on PulseChain that had a debt ceiling, and as the price of wrapped Bitcoin, as the price of ETH-A, he said a version of ETH called ETH-A, as these bumped into their debt ceilings, then no more pDAI could be minted. And so there were all these instances where these assets, because of how pDAI is backed on Ethereum, because of the inner workings of the price mechanism, right?
Right.
All the DAI contracts still believe that that an Ethereum is worth a certain amount of money, and so the ratio, of Pulse to everything matters. The price of wrapped Bitcoin to everything matters, apparently. And it's what Dylan said about the fact that those debt ceilings were bumped into in the past. They were never exceeded until now. And now
Right.
is when the debt ceiling for ETH-A, whatever that is, got exceeded, and that's why the alarm bell has been sound. And I think Dylan went maybe a little bit too far with his analysis of what that means for the rest of the chain, because right now, so far, what it's meant for the rest of the chain is Maria dumped all their coins and gave really good prices for people who wanted to buy RH core tickers. But at some point, even if you have an inflation bug that makes pDAI go to zero, which I'm not convinced that we have or we don't have that, but just if that is the case, that doesn't mean the failure of PulseChain. Because
Right.
whoever's right and who's ever wrong is going to make a lot of money here, and then then it's going to be settled.
Yeah. Two things just really quick. I've been watching the total DAI debt ceiling and the system deficit since like last night. Last night, debt ceiling was 26 billion and 70 million, and now that's up 20 million overnight. Total DAI has been kind of fluctuating around 26 bill, and then the system deficit was 300 million, and now it's at 380 million. So the deficit seems to be running up. Our debt ceiling is kind of like creeping up, which again, I don't know if that's like a major issue or not. And then, yeah, the total DAI has kind of stayed the same. But like again, in 2 days, this could be all part of the plan for the auctions, is running up the system deficit. And it looks really sus when they're bridging money out, but like it could be a shakeout, it could not. It's really weird. Richard was seemingly very open to this idea. He said there's someone making a P maker or P maker replacement. Maria is a very odd figure who for 2 years builds this up and then overnight has a like mental breakdown and says he doesn't know how
Yeah.
P maker works.
Oh
So
yeah.
like that's really weird to
The
me.
guns in Kentucky.
So like they're both distancing themselves in 24 hours within like the last all
Right.
this drama
Right.
that came out, which is I don't like again, it could be like he actually saw something sus, but it seems weird to me.
Dude, it's making for a great movie. For sure.
We need a highest of pDAI
Right.
part 2 or something.
Right. What's up, TikTok?
What's up, man? How you doing? Thanks for letting me speak. Was listening to the previous spaces from before, and a lot of information, a lot of misinformation, just a lot of speculation. But the big thing that intrigues me the most is that Richard obviously is always ahead of the game, in my opinion, in what he does, and with the Genius Act, the stablecoin bill that just went through, that if you read the text, it's very specific on licensing for stablecoins and going through system audits, and it's very heavy on basically clamping down on stablecoin issuers. And with the fully decentralized stablecoin that no one is attached to by name, it's exactly what he wants. He doesn't want to
That's
be
a really
attached.
good point.
He doesn't want to go through audits. He doesn't want to have licenses. All he cares about is free speech, freedom to transact, to do all these things, and pDAI would be perfect for that. The distancing is what he wants, in my opinion, and I've always thought that, and always speculated on that because he doesn't want to be a part of that. He wants a stable coin that would work fully. That's why he won't issue his own. If he issues his own, it opens up a can of worms, licensings, and all those things.
Right.
And
That's such a
and
good point.
that's the biggest point because
Yeah.
there is a legit stablecoin bill that's going through the Senate right now that people aren't really
I
talking
dig
about.
it. Yeah, I'm glad that you brought up
And
that point.
yeah, another one last thing is DAI is a stablecoin that is trusted by a lot of whales. If there is another decentralized stablecoin that just comes out of thin air that people don't really know of, there is no confidence in it. There's confidence in DAI. So once people see that it's actually working properly, if it does get to that dollar, if it does peg, which I think it will, the confidence will be there because people are familiar with the system already. It has years of already of being on it, you know. And that's all I
Right.
want to
That's
say. Thank
yeah,
you for letting me speak.
that's what I mean when I was talking about, and I'm full in on PulseChain and Hex, and I'm gonna probably till I die,
Same
right?
here.
But I don't see
Respect.
a ton of stuff coming in. Whereas if Richard saw the stablecoin market cap and he could get liquidity from all the other chains with a superior stablecoin, like that makes more sense to me. That's big thinking. That's like
One,
system state,
Right.
like
Right.
Hexaco,
let's be
right? Like
honest. Yeah,
So
let's be
hold
honest
on,
here,
hold on,
guys.
hold on. Panos has his hand up. Thanks for joining. And we got more people who are requesting who were speakers in the last one. What's up, guys?
Yeah, what TikTok was saying is correct in the sense that because of the stablecoin bills and all of that, it'd be convenient if he didn't have to go through all of that. But you got to understand, right? If Richard Hart decided that he's going to peg pDAI, which technically can be done,
Sure.
the risk for him, he would have to put up the SAC funds. He would have to put up his bags of PulseChain, PLS, PLSX, Hex, whatever. Well, we can't do Hex anymore, but
Right.
whatever bags he has as collateral. That is too much of a risk for him because the way the system works, he could get liquidated. He could lose his net worth. So, and then this is a guy that won't even pay for exchange listings.
Right.
Like he's so careful with his money. There's, in my opinion, there's no way he's going to risk his bags to collateralize what is right now a broken protocol, a broken oracle. He's not. I don't think he's going to fix it, collateralize it with his own money, and at the same time give away millions and millions of dollars to literally. What would happen was there would be 20 million. Sorry, 20 million or I've got to look over the numbers, but the sell pressure from the not free, but the cheap DAI he's basically given away to the community would just be selling into him to exit the chain or whatever they're doing with that money. Like it doesn't make any sense. Like he's got with all the bills and all that coming in, sure, but there's
Well,
less risk for him to launch a stable coin, like
yeah.
how all these other stable coins launched on Pulse Chain.
So here's a question. So here's a question then, because like I have plenty of math to show that like PLS, the ticker, can go up 1,000x if you just have one Ethereum shark come into play, that's like 330 million. Coincidence that it's the same amount as the SAC funds? Maybe, yeah. But that's literally only one out of 1,000th of the supply of ETH that would need to come to give us a 1,000x. Actually, it'd be based on the math, it would be a 2,500x, but I'm modeling it more after what happened last year in between January and March, where we got a 10x based on $20 million worth of buys. So people have heard me hammering this point before, but I'm going to hammer it again that like, $20 million of sacrifice funds bought the core tickers, and another 20 million of retail wanted to swim with the whales, and you know, Godwell and everybody else like basically matched funds. So if the plan of Vitalik is to make this decentralized world computer keep going, you know, keep operating optimally, because the price goes sideways forever like it has for 4 years, I don't think it's that big of an ask for us to get 1 out of 1,000 ETH to come play, especially when the sacrifice funds already have that in there. So my point with all that is that if PLS goes up 1,000x, how in the fuck would pDAI not be $1?
No one said it can't go to $1. Going to $1 and pegging to $1 is two separate things. It could go over $1. Like it's that's not
Could it?
like that's not. Of course it
Does
can.
Maker stop it from doing that though?
Maker doesn't. The Maker protocol's not working. The Oracle doesn't work. Like
Okay.
it doesn't. So right now, nothing is stopping it. If it went to $10, nothing would stop it because the protocol itself is not working. The Oracle doesn't work. The Oracle thinks one PLS is worth the same price of Ethereum, which is $2,000. Right? The protocol is broken. Like what Richard Hart done was he forked Ethereum system state copy, which forks over all of the protocols, and they're all broken. And it wasn't Richard Hart's plan to fix any of them. That was he forked it all over. He also forked over the coins so all of the ERC20s forked over too. And this is why you have these exploits, and because you've got all these broken oracles with these coins in vaults that people are figuring out how to exploit and mint and whatnot. There is no cap on pDAI right now. If a whale decided to come in, like what you said, and push PLS up 1,000x, then yeah, pDAI would go over $1 probably. It wouldn't stop at $1. I don't. The peg theory is separate to pDAI just being a meme coin that can go to $1 or beyond.
So how quickly is this bleed going to happen with pDAI if Royson was saying that there's, what did you say, like 30 million pDAI that got minted recently, or like how fast is this going to fuck everybody?
Well, unless it gets fixed, it's just like a slow rug. It's not like it's just going to go to zero overnight. It's right now. The guy, like, so when pDAI first launched, there was a mint. Someone minted, but it was very little, and then it got fixed, and then it happened again, and then it stopped, and now it's happening again, but to like the extent that the value that's been extracted in the last like 2 or 3 months, that guy has taken out about $4 million from the minted, sold, and bridged out about $4 million, which is like, yeah, it's a lot of money. But what's it going to be if PLI goes to 20 cents? You run that coin to 20 cents, and the exploiters minting and selling the same amount it's selling now. It's a lot more than $4 million in a couple months. So like that's kind of what like where we're at right now. So like that the minter needs to stop, like realistically.
Okay. And that's something that could be fixed or could not be fixed, or
I
nobody
don't think
knows?
so. I don't think how are you going to fix it? Like who's in control of the maker, right? Nobody knows, right? Richard Hart can't technically just shut it off. Like, yeah, he could say something, but then like he puts himself at risk for other shit. So like, which is why he's not just straight up saying, "Hey guys, like, there's an exploit. You shouldn't be fucking with this." Like, I don't think he is going to say something like that. So like, I don't think it can be fixed, to be honest.
Doesn't the OA have like admin? Doesn't it
No,
have like so many
no,
tokens that it has admin privileges and this and that and the other
no.
thing?
So basically, when PulseChain launched, somebody took over the Maker protocol.
Right.
It wasn't Richard Hart, because otherwise you'd be saying Richard Hart is exploiting and minting and dumping and bridging out, which is like possible, but I doubt it. So
Well,
somebody has
how easy
control.
would it be for someone to know when PulseChain launched, like before Richard? Or like Richard launches it, right? It goes live, and like actions were made with PMaker before the public knew.
Right. Well, so what you're saying that Richard Hart is the one that is the exploiter?
No, I don't know. Like it could be.
Well,
It just
and
I thought it was
and
tied to the.
I think somebody made the comment in the last space that the people who everybody have been getting their information from may or may not be trustworthy, and so that makes a big difference in.
It's all speculation at the end of the day,
Right.
but there is like in my opinion, there are some nefarious people that hide behind avatars.
Well, isn't it all on chain though? How's it speculation? It's just I can't read the chain as well as other people can with pDAI.
No. Okay, so I'll tell you why it's speculation. The speculation is that it's Richard Hart when you can't prove that it is. You can't prove that it's not at the same time, right?
Okay.
But this is where like I have an issue with certain people that are looked at as experts, and I say certain people, you don't even know who they are. They're hiding behind avatars, but they're classed as like the experts in the pDAI narrative, right? They lied, straight up lied when they made this vote proposal thing, and I knew what was going to happen when this whole vote proposal happened. They said,
this is when pDAI was like 3 cents, like
yeah. So
the
at
highest
the top,
point.
yeah. So when it was at 3 cents, it ran up to 3 cents on this whole vote proposal, and the whole thing was like, oh, if Richard Hart is behind it, he's going to vote yes, and he has to mint 36.9 maker tokens in order to vote. And the people that the quote unquote experts, when the vote happened, said, look, it is Richard. He's speaking to us. He just minted 36.9 maker. Well, anyone that even understands the basics of chain analysis, just even using DBank, could have gone and looked at that transaction and seen that the person who voted did not mint 36.9 maker. They bought it. They also bought $180 worth of Milady before they left the message Milady. And if you go back through their transaction history, they're trading shit coins, not just on PulseChain, but on other chains, like buying $8 of some dog coin on Ethereum. Like, it's clearly not Richard Hart that done that. So there's people that are purposely, they're not stupid, these people, they're purposely trying to deceive people, and that's where I have an issue. I've got no issue with the speculation and like pDAI to $1 narrative, but when the people that are like classed as the experts are trying to tell us, no, this is Richard Hart, and I called them out and they backtracked. They were like, oh no, sorry, it wasn't Richard Hart, and then they backtracked even more and said, no, it's one of Richard Hart's team, and that's where you
the
lost
problem
me.
I had too.
That's where you lost
from the
me,
beginning.
And I've still got some pDAI, but I had a big bag of pDAI that I got pretty early, and after that vote proposal, I dumped like maybe 40% of it, and I'm still holding 60%. So I'm not against pDAI. I'm not one of these people that are like, oh, it's a scam, this and that. But there is definitely issues like false narrative or fake facts within the narrative, which I don't like. I like the mystery behind it. I like the narrative before people are making statements that are like, oh, this is factual because of this, when like you look at it and it's not. And now but the bigger issue now is the exploit, which is, like I said, almost $4 million has been minted and sold and bridged out into Ethereum.
So if you're somebody who wants pDAI to go to $1, you wouldn't want an exploit to be happening. And if you're somebody who doesn't want pDAI to go to $1, you would also not want an exploit happening when there's liquidity tied to like your favorite tickers on PulseChain, right? So,
but you'd also like if you're trying to peg pDAI and you're in control, you can get money out and then like burn the token faster. That's also like in your best interest.
Okay, well there you go.
But the bridging out, like I can't tell you. That seems bad. I don't know.
And what I've noticed, if you looked at the chain analysis a couple of days ago, prior to that, there was only like $100, $200 being taken out every now and then. It was not noticeable. When you looked at the contract and you looked at the amount of tokens, you didn't really notice that they were being minted because it was so little. But now, the past couple of days, since there's been some light shed on this, in 2 days, there was $700,000 worth of pDAI minted and then sold off on the market. It was right there in front of our face. Like, it amplified once it got put to light. They could have
And
been.
people are still buying. People are like buying harder than ever.
That's because you have people like SOMMI and B Roots that are still pushing it. You know, they're still
Well, to be
saying,
clear, this is a
wow.
whitelisted address. This isn't some nobody.
Oh yeah, and if I was the person that was doing this, I would be paying a bunch of promoters to keep pushing the narrative forward as a.
Where's my paycheck, yo?
Yeah, I wish I got paid, dude. Fuck this.
If they're getting thousands and thousands, I mean, they were doing $5,000 clips if you were watching them today all day long, and all that is your liquidity from the other chains being drained out. We're talking Atropa, we're talking everything that's tied to Atropa, all the BTC, WBTC. The copy of that was a really big liquidity for that. And then if you look at all the copy tokens, most of those tokens all are have heavy liquidity with WBTC. So everything was kind of draining together. So if
Hey,
you had your P copies and you were
don't mess with WBTC if Brissology is listening, because he'll mess you up.
No, I like WBTC. I don't think there's going to be a problem with it. But when you have WBTC directly tied to pDAI, which is minting and draining liquidity, it's going to drain from that pot plus everything else.
Yeah. So what's the psychology on these people who are still providing liquidity with pDAI? Because like we've already outlined that, like, if you think that there's a problem and you like pDAI, you want to fix it, and if you don't like pDAI and you think there's a problem, you want to fix it. So isn't part of fixing it like people removing liquidity?
That would be it, but I don't think it's fixable because like you can't tell people that are like diehard pDAI fans to remove liquidity, or like look at some of these big projects, right? Like PTGC. Like, good luck getting them to just remove liquidity. It's not that simple. Like, yes, that would be the answer because it would stop the extractor from extracting so much value.
Yeah.
But it's a tall order to try.
If I can just jump in, so I found last night there's one wallet that has about 400K of liquidity for pDAI, and they were pulling it in and out yesterday or the day before. So it was down to 40K, and then they added it back, and it was like 450K. So just to give context, there's one pretty big wallet which is chilling in pDAI liquidity.
Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, because that makes a big difference of how it affects the rest of the ecosystem. I'm just surprised that the person providing that liquidity is having the right economic incentive to continue. But I guess anything's possible in the world of magic internet money.
Well, if you follow the wallets, you'll be able to see which pair they're pulling it out of. They don't necessarily need to pull it out of WPLS. They can pull it out of Atropa. They can pull it out of WBTC. Once they have the pDAI, they can pull it out of any of those. Then might not be watching that chart.
Right, so right. But if I'm providing liquidity between pDAI and anything else, you would think that I would be paying attention to that. Because what are you making 1% a day or something, and then well,
it's going to come arbitrary depending on how they do it. They can go into PulseX and they can turn off the ARB, and they can only do from V1, V2, and then you're not going to see your particular chart even go down. It'll ARB it.
I mean, is the liquidity that's left, is any of it locked liquidity where the person doesn't even have enough tokens to like sell down and extract, or is it people who believe so much in pDAI? Because those are two completely different things.
Sorry, to give more context, it was eDAI and pDAI that this guy had the 400K.
Okay. Right. Okay, so that's an even more extreme version of believing in pDAI, right? Or like
yeah, dude, that's
fees or whatever. I wonder if that wallet got rich off of pDAI. I wonder if that eDAI like came from pDAI or not. I wonder if it's Herman. Herman like front run all this by like switching everything into JDAI?
Yeah,
You guys know
you
what I
mean like
mean by JDAI? Meaning like the JPEG version of DAI that was
yeah,
like allegedly created with pump dot tires whenever
yeah,
Richard Hart or somebody with a D cock 39 address, vanity address, launched 19 JPEG tickers at the same time.
yeah. That's quite a coincidence as well that he moved a lot of his pDAI over to the pump tires pDAI. You know, just a matter of days before Maria had a meltdown and sold off a lot of the Atropa.
Right. Right, because for people who haven't been following this, Herman, which is an anagram for mean RH, of course, was one of like the largest Poseidons in pDAI or something in terms of like the user controlled supply. This person had so much pDAI at one point, I believe a couple billion, they donated 300 million to the Sense Foundation to Aubrey under the wrong address. So now it's stuck on Coinbase. But this is somebody who's like sold pretty continuously over the year and a half or two that pDAIs existed, and I guess made a lot of money, created like his own Leonidas token, and is now mostly out of pDAI, I suppose.
There's a little under 100 left, 100 million pDAI left,
Okay, yeah. So
which is great.
a third of
He
$1
always seems
million.
to sell the bottom,
Yeah.
One thing I want to say, Maddie, is real quick. The thing is with Richard is that he's a big player in the space. The biggest, one of the biggest, maybe even the biggest. And we as investors, we're always in a rush. We want, you know, the gains right away. We're on his time. He has a long game. He's in the long game for this, and we just gotta be patient. He always talks about delayed gratification. Just be patient, you know? Some people that I feel are getting really emotional and really upset over charts that go down and they come right back up.
Right.
I just feel like, they're just over leveraged and they're just investing too much and they're just sit back, relax, and just
Yeah,
see it all
that's a
play
great
out,
point.
man. Because he's a big player. He's not I don't want to sound like he's
Right.
talking condescending on us, but he's not worried about the $100 investors, $1,000 investors.
Right.
He's trying to compete with the Vitalics and all these guys, and he's trying to make a statement for himself. These guys are billionaire players that are really trying to,
He's not
it's the
buying
long game for them.
$8 worth of dog
Yeah,
JPEGs,
it's
everybody.
it's it's the long game for these guys, man. Whether it's
Right.
5 years, 10 years, 15 years, you just got to sit back, and if once you understand that, it puts your mind in a different perspective. And a big thing is that these guys have military mind type of warfare type of verbiage when they speak and how they do things. They lay things out. They have games
Who are these
where
guys
they
that
sit
we're
there and
talking
lay.
about?
I'm just saying. No, I'm just saying.
Like
Like
Richard
I feel
Hart?
like RH is. Yeah, he's
Yeah,
very
yeah.
smart. So they have ways of doing things with psychological in a psychologically way that as far exceeds us in a certain way, and me at least.
Yeah.
So you just got to sit back,
Well,
relax,
that's a good
and just enjoy the show.
psychological reminder of like what the entire space is looking like. That's why I keep telling people 1000x is possible at the minimum in PulseChain, not because I'm a first year YouTuber and like that's what the audience wants to hear, but because that's what the math says one shark can do to these low prices on PulseChain. And people who like to say that the sacrifice address is below water, well, luckily it can buy more PLS than ever. So even if you went back, before it got down 50% in ETH, it can still buy more PLS and PLSX now than ever. So that's still bullish. I want to hear more about like what specifically is going on with this hack and like with drill down into any details. So people share this space out. I feel like so far we're on to something. A couple of people have their hands up. I haven't heard from Cryptocracy yet. What's going on?
Hey, what's going on, Maddie? Appreciate you hosting this space. I actually wanted to say this to Panos, who, so yeah, he came in and was making the point that for Richard to try and bring pDAI up to $1 to get it to reach that it would take a significant risk on his part, and that he would basically have to collateralize the entire, or at least it sounded like to me, almost the entire Pulse ecosystem. So there's a site, and I don't know who originally shared
$30
this,
billion.
called Pampy.app, that will show you, like you were saying, Maddie, what the, basically what the SAC funds could do to the numbers, which is ridiculous. So one ETH whale, just throwing the SAC bags in would cause, like, basically the price of the entire ecosystem to go like parabolic. So
And that's not
I don't even
not
think he
even
would
a
need to
whale.
collateralize.
That's an ETH shark, and that's a low-level shark. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
that's
like just
that's that's not what I said though. I didn't say that we're not talking about the price of PLS or the price of the ecosystem. I'm talking about you have to collateralize 150%, which is, correct me if I'm wrong, KRJ. Isn't that about $30 billion that of collateral that would have to be put up?
Yeah, it was about 30 bill.
Right. So what I'm saying is, Richard Hart would have to put up $30 billion of his own money, which would have to be part of the SAC fund as well, and put it at risk of liquidation to peg a copy of DAI when he could quite easily and with way less risk
Right.
create a stablecoin, just like Liquid Loans did, or there's about 5 different stablecoins like Coast on PulseChain. That is way less risky, would cost him a lot less money, like a hell of a lot less money. But like, why wouldn't he do that instead of
Well,
taking
it
the
won't
risk
cost
of
them anything,
collateral?
right? And here's one thing I wanted to say earlier was
so,
the vaults that he needs to collateralize are not just, oh, here, we need a check for 30 billion and this is your one vault. It can be 3 million vaults, all at different levels. So like if he drops below 140 on his first vault, right, a few million might get liquidated, but he's not getting fully liquidated immediately.
Sure, but it's still like a
so
big
so much
risk.
of the supply is already locked in basically the OA, and it's not going to be. So how can you liquidate? It's, I mean, we can't say it out loud, but he's
Right. Well,
basically
he would
sold
just get, it would get
large quantity.
sold for a cheaper price, right? And probably murder
Yeah,
prices. But
exactly.
even then it's like, well, if you think about the whole picture, let's say ETH finally hits 8, 10K and he starts bridging over a ton of money. He's probably going to pump the core coins. He's going to easily have 30 billion. And his
Yeah. People don't
like,
realize though that if ETH just goes sideways, we're gonna get a lot more money in than if it does a 2x. Because these ETH sharks and whales are going to get fucking tired of Vitalik's not wanting to win sentiment. So that's my strong prediction right now, and I could be wrong, but I think it's really cool if the price of Ethereum does the 3x because of how the force multiplier works in the AMM equation is that we're going to do way more than a 1000x. But I think that we would be even better off if Ethereum, as I predict, will continue to go sideways, because that's gonna drive two sharks into our arms, and that's all it takes to get
Well, we've
a
seen
3000x.
there's a lot of big players who have already been investing into Ethereum. We've seen Donald Trump's World Liberty Financial. Their biggest
Yeah,
allocation is
they're
in
a shark.
Ethereum.
They're a shark. Yep.
Yeah,
Right there is one shark.
definitely. Okay. And, and now we've started to see Vitalik's pivoting from his previous weird kind of like very Joe Biden friendly stance to, okay, we need to get new people on the team. We need almost like he's trying to market to people more like us. So I do think later in the
I think
year,
he's doing that for the survival of the decentralized world computer, not for the survival of the price. And if anything, he's fighting for the price to stay where it's at, but he will, when the price goes up, he actively does things to stop the price from going up and to make the price go back down.
Yeah, I think they're suppressing Ethereum right now.
Which
Absolutely
is
being
fucking
suppressed.
awesome for PulseChain. That is the best fucking thing that could happen in the world, more than Ethereum doing a 10x, is Ethereum just already having a plan to go sideways. That's really awesome.
Yeah, it'll
I
work
just
to our
want to speak.
advantage if we're pumping simultaneously as Ethereum is pumping, or at least working, collective forces
But
at
my
the euphoric stage.
point is that if Ethereum doesn't go up, we're going to do really well, and if Ethereum does go up, we're going to do really well.
No, if Ethereum doesn't go up, we're not going to do really
I think
well.
we're going to do really well if Ethereum goes sideways for 10 years. I think even a year or
For
two.
10 years. No, let's just talk about this cycle for now, right? Like,
Right.
if
Well,
if Ethereum just goes sideways for the rest of this cycle, which I don't think it will, I think it's going to go up. I don't think PulseChain is going to do much at all, because at the moment, unfortunately, we're very dependent on Ethereum. That's just the facts. Like, there is no new money coming into this ecosystem, and there's no real incentive at the moment for new money to come in, unfortunately. And we rely so much on the price of Ethereum, because everyone looks at the SAC funds that Richard put into Ethereum as like the catalyst or the thing that's going to pump the price, because he done the same thing with Hex last cycle. And
right.
that's kind of like, we shouldn't really be relying on that, but that's kind of what we're relying on. So like, we're down 50% on the SAC funds right now. If it goes sideways, where's the green candles going to come?
Because with the liquidity dropping by 3x, we know as a matter of fact that if those SAC funds get deployed at negative 50% in dollar terms, but they're actually up in PLS terms. So the amount of pumping could never be greater now that we're at all-time lows. And it literally takes just one schizophrenic shark in Ethereum who like doesn't even have a good reason to come into PulseChain before like you get green candles that will not stop everybody else from, like, everybody else will come because PulseChain is up 500x. Like, I think that's the catalyst. And so part of my figuring is not even based on a centralized exchange listing. It's not even based on anything except, the SAC funds doing what they did before with a $20 million buy, and then that igniting something bigger. I could be wrong, but that's what I'm seeing. What does yes, no, maybe have to say about this?
Hey, what's up, guys? So, back on the topic of pDAI, so whoever can answer this. So, in big picture wise, right? Let's say that it is exploited, and everybody's saying it's not Richard, right? Because if it's technically Richard, then he's the one dumping on everybody, blah, blah, blah. But we don't know, right? So, let's say that it is exploited then, and Richard doesn't have control of it. Then that means that this person will be able to forever dump on the PulseChain ecosystem infinite, like just forever, right?
Yeah,
So
just
for
dump
that narrative,
pDAI until the people who are providing liquidity with that run out of money, and
no,
then
but
that's where
but
it
you can
ends.
also, no, I don't think it'll ever end like that, because you can continue to make more LPs and he can continue to dump and so on and so forth. It'll just be speculation, but he'll continue to dump. It'll continue to get dumped.
I mean,
So
have you ever bought anything that had like an inflation bug or like it went to zero? Like there was a good example in the
yes,
last space with like B Roots and
Luna.
Hexastani Dylan. What they were talking about? What was it?
Luna. It was Luna.
Luna. Yeah. Yeah, who didn't buy Luna on the way
right.
down? 99% dip. Let's buy it.
Yes,
99% more.
yes.
Let's go a third time,
So
right?
So what you guys are saying then is, if it is exploited and this person continues to dump, then it'll just go to zero and it'll be the end of that, right? That's what you're hoping,
It
right?
won't end mints, PulseChain. Yeah,
No,
correct.
I don't think anyone's hoping that.
Okay.
Like, I don't think anyone like wants pDAI to go to zero.
Of
I
course,
don't
of
want
course.
pDAI to
Like,
go to zero.
it's just
No, yeah.
so apparently in 2 days the minting's going to stop, right? If you want to believe the
Can
story,
you
that's
explain
the
that
narrative.
part?
I'm not too technical on that. Maybe KRJ might
Just like
be able to
just
explain
for
that
the
better.
layman, just why, what?
I have no idea why it would, how
So
it's going to stop.
Because
basically,
of
it's
flop contracts.
Yeah, so KRJ can explain the flop contracts.
No, absolutely not. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Sorry, I thought you. Sorry,
It's
I
never
thought it
going
was
to
just you
stop in
talking.
my eyes.
Maybe it was Royson that
we're
was talking.
yeah, we flip to the, and like now that I'm on the spot, of course I can't remember, but it's like flip and flop or something, and in 2 days we switch,
A
and
heel.
basically
There's a
that
heel, isn't there?
yeah. So the heel is sort of like we're gonna start printing, we're gonna start printing PMaker, right? And the reason people might want PMaker is because they can control pDAI with that, and that's the government's
Okay.
token. They can vote, right? So Richard might, or whoever's behind this, might want to
Mm.
accumulate and burn their pDAI, and when they burn their pDAI, they'll basically auction or bid for the PMaker, and that'll start burning this 380 million deficit we currently have. I don't know what happens after that. I don't know if it keeps going, or if we need to wait for the deficit to fill back up, and then we like shoot up in price again. But that's all I know at this point.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. But the problem with that is that when you look at the PMaker liquidity, there's only like 60K last time I checked, like buy side on PMaker. So I'm not really sure if that's going to
You won't
work.
need
But
to sell PMaker.
oh, you won't?
You
Okay,
basically like you're bidding with pDAI, so you're gonna have to purchase pDAI, and you're gonna bid your pDAI for the PMaker that is being minted. So it's sort of like a Federal Reserve, and they're printing the dollars, and but you have to buy them with pDAI.
gotcha. Yeah, like all I can say is like, yeah, let's give it the benefit of the doubt and let's see what happens. If the minting stops, great.
Right.
But like, if it doesn't, then yeah, as a yes, no, maybe was saying, it's just like a infinite money glitch that is like just a slow rug. But like this, I mean, I don't think it's like people were like it's going to take the chain to zero. Like, no, it's not, because it's not just going to go to zero like that. It's just going to be extracted for however long the extractor decides to extract for. The problem is the extraction right now is very high. He's like extracting a lot of money per day. Like I said, over the last couple of months, I think $4 or $5 million has been minted, sold, bridged out into Ethereum, and that's at this price of pDAI. So, what happens when pDAI is 10 cents or 20 cents? It's it's a problem. It is a problem, but I don't think it's detrimental to like. I don't think it's going to take PulseChain to zero, like some people are saying.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that'll happen either. But the point is like, if this guy is not Richard or somebody behind the scenes just, just being a dick, then why would he continue to mint when everybody's watching? If I was the exploiter, of course I would stop and play the narrative and then stop minting until it goes up and start dumping again,
So,
Like
so
it would make
Because
as
it's
we
free
speak,
money.
so as we speak, by the way, the system surplus is going up and up more and more. So like last time I checked, it was 382 billion, and now it's 387. So like the it just keeps on going up. Like it's not supposed to do that. Like there's something going on that is not is out of everybody's control. But yeah, like I'm getting messages from someone right now, Magic Carpet Ride, sending me screenshots, and it's like, yeah, like it just as we're speaking, the system surplus of pDAI keeps on going up and up and up. So like, there's only supposed to be total 25.9, always 26 billion pDAI. Well, that's the debt ceiling. The pDAI debt ceiling is 26 billion, but there's a system surplus of 382 billion. That's not good.
Right. One thing on that though is the pDAI debt ceiling is the maximum amount of pDAI that can be minted against the collateral. So if someone puts in collateral, the debt ceiling can go up. because then we can legally print 100%, or I guess 70% of their collateral as pDAI, and then that's the 150% backing it. So like I'm still researching this right now, but it might be a legitimate
I
reason
mean,
why.
if we
But
can, as long as we can see it's being collateralized, then that would make sense. But I think everybody's assuming that it's just being printed out of thin air. That's the issue right now.
right, and that's what I need to figure out is like, no one really knows what type of minting. We're all just saying, oh, it's minting and being bridged. We don't really know exactly. Like all we can see is the mint function sometimes. So I think if we figured that out, you'd have your answer on like whether pDAI is legit.
How about going
Well,
one step further, Rayson, and thinking before, because it's whitelisted and somebody has control. Nobody knew when the chain was going to launch. We had the market maker going around, pulling all the liquidity, doing all these things. And we would have to assume that it was like,
Right.
if this exploit is what it is, then it was something that was out, like missed by RH and the team, and it was a whitelisted account on Ethereum that just got copied over, which they didn't intend. And now it's here without them even thinking that this was going to be an issue. And whoever has control of it is somebody outside of RH's, control, who was already whitelisted on Ethereum, who's doing this, or the other is it's RH in the team. Like those are the only two options, right?
Correct. That's correct. And I think people get caught up in this, like, well, RH wouldn't make that mistake. But RH made some mistakes when he forked over. Let's not forget that no one was getting ink rewards for how long? Because there was a bug. So, like, mistakes happen. Like, it's normal. Like, RH isn't some god that does everything perfectly. So, yes, there's a chance that he missed something, and that someone that was whitelisted forked over too, and that's who's minting. Yes, there's a possibility it's Richard Hart, of course. I've never said that I 100% know it's or think it's not Richard Hart, but I think it's most likely somebody else that's doing this. That's my personal opinion.
Yeah, he
Well,
actually did say it was somebody else. He knows somebody that's building a system copy. And then one last thing I'll really say real quick is um, a temporary measure is raising the debt ceiling, short-term strategy to buy time while the mechanisms like P-maker auctions work to burn excess DAI and restore the balance. Let's see. And another reason why the debt ceiling might rise, I'm trying to think this through, but basically if all of our collateral drops, like our prices go down, that might also really affect what's going on here.
this is a deja vu from LUSD. The exact same thing happened with the collateralized and using the taking out loans and then minting LUSD into oblivion. And they said the same thing. It's going to be shut off. It can no longer mint anything anymore. And then all of a sudden there was a bunch more minted, and then the liquidity got drained again and again and again and again. The problem here is that pDAI is a lot more intertwined within the whole ecosystem. It has a lot of money tied in with a lot of different coins, and things are burned with it. So it would be a much huger impact if it is. And I mean, the people that are thinking that the pDAI is going to go to $1, it's possible. But if you think about the price structure on it, let's take Ethereum 1.0, for example, which is technically Ethereum Classic. They had a hack, and Vitalik moved all his liquidity over to Ethereum 2.0, which was the regular proof of work Ethereum that we know that went up to $4,500, right? And then what he did was he forked it again, and he went to proof of stake. So Ethereum Classic, after he did the move over on the proof of work, and it went up to $4,500 a token, Ethereum Classic didn't go up that high. It only went up a little bit. And now you take a look at what Ethereum POW is what they call it now, and the regular Ethereum. The Ethereum we have now is currently worth what, $2,000 a token, And what is Ethereum POW that used to be worth $4,500? It's worth $7 or $5 or something right now. That's it. So as far as the price structure goes, it really depends on the liquidity and if people are trading it. But if you have a token that's going to infinitely mint and drain liquidity, people are going to be running away from it. So I do hope that the minting stops, but you'd have to watch it. Me personally, I'm trying to create a bot that will tell me every single time they get minted, not just PUSD, not just pDAI, but also PUSDC and PUSDT, because those also have the ability to be minted as well. And if you look at Atropa's got what is it, $24 million worth of that in pDAI, and then it's also got 10 million of the PulseChain copy of USDC as well. So if that's the next target, it's just going to be another bad thing for Atropa ecosystem. Everything is liquidity, tied to that liquidity. So I mean, it's scary at this point.
Yeah, all the LPs that's been burned with pDAI and everything that's been, intertwined, whoever, is behind it is a genius in terms of extraction, because they paired it to freaking everything. That's the issue.
Yeah, Meth Lab did that with their liquidity webbing. They did I don't know how many pairs that they did, but that was a genius how they did liquidity on top of liquidity.
Exactly. So I'm hoping that it is RH.
Well, one thing I will say in a positive note is when you look at some of the clips, he says, forgotten what order, but I think he says we're looking at, or someone's talking to me about launching a launch pad, and I'm talking with them, which I thought was pump tires. And then after that, he immediately goes, and someone's also doing the system copy of PMaker. So the way he talks about someone, it's like he leaves it open. Like he could be checking their code before they launch. He could be on the team. He could be the main person.
Yeah, if he was doing pDAI and launching it with everything that just happened, and we could see 4 million just went off chain, we would have been back at SAC price if there was 4 million back in this chain right now, and not trading against pDAI. And you know what I'm saying? I mean, that's liquidity that got yanked out of this under our noses that we didn't even pay attention. 1 million just in the past week. And if Richard comes over and says, yeah, we've got a stable coin and we're going to be using the PulseChain version, the native token of pDAI, it wouldn't look very good on him, would it?
Okay, guys, somebody say something really controversial so we can get these awesome listeners up as speakers. We got B-Roots, we got ChrispyMan, we got Brissology. So we're gonna have to make this conversation a little bit more spicy if we want to get them up on stage.
I got something, Maddie. First of all, I'm sure there's
Let's
a lot of
go.
people here smarter than me, but panels, you mentioned something that was pretty interesting. You said, why wouldn't he just make his own stable coin, back it up, do it, like other ones that are launched on chain, and do it that way? So
Except for the plausible deniability,
well,
because
that's a good point. But here's why you do it this way. You look at all of RH's videos, and the whole purpose of PulseChain is the parity chain. And we saw it when it initially launched. He launched the Pepe Farms, and what drives the whole industry is speculation. So when
That's
you take a
exactly right.
stable coin that starts at nothing and peg it to $1, you want liquidity from all of the chain. Look at what Solana's done just off of speculation. I mean, hell, they don't have not even 1/100th of what we have over here, and yet look at what it's done for that chain just on the power of speculation.
That's
So
what I'm saying.
you
Yeah.
peg a stable coin and look at all the interest it is generating. And if it actually works, or just on speculation alone rising, then
I'm
how
all
much
for
money is
that.
going to come in? Because what the human psychology is going to say, wait a minute, if that did it, then why won't my other copy, I got this copy for free over there, why won't that do it too?
No, bro,
And
I'm
there
all
you
for
go.
that. I'm all for the speculation. I want it to go to $1. I think the minter's personally going to stop minting because he'd be stupid to keep minting. Because if he stops minting, the price is going to keep going up. I'm all for speculation. But like, what my point was is like the minting is an issue and it hurts the speculation.
Why do you think it's happening at these prices and not at 3 cents?
It was happening at 3 cents. It's been happening for a while. It happened at the beginning. It stopped. It happened again later on. Then it dumped again 80%. Then it stopped minting and then it run again. And yeah, like
He was
I'm not gonna
probably
pretend.
traveling, and then he ran out of money. He's like, "Shit, I got to go back to pDAI, man."
I'm not gonna
Can
pretend to know why.
maybe
So
AI can just make me a fucking pDAI exploiter bot so I can get rich too, you know?
Well, this is what I was saying before,
let's
Maddie. Like, if I don't understand PulseChain, if we're all just fucking waiting here for the SAC funds to come over, I'm gonna just sell, and then what? We're gonna wait
Yeah,
another 4 years. And
no, for
I
sure.
love PulseX. I think that's
It
a
takes
great token.
one ETH dolphin. Are you kidding me? This
Yeah,
No,
is
I
so
know, but like,
easy.
but who's
what?
gonna come? Like, I'm
It's
not being
just a
funny.
pump and
Like,
dump chain at that point. Like,
It's so easy.
let's
there's
be
no point of
real.
pulse chain. There's no
Let's
point.
be real. Like, what ETH shark is gonna come over with billions of dollars and buy PulseChain for
Godwell
what?
still has. There are so many. There are so many ETH sharks out there. There's 1,000 ETH sharks out there.
Yeah,
You're
but
telling me you
why
can't
would
get
they?
one out of 1,000?
Yeah,
Dude,
but why
I
would they
go to
come here and eat
conferences and
slippage to pump
fucking,
PulseChain?
sell my soul. You don't believe in me?
no,
No, I'm
no,
just
no.
saying.
You're doing great
Maddie, I
work,
see you. I saw you
regardless.
dance, Maddie. I believe in you, man.
But like hex, there's no more hex yield.
Right.
Like, what is our besides
What's the
PulseX buy and
incentive?
burn? Like,
The
I
hex
love
yield.
tokenomics are
Hold on,
better.
hold on, because I know you haven't been listening to Game Theory Gang. The hex yield comes from all the people who are about to EES when the price of a hex like only doubles.
That's true.
Like
Yeah.
all it's gonna take is a double to get your 30% per year in hex yield. Yeah,
I'm just
that's an
saying.
easy
I
one.
think the parity brings a level of mystery, a level of
Parity is
speculation.
awesome.
It's free
It's
coins
what
for liquidity
drives
So
providers.
crypto. It's the whole. It's
I
what
went
drives
I went
speculation.
to the Bitcoin conference in Miami. I hung out. I met B Roots back a long ass time ago, and Ian and everybody. I met them in real life, and I met with the Methuselah Foundation, which is who Vitalik gave all the doggy coins to, like the Elon Doge Mars coins. And I convinced the Methuselah Foundation at that conference that I brought my DeLorean to. I convinced them to take custody of their Doge Elon Mars. They're 60% of the total supply. And so when they over the counter traded for a ship price their Ethereum bag of of Elon, they still have their 60% of PulseChain Doge Elon Mars. So I feel like that would be a pretty good like test case of saying, oh, there's what $15 million worth of liquidity on Ethereum. So that means there's
Yeah,
$7 million of Ethereum that can literally just be extracted if we get 2.5% of the Doge Elon Mars
Okay,
community that already
that's a good
follows
idea.
them.
I don't think it's
Yes.
gonna happen because P Crow, remember like the HOA guys, they pegged Crow
Tell
for a
me,
short
tell me.
period, but
I don't know.
they got, I don't know how the fuck they did it, but they got Kronos pegged with our price somehow at parity, and nothing happened. So I
What?
don't
Because they
think.
were artificially propping it up.
Dude, I have no idea. I think
Well, this
I remember it was pretty
relies
legitimate.
nothing. Yeah,
No, but I'm just
it's
saying, like pDAI is gonna. That's a massive event because
the
A, we all get
so
rich, and then B, he has 10 billion of them, so
look,
he can also like.
whether Richard Hart's behind pDAI or not, here's on a positive note. The exchanges, Coinbase, Binance, Kraken, have
That
millions,
too.
tens of millions of these copy stablecoins, not just pDAI, the other ones too, right? Richard, regardless of whether he's behind it or not, he wants the price of these things to go up because then exchanges look at it and all of a sudden, hold on, we've got
sure,
$10 million worth of value here.
right,
Maybe let's list PulseChain and add the liquidity then and let people
right.
trade, right? I think that's like probably part of his plan or why he wanted to do this world's largest airdrop, and he allowed all the exchanges to also join, also get their airdrop. So like, regardless of whether he's behind it or not, he wants the price to go up. Like,
Right. And then
right?
look
But
at
in the
look at Bitcoin and how the price of wrapped Bitcoin on PulseChain is at like 87K or something, like dangerously
Right.
close. So like I think that's going to happen second if pDAI
Wait, are
pegs.
you talking about P-wrapped Bitcoin or wrapped Bitcoin?
Pulse wrapped
P
Bitcoin.
P-Rap.
Okay, because
So
I noticed that there was like a 5K difference yesterday in the price of real wrapped Bitcoin on PulseChain versus on Ethereum. So that's kind of interesting. Maybe that was because of some of the the Maria swapping or something.
Yeah, I think that was
yeah,
Maria swapping because like the price of Wraps ETH was like 2,400 or some shit.
No way. Oh shit.
so
Any of you
yeah, I
guys
mean
have
there's
any idea on the parity for PWBTC then? Because for PDAI, it's with
I
maker and it's
think
with collateral and so on.
I
But how
think
about
you need
for
a really good
Wrap BTC?
example. I think you need a really, really fucking good example of vampire attacking the shit out of an Ethereum liquidity pool, which
it's like what Panos says.
that's what
It,
I'm
like
trying to
pDAI was
explain
great.
with the Elon token. You don't have to have the liquidity providers on Ethereum permission to just get 2.5% of the token holders to bond their liquidity, and then all of a sudden you
Exactly.
create out of thin air something that's super valuable on PulseChain, and then everybody would FOMO in based on that model.
What Panos said something, and he says it a few times, but when pDAI was just a meme coin, he said it was at its peak performance, and I sort of agree because no one really had expectations. But if you go to Bitcoin or wrapped Bitcoin, like think about all the people that they just saw pDAI peg. Our entire chain is now like, oh shit, let's go buy wrapped Bitcoin on Pulse because we probably think it's going to peg. And then it's just a chain of like these other speculators jumping in and having fun because it's just like the most insane theory and it helps everyone.
Right. Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
I
FOMO.
100% agree. Yeah. So I mean, so what's the base case? I mean, we're looking at the minting function, and it can't be both. I mean, either RH is a genius who is the brightest mind in crypto, or did he just fork a chain and allow a protocol to vampire attack his chain? I mean, you can't have both. He can't be both. So which
I
in this,
mean,
No,
it could be
he
both.
can be both.
It
Of
could be
course he
both.
can.
He
I
can
don't
make
think
a
it can be
mistake.
both.
It
Yeah.
could be both.
I don't think
Yeah, he made
that's not a
mistakes.
mistake. I mean, he ma- he makes nah. That's not a mistake. You don't overlook that. And then for almost 2 years now in May, just let it go by, let it grow into what it is now.
So RH responds to things on a timely basis. I forget what he calls it, but it's like, you don't have to fork MetaMask until they're, fucking you over so bad, and it's just in time, right? That's what he calls it, just in time development. So yeah, so I think like that can lead to mistakes, and certainly there's going to be great debate over like the PulseX V1 versus V2 like debacle that probably ended in better game theory than ever. But yeah, this is a hot debate. Like, yeah, like would RH allow, some, well, he doesn't have any control over all the liquidity that gets deployed between pDAI and everything else. And he did kind of hype up pDAI originally. There's all the clips of him saying, what's going to happen to the stable coins, blah, blah, blah. Are they going to be worthless or are they going to have a value? And so I think that in either of those scenarios, like he's not really taking a hands-on approach. He's not taking responsibility.
Yeah.
What do you what do you think about the main wallet that the main Pulse and PulseX wallet? What is it, the 2822? Um, Basically allowing liquidity for a short period of time to take control of a P maker. So is it RH? Is it a team? Is he behind it? Is he not? Because I
I
mean,
I think
it,
I think either way there could be a mistake.
Yeah, no, there was some loose connection with that wallet. I don't think it's what people think it is. Like they like, oh, it was the biggest sacrifice wallet and it controls the maker DAO. It's not true. There was some very like loose connection with that wallet and someone providing liquidity. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it's not like the conspiracy theorists took that and ran with it and made the story more elaborate than what it actually is. And like we don't like let's just say that what's said about that wallet is true. We don't know that that's Richard's wallet. We're assuming it is because it's the biggest sacrificer. But what if a group of people banded their money together and sacrificed more than Richard Hart? Like that's also a possibility.
But is
Like
it a probability? Do you think it's probable?
It could
yeah,
be his mom. It could be mommy
So
Richard
if
Hart.
you had to, because that's I mean, we're all talking about this, but at the end, you have to put your money on what's most probable. You have to lay everything in front, which is why these discussions are good. You have to hear all sides and make you, because we're all in this to make
We
money.
need to take this pDAI narrative to the next level. It's the fucking SEC that's exploiting it, you know? Like, they're behind it. It's the Fed, you know? Like,
Yeah.
let's take it
Well,
up a notch.
they've made me a lot of money if that's the case. But the point, what I'm saying is, you're right. I think we're not, by the time we have all the answers, it's going to be too late either which way. And you just have to lay everything out in front of you and say, is it probable that he made a mistake, like you were mentioning, which is it's possible, but is it probable with everything else you know about him? I don't think that's probable.
I think if you're
And when you start
decentralized
lining
me,
everything up, it's just like it's too many coincidences.
if
And
you're 100%
you have
in
to live with
PDI,
you am I 100% in PDI? No.
no, I'm saying if you are 100% in PDI, just to like, as a, to be safe, I would probably de-risk and buy Hex and PulseX a little bit. Like
I
decentralize me, I
mean,
think he's 100% in on PDAI pretty much.
yeah, I think that's dumb. I
Like,
mean,
Yeah,
because
because
he's...
if
you're
if
not
it's
gonna win.
true, then we pump
You have to
Hex and
hedge.
Pulse. So
Yeah,
you win either
hedge.
way, right?
Yeah, you have to hedge. So, but what I'm saying is, you're not going to have all the answers. Everybody at the end of the day is responsible for their own buys and sells. You just have to have everything in front of you. Say, okay, is it like I said? You mentioned it, man. He could have made a mistake when they forked. Okay, is that probable? Is it
Believe
possible?
in something.
Do I think
Excellent
it?
points, MJ. Now,
Yeah, I mean,
Sick Lee has got his hand up, and then I want to encourage everybody to share this space because it's fucking fire. And we got Hans Crypto listening now, along with Moon King and ChrispyMan and Brissology. So shout out to all of you. What's going on, Sick Lee?
What's up, buddy? I just wanted to point out a few things that I think people might be, not thinking about, but like, for one, Nikolai was killed, right? I think we all know that.
So you're
So
talking
this is
about
like
a
big
stablecoin
stakes.
developer who was murdered. Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. So like, it's big stakes, man. Like, this is not just like, oh, I'm launching a chain and I'm just launching a coin.
Right.
This is like as big as it gets.
okay. But what about USDT,
Oh, hold
USDC
on,
founders,
panel.
Brock
Just give it a
Pierce?
break. Take a breath.
No,
Take
but
a
come on, man.
breath.
This is ridiculous. Like, we're talking
Hey,
about because
I
machine keep
like both
dying.
Take a breath,
theories.
buddy. Let me talk for 5
Go
seconds
on,
before
go
you
on,
jump in. I know
go ahead.
you're real. Okay. So, so the stakes are as high as it can possibly be, right? And Richard, he's not a dummy, all right? I don't know how high his IQ is for real, but like, he's not dumb.
Like
I've had plenty of
140,
conversations with him.
140
He's not
to
dumb.
145.
Right. So he already, on stream, he's only going to give a certain amount of information. He can be pretty
Yeah, he
vague.
literally said, I
I
have an
think we
idea
all
for a
know that.
stablecoin and I'm not telling you guys.
Right. Yeah. When he's bragging, to like, one of the bigger streamers or something, he wants to get the word out, but he has to be safe too. And he's been
Right.
nothing but safe with his
Well, that's one
verbiage.
reason why to not tell us, other than game theory.
So he admitted to us on stream that he talked to somebody that was going to fork Maker, right? So, like, it's
What year
already
was this?
Leather, right?
What
was it 2023, 2020?
Okay.
Yeah. Well,
So this
regardless,
was right before he quit
he hasn't
streaming.
streamed since 22. He hasn't streamed since 22.
No. He streamed with me last Hex conference, January 9th, 2023.
Oh, so it's right there. Okay, yeah, close. Yeah, you're right.
anybody that's going to fork
So maybe
that
it was 22 that he said that.
protocol and that a stable coin like that
You gotta be careful.
is going to be a big player. Yeah, and they have to be extremely careful.
Well, that's a good point. I made that point earlier, actually, at the beginning of the space. Where
And
it's recorded.
Richard's also talked a lot about privacy coins, and look where those guys ended up, in jail.
Right.
So, like, dude, like the stakes are high. So, of course, nobody's gonna know shit. Nobody. And if you're gonna fucking try and hide as much as you can, you're gonna bridge out. And
Well, but so part of the question is like whether Richard is behind all this, right? But which we got news on
but who
today.
cares at that point?
But the even bigger point is like, what do people do about the exploit if you want
Is it an exploit
pDAI
though?
to do well? Yeah.
If you're trying to wash large sums of money,
point. That's a great point.
maybe you go off chain
But
and you bridge it a couple
somebody is taking the
times and
funds
you
off
try and
chain,
wash it.
how much more do you really need to know?
Well, is it easier to peg a low liquidity, low
Okay, all right. Hey, that's a
value?
cool theory. I like that.
I mean, the government does this shit all the time. The government,
that's a good one.
Inflate money, and it's just part of the game, I think. So it might be necessary.
In order for RH cores to go up easier, they needed to detangle from the pDAI liquidity. And similarly, in order for pDAI to go up easier, it had to detangle from the heavy weight of the RH cores. So that's an interesting theory that you bring up.
Let me ask you a question, and then I want to see what you guys think about. If RH never came back, never streamed again, never showed his face in public, but PulseChain was at 15 cents, Hex at couple dollars, all of that, all through the moon. Would anybody care?
Care about what?
Him not being in public or streaming or any of this. What he's at
No,
right
I
now.
mean, if he keeps tweeting every day, that's better than Satoshi.
But do you think people would care and be crying?
Yeah, I would care. I want him to have his glory. I think he deserves it, honestly.
He makes
He's been taking a lot of shit.
Still care?
He'll get his glory.
Because here's the thing, and here's what you got to think about. They mentioned it with the previous DAI co-founder, turning up washed up in Puerto Rico. Him being in the public, and we saw the downside of it when he was doing his outrage marketing. You have a central point of failure there. But if he's not, if he's just ghosted and it's a team or whoever's behind it or however it works that nobody knows, and just keeps working from the shadows, I mean, would you really care?
Gunther, huh? Shadow player.
Honestly, I think what RH is waiting for on those SAC funds is proof that this chain can do it on its own. I don't think he wants the handicap that he can even provide to us. And that's why I think he's out there telling us to send postcards, because literally all it's going to take is one ETH shark to get in. And then, that's part of his glory, is him not doing it himself.
So you think the game plan is let the chain run by itself, build the tech, come in with the SAC funds, pump it, and then what?
Well,
because
so the SAC
he put in
funds
$20 million
there
last year. He put in $20 million last year.
Right.
The price,
right.
look where the price is at now. So
right.
I mean, I agree with what
PulseX is higher. PulseX is 2 or 3x higher, and PulseChain is about at all-time lows, which means the SAC funds can buy more than ever. And Inc isn't anywhere near all-time lows. It's 4x
Maddie,
off.
you literally had people watching the SAC wallet buy, timing their buys around it, and as soon as it stopped, dumping everything as well.
Yeah.
What makes you think it's not going to?
Those are traders. That's always going to happen.
I think the chain.
So
that's healthy.
I think
that's healthy.
If he has the ability to say pump coins and without you knowing through bots, how do you know he's not already doing that? How do you know that's not why pDAI is still going up?
Maybe that is
you know what I mean?
Yeah, but
one theory
what
too.
I'm focusing on is the glory and how he gets that, and he doesn't get that by pumping his own chain.
He gets it by making people rich. He gets it by making people rich.
I mean,
Yeah.
No,
what it's all about.
he's already got
It,
our respect.
Matty, let me ask you something. What make
Ours, but we're already here. You have to bring people in. Let me
Yeah,
tell you this. I'm
exactly?
not a streamer. I don't even have much social media. But I've been
let's
able to
go.
onboard about 15 people from showing them how I turned,
I
I'll give you
love
one
it.
example, $1,000 into $92,000 with BTGC.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. But
15 people. Green candles brings
That's what's
adoption.
up. Yep.
hundred
That's all
percent.
it's about. We know who he is. We know the depth. We know his
Yeah.
mindset. We know his
Yeah.
intentions.
But if
That's
you
not
could
bringing
have
everybody
it,
on.
if you could have it both ways, he knows he can give us the 1000x anytime he presses his finger. But I'm saying he wants to impress himself too. Like he
Well, there
wants,
needs to be a system in place too.
yeah, he wants
Again,
to
if you
know what he built is independent from him. That's the glory. That's being better than everything else.
that's what PMaker does too. This is what I'm trying to say is like what so let's say he took it over, the team. When he said on stream, someone is making a PMaker copy, do you really think he's going to just give them control to control the biggest like
I
stablecoin on
mean,
Pulse and not
dude, like you remember the first like version of like tradable hex stakes? It's called like Hex Bay or some shit like that. Like, yeah, I do believe that he would. Yeah, I believe that he would let somebody else handle it. Even if
right? But
it's
then
not
there's
the
a point
best
of failure with them,
idea,
and
and then he finds out about it later on when it is relevant.
well,
Before it's relevant, he's not going to pay that much attention to it.
let me just finish my point really quick because
Please.
so if Richard helps push it to get started, right? Like he knows how to do all this shit. He has the devs, he has the money to fund it. PMaker lets us all run pDAI. At some point, like he might have the most PMaker, but over time, like his plan might be to Satoshi and be diluted and leave, and it'll run by itself, and PLSX will burn, and pump tires will burn, all on its own. pDAI will run all on its own. The community will run it. The whoever controls the PMaker will run it. And so it does go in line with what Richard talks about.
Yeah, I think the plan right now is to let let one ETH shark come and pump everything 1000x, and the sacrifice and sell it to 10,000x, and then pDAI can be $1 and some change easily in that scenario. Is probably like the level of detail that's been put in. But in
Yeah.
terms
Anyway,
of
I got to
like
head out, put
in
kids to
terms of
bed.
controlling,
Appreciate it.
yeah. Well, thanks for
It was
joining.
nice talking to you guys.
See you,
Likewise.
man. Good talking to you.
Later.
Yeah, with what he just said, Maker and everything, stating that, Richard said that he's gonna, somebody's copying it, doing it, and so on and so forth. For this to be overlooked, I think it's just ridiculous. And I think
Okay.
that he's not gonna
So
say it's him.
so you're
And
saying
I
if
think we're good.
Richard acknowledged that somebody was working on something, you're saying that he would be overseeing it closely? Is that what you're saying?
I'm
Just
saying he
because he
wouldn't
was
overlook
aware?
this exploit.
Oh, well, no, like
And
I don't
he's
agree.
he's got to be setting himself up with plausible deniability too. I mean, all you got to do is be
Correct.
able to pass a lie detector. Say, no, I don't
Yeah, but
control that wallet.
isn't it? But if the argument is that it's dangerous to make your own thing, why wouldn't you just let somebody else do it? And if they fail, then the liquidity wasn't that bad. It was several millions of dollars, but it's not going to make or break the
Because it
chain.
needs to be a decentralized, stable like DAI. There can't be something else. That's the
Well,
whole point, I
if he
think.
was deeply involved in it and we didn't know about that, or if he was not deeply involved in it, somebody else was working on it and we didn't know that, then in both scenarios he has plausible deniability. So what I'm saying is like, why would he be more involved with it if it's dangerous to be involved with? Why wouldn't he just have
I mean,
separation
it
for
would
that
take
reason?
a lot of money with somebody who trusts in Richard and the ecosystem for it to even take place. And like we all know, everybody hates him. So for it to truly take effect, I don't think it's just gonna be like natural flowing water just going downstream. They have to battle uphill. And without his support, I don't think it would be possible, you know?
Without his no, it'd be there. There have been things that have been made that didn't have Richard's support, and then he supported it later
No,
on.
no. I
Like,
mean, everybody is already within, like, for example, all the Hexicans. We support him because of what we know about him, not that Richard is supporting us to do those things. Does that make sense? So whoever would be making the die, then that would be somebody who has already, trust in Richard. But then it would take a lot of money and a lot of things to get that off the ground. And I don't think it would just be just some random person who would be doing it, like maybe you're stating. I'm not saying that you're saying that, but that's what I'm hearing. It would have
yeah,
to be
yeah,
somebody
yeah.
within that
I'm
circle.
saying it's possible that Richard could have little knowledge of a team that he's commented on working on Maker.
I don't think he leaves something like this to chance personally, but
Okay,
this is
okay,
Yeah.
because you guys see it as so important for PulseChain's success.
yeah. Well, I mean, let me ask you this. I mean, I've heard crazy price targets, and you start putting nuts to bolts and say, okay, well, that'll take X amount of liquidity, X amount of dollars to get it there, and nothing else really seems plausible. Like, I mean, for every moon math, you have to have a map to say, okay, this is how we can get there.
I mean,
And
I guess it could be a shakeout and it's not going to peg. Nobody's said that yet. But if you want the core coins to peg and you don't want to pay $30 billion in collateral, then that's another way to do it. Although I'm not sticking to that point. I'm not saying that all right, doesn't want pDAI to peg, doesn't want, because like 30, how much is 30 billion when we do 1,000x from here? I think that you could reach escape velocity as the OA and collateralize everything kind of easily.
or give yourself a money printer. I mean, he's got the chance to make his own money printer and
Yeah, I mean, well,
pump all of this to numbers that nobody is
yeah. I mean, if you
pop.
have 95% of the supply of something, there's things that you can do in terms of knowing that people aren't going to sell it down. And if the Oracle system is telling you, like, yeah, like it's worth
Yeah,
this amount of money, then there is a way for you to know that you're not going to drop below your collateral because there are not enough coins in existence for somebody to sell down 50% at some
exactly.
point.
Yeah.
So I
Well, I
think
mean,
that
money
logic
in itself.
stands that
Yeah,
like,
money in itself, and to quote Kiyosaki, money isn't real. It's people's belief that it is. So, I mean, I think, and this is a smart community, but sometimes too smart for its own good. Because it's just like if it does get there, and people's, it's just a belief that it's there. I mean, I haven't looked into much of the USDT back in 2016, but rumor is it wasn't really backed
oh,
like
dude, they're so
we're
backed
pretending it
now
was. No, they are
because,
now.
yeah,
They are now, but what helped
but
them
back
get there?
then, yeah, we don't know.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So is it, I mean, you understand, you see where I'm going with it. It's the belief. So I don't know. Either
It's
way, it's
both.
interesting and it's a fun. It is fun.
It's both.
It's fun.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, but yeah, these are great points, and I love this discussion because it's really helping me to see like all the different angles of what's being presented now, and it makes me understand why people still love pDAI, whether there's this exploit or not, and it makes me see why it's such a credible narrative. So
Yeah, and I mean, and to the credit of, there's a lot of good stuff here. There's a lot of good stuff on chain, and I think you need to get more people here. Come for the speculation, stay for a lot of the other fun stuff. And there
yeah,
is a lot of good stuff being built. I was there at the conference. I was very
oh
impressed.
nice, hell yeah.
So I think I don't know. I don't know another community that's this excited and had that much buzz going when prices are where they're at. So there is something
Right,
here.
right.
But I think everybody just needs to realize one way or another, you got to get people in. And this narrative is fire. I mean, it is.
Right.
So
Yeah, I agree with that. And the drama, man, people love the drama. So if we can keep it positive and keep the drama going, what about that, you know? But yeah, I'm glad. Yeah, I'm glad we covered all this. And it's interesting because we did have slightly more participation in the Hex conference in 2024 when the prices were in January, when the prices were like the worst that they had ever been. And then the following year, we had slightly less participation, although it was still extremely high. We had 100 speakers, but that was when the prices were 2x. And so there is this like strange psychological effect that my developer called kind of like a church syndrome, where when like a country is at war, you get all-time high attendance at church, but when everything's kind of like, you know, in the middle, then people don't participate as much. And it might have been that I was just in a better psychological state in January 24 than in January 25 because I was moving to Texas. But yeah, I think that this PulseChain conference that I had nothing to do with in Las Vegas a week or two ago, whatever it was, yeah, had really genuine positive interactions going on, and I don't know what the actual attendance numbers were like, but I think that there was a strong showing there while prices were down, so that's a good sign.
I think when it comes to conferences, people should be attending conferences that are not just focused on Hex and PulseChain,
Yeah,
and
we've
more
had
so like.
huge success with that. When my collarbones were broken, we vampire attacked the Bitcoin conference and did a 48-hour live stream on top of them and had 100 people. Yeah, because it was like 70. There were 75 people who like paid for a ticket to get like a merch bag, and then everybody went to the Bitcoin conference, and that's when everybody was like hanging out with Rand Neuner and all those
But
guys.
has anyone ever got a booth and like
Yeah,
showcased
yeah.
the
So then
ecosystem
this
and
last
pDAI and
year, okay. So
PTGC and
that
stuff?
was 2 years ago, and then this last year. So 3 years ago, I met B Roots and Ian and all them like in person at the Miami, and then the year after that, we did the takeover where I did a meetup. I did a Hex meetup at the Bitcoin conference, and I made a crazy T-shirt that like trolled the shit out of Bitcoiners, calling it like Bitcoin Hex. And that was really sick. And we had the 48-hour live stream and the 100-person takeover. And then the next year after that in Nashville, when President Trump was the candidate Trump was speaking, 1 week, or was it it was 1 or 2 weeks to the day after he got his ear shot in Butler, he shows up at the Bitcoin conference, and Big Kurkowski had a highest of stakes booth with a 6 foot cutout of Richard Hart. That he somehow, these Bitcoin maxis are fucking nuts. So the fact that Big Kurkowski got a booth at that shit was nuts.
But has anyone ever showcased things on the ecosystem that have actually gone up in price, like PTGC, pDAI, UFO, or are you guys showing people Hex and PulseChain,
So
which are like down and
at
to the right?
the Big Kurkowski thing, we got Fashion Coder out there in person to, you know, get people to take pictures with the cutout of Richard and like find out more about the movie. I don't think price was the focus. We didn't have any cards that people could be like, oh shit, this went up 500x. Oh shit. And I think that would be better marketing.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I'm like not trying to like
Like we
shit on
did
Hex
pretty
or
good.
PulseChain.
Could have done better. But we did pretty good. We could do even better next year. And the next year is coming up super fast. There's so much shit happening in May. We're gonna have a online PulseChain conference in May for the second launch anniversary of PulseChain. I'm gonna put that on. And then we have the Bitcoin conference is happening in May. I've got to go to an all-in podcast fucking event in Miami in May. So May is going to be fucking lit. But yeah, we should talk to Big Krakowski about getting a booth at the Bitcoin conference here in Las Vegas in May. Oh, hey, Sami's in here. Shout out to Sami. I really just talking to everybody like we have been in this recorded space has got me way closer to understanding the positivity out there in pDAI to this day, and helping me to understand what's going on with like the FUD narrative, like you know, people being able to sell inflation bug type stuff. So
Yeah, I mean, which is something that, I mean, we gotta kind of let the dust settle and see what's going on with it. But as far as this being like one of our best onboarding tools, I mean, guys, my business partner's in
pDAI.
Bitcoin Maxi since like 2013, and he's freaking in pDAI. You know, like that's what we do. Like we have a mining company. This guy's in pDAI. Like it just works. I mean, we as a community should want this to work and get behind it.
Right.
Obviously, be careful. Find out what's really going on. Let a little bit of the dust settle. But I mean, this is good for the whole chain. It's just simple. You don't.
Well, see,
You
the
need to
best
be
game theory, the
treat it like
best
a
game
meme.
theory would be if the pDAI exploiter just sent everybody a little bit of pDAI to make them want to talk about it more. And then they could sell their exploited pDAI for a higher price.
No, buy it now.
See, come on now. Come on,
No,
pDAI
just buy it
exploiter.
now,
Like,
man.
think
These are
bigger.
good prices. Yeah, but it's the best thing we got going. I'm firsthand. Like I said, I'm not a streamer. I don't really have an online presence. Just in real life, real people in the business world. I mean, it works, man. So it's a fire narrative. It really is.
Yeah, bro. If the minters like listening in, just chill on the minting, bro. Like, just chill on the fucking minting.
Let us pump. But hey, he's
Yeah.
doing that. Panos.
Sami's
That's
up.
my argument. This is if this makes sense as a shakeout. Like
What's up, friends? I'm about to mint 300 billion pDAI right now.
There he is.
now we know who's
Go for
behind
it.
Guy. There we go. Why are you
Thank you.
minting? Why are you minting, Sami?
Man, it was funny. I'm not joking. I got 2 phone calls today from crypto guys. They're talking about pDAI. I don't know why. They just talk about that. One guy goes, "Hey, bro, I heard what they've been saying about you." And I thought they were talking about a Twitter Spaces or something. And they go, "Oh, no, this guy tried to make you the Fallout guy for pDAI." But he's in pDAI. I just could not believe it, bro. I was thinking he was going to speak about something else. It's like always this one coin. I'm thinking, hey, Habibs, do you ever see my buy and burn for PulseX, PulseChain? What about the Hex origin address moves?
I think
No one
somebody
gives a
saw
shit.
your video where you said you know what to do if you're a main character. And they said, oh, shit, we got to make him a main character today.
No, that's
yeah.
when I knew he was trolling. When he said Sami's behind the team, I was like, oh, he's trolling.
By the way, when he said that, my heart, I literally shut the bed
because you got exposed.
No, because I can't read code. I'll go, wait. I was reading from all the pDAI guys that you're the insider, and don't say I'm the insider. Yeah, everything's on a zero. That's what was going through my head. I'm like,
wait, Sami, were you really on the kitchen floor today?
I did pass out in the lounge room kitchen from exhaustion yesterday. I'm not joking. I did pass out on the floor. I laid down. My knees were destroyed. Yeah, that's never happened before.
Is there anything we can do or you can do to take care of yourself? Because we appreciate you, man.
Can you make Ethereum fucking go up?
Well, I can talk to Arby de Grey, who can talk to Vitalik. So just give me the fucking message and I'll send it.
Man, Vitalik speaks in as much code as Richard does as well. They say stuff to the public, and then their actions, how they run shit, totally different. Steve Jobs was like that. Steve Jobs never had a freaking shower in his life. If you read autobiographies about Steve Jobs, they literally described him like a smelly cunt. The guy never took showers. Just like I've noticed all these billionaire eccentric people, how they talk to me and you, that's like business stuff. And what they actually do, totally different. Totally different.
Right.
Tommy, I got a suggestion for you. Go to pump.tires and launch a coin called Get Some Die, SOMMDAI. And say nothing's gonna happen. I mean, you got the president freaking launching meme coins. That was funny though. That was hilarious.
Yo, Sommi, bro. Nice to see you here. Nice to know you're the pDAI dev, bro. We're looking forward to. I'm so happy the dev's here, man.
Yeah.
So when are you gonna put my bags, bro?
This guy literally, he hasn't logged on the PulseChain. I'm not joking, for a year and a half. He comes in, I think some Indian guy. He literally tagged me yesterday. He goes, "Tommy, why are you here?" He called me scum. I go, "What the fuck are you talking about?" He goes, "I haven't been here a year and a half," because the last thing he remembers is when I was posting the infinite minting thing in August 2023. And I looked at it. I'm like, you know what, man? I'm not going to bother replying. I realized we've gone on such a wild roller coaster. How do you update someone in all this other stuff? And they're just like, well, you know what, man? We're either going to zero or it's going to work out. I don't know. We'll see. We'll just keep kicking down the can down the road. We'll see.
I believe that now. I after this Twitter Spaces, like I've come full circle myself. So
I'm fully convicted, and I'm just more happy to have so many case studies and stories just being on this ride, both as like an investor and just the emotions and just understanding the crowd, assuming it's all a success. Obviously everything's a risk and it could all go to zero, but if this turns out to be true, man, this is gonna have to be studied, and I'm not exaggerating. Like Sommi, you talk a lot about Doge stories, about Bitcoin stories, you know, even Shiba stories. This has to be included there, assuming it is it turns out to be true. So that's how I see it.
I agree. You know, in all our DMs, you know, all of you guys say the same thing to me, and I think the same. We all want the same thing. We want Bitcoin security, but we want a price to go up. We want a coin, bro. Can you like not die 95% on a dip? Can we do like 15 or something? No, has to be. It's either all out or all in. And it really made me think about early days of Bitcoin, because I don't know if you guys know, right? So there were like these early Bitcoin fudders. You know, there's guys, they'd sell like 10,000 Bitcoin, and then they'd go make the forum post, and they say, "I'm scared about the Bitcoin halvening making a economic decision that we've never seen before. There's the Bitcoin miner spiral dump." They click sell, and by the way, the prices are going down. So they sell at the bottom of the candles, and they write a full essay about how, and there's always this FUD going out, that there'd be screenshots of people saying, "Oh, the blocks aren't organizing themselves properly." And like, if you're there at the time in 2012, you have no idea what the hell's going on, man. This guy can read code, you can't. You're like, this thing, I've never seen anything like this before. We've literally never seen what a Bitcoin halvening is. We don't even know what the hell that is. It's never happened before. But now we look at it, it's like, oh, it's the easiest hold of all time. I'm saying maybe we're living through that right now. But then also, maybe someone's like, "Oh no, it was 30,000 signs. It wasn't gonna work out." So that you never ever have that. I've seen, trust me, I've seen so many coins where I've lived through them from uncertainty, and then mild certainty, and then full transparency. I promise you, you never ever 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 get full transparency and a cheap price ever. Not a single one. I've never, ever. And then you never get FUD with expensive price. It's one in the same. That's the most frustrating thing about market.
Is it a new trilemma that you've discovered here?
No, so that's markets are very effective at pricing stuff in. I'll give you an example, right? Richard can literally make a tweet tomorrow and saying, "I am not the founder of pDAI." He can actually tweet it and tag it, and he'd probably send it into a tailspin. But, right, if he is behind it at some sort, as every day that passes, people basically, they lose their, they don't have that fear anymore. And they go, "Wait a minute, how did this address happen? How did these coins get minted? Are you saying you accidentally put pDAI as the first logo when you put PulseX? Are you saying that these addresses can only correspond to the sacrifice address points? Did somebody install like hotgirlporn.exe onto your computer and whitelist addresses and do some big conspiracy for 2 years where they were going to basically liquidity vortex in?" So that's what you end up finding out happens over time. And man, it's freaking scary, because if you're standing in front of the FUD, you get the cheapest prices. Like, bro, like if you're buying pDAI when the 180 IQ skits who can read the chain says, sell pDAI, it doesn't work anymore, it's over. Like, oh my gosh, dude, you're a freaking full believer, man. My heart would have been beating. I was asleep, right? So, and now when he's like, oh, you know what? I might actually buy back in. The price is higher, right? But all I'm asking anyone to think about is this, okay? So everyone's only thinking about what happens if pDAI gets infinitely minted down to 0. Okay, we have that scenario. I'm saying this. What if it's above 1 cent in a month? What if it gets back to 3 cents? I'm asking you, what are you going to do, right? Trust me, there's going to be another narrative. This is how I knew something weird was going on. I could predict the future narratives on the way up. And this is when I knew I'm here too much. And I knew when pDAI got to 3 cents, I was actually saying the new narrative is going to be, it's not even 100x upside anymore. It's not worth it. And then it actually came out. And I found that really it's just kind of weird. It's kind of like we're here too much, seeing all these cycles. But you still don't get the certainty, man. By the way, friends, I just want to tell you, okay, you've been checking my Twitter. Richard has been saying positive shit about PulseChain, PulseX, Hex, and Inc. since day one. They're down 70% in a year, man. We're down after the SEC attacked him. Down 70%. Literally, for a full year, he's saying decentralized, the best, immutable code. I'm the founder. I race for charity. Good stuff. He said all of those. Down. And then this unbacked Ponzi stablecoin that he's not the founder of, wink, wink, is up 167x since the SEC went after him. I'm looking at this chart, and you're not funny. People are saying, well, I'm saying, bro, is that random? And people say, yeah, it's random. I go, look, man, we can say it's random, but bro, the core coin and Ethereum are absolutely butchered. This is first cycle unicorn shit. This is, you know what first cycle unicorn stuff is? That was Hex in 2020. It is where you move disconnected to the rest of the market. We've only seen that happen in first cycle stuff. Everybody tries to relive it all the time. And yeah, that's exactly where we are right now. But by the way, just because you say this, it doesn't mean it works. Bro, Grok gives 60% chance. It's a coin flip. It's just that I'm like, wait, you're telling me there's a coin I can flip where if I lose, it goes to 0, but if I win, there's a 280x payout? Bro, I'm playing.
Information asymmetry.
Exactly. I'm playing. Now, here's the thing. If pDAI was 20 cents right now, I wouldn't be in based off the information today because I think that's about fair. Because I'm thinking, wait, Grok gives about 60% chance Richard's behind it, and then it gives about a 50% chance, I guess he can find the way to peg. So I think what Grok is almost saying is there's a 50% chance maybe Ethereum is above $11,000 or not. So that's, you do 50% and 50%, you get like what, roughly 20, 25 cents. It's interesting. That's why it's interesting, right? I almost think that if Ivan, Crypto Banter, Incest Answers, the Twink Brothers, Altcoin Days, if they kept talking about pDAI 24/7, I feel like the market would price it eventually to that 20-cent zone. That would be fair price. But we're lucky, bro. PulseChain, everyone thinks we're a bunch of like white trader trash in a trailer park, just toothless people. We are half the time, but no one's looking at it. That's why it's a blue ocean chain. There's literally no one's looking at this whatsoever. It's literally, if like all the memes, all the altcoins, everything, they're literally as free as you can get. They are. But when everyone looks at it, it's game over because we've only got 10,000 daily users. How many smart people are there? Maybe 100, right? When you have Solana, there's 1 million daily users, man. They've got 10,000 smart people, 10,000. And the first 5 are trying to take all the liquidity. So like, it's literally, it's red ocean stuff. But we're not on that game. But like, it doesn't help, right? Richard comes out. The last time you saw him, he's twerking on stage. And then he says, you know what? You do the work. You pump the bags. I'm like, oh, okay, it's going down again. So it's a roller coaster.
I think that's an important point because when I hear Richard say that he wants us to do the work, it's a point I made earlier in the spaces where there's so much more glory in it for him if we attract one shark to PulseChain. If you have 1/1000th of the supply of Ethereum, you have the same as the sacrifice address. 330 million worth of ETH. If we get one person like that, we get 1,000x in Pulse. And then pDAI being $1, that's easy when you get 1,000x in the core ticker. So Richard could do that now by just deploying the SAC funds, but he's not going to get the same glory as if the community without him attracted that kind of pumpage that we're set up for now.
Did you
You're
send
right.
any
I,
post
I, I
Parker?
disagree with that. I hear what you're saying about like soliciting and attracting, large one single, maybe two or three or whatever whales in other crypto ecosystems. But we have been doing this for 600 and something days, where we're the marketers, where we are the marketers, and we reach out to people and we have great relationships with people that have incredible wealth. I know you do, Maddie. You're at every conference, every big conference. I know I do. But like that's not the impact. The impact is, in my opinion, it's Richard. Richard is to me a canvas, and we throw whatever paint we want on that canvas. Richard is allegedly a billionaire because we say allegedly, and he says allegedly. He uses the adjective allegedly. We say that the OA is doing this, but we don't like to say it's RH because there's legal reasons and all this other kind of explainer that Richard also avoids saying that and he's always speaking in third party since he's been on YouTube,
When
about like what he
Vitalik
has or
makes the
who he
price
is.
go sideways for 10 years, it's only going to take 1 year more of that to where he gets to be the decentralized world computer. He gets to not destroy the store of value of ETH at $2,000. And PulseChain gets to be the chain where
Yeah,
Ethereum
but
whales
we don't
go
put
to
that
store
we
their
don't put
value.
that we don't put on Vitalik, with his posts about communism, that he cares about glory in those ways. He's not Elon Musk.
Glory to
He's not
him is
getting
a
us.
decentralized world computer that
It's
doesn't get
not.
stopped up with $1,000
Give me a
transactions.
break, man. Give me a break. That's not true. He's
Really?
part of he's part of Silicon Valley psychology. He is Silicon Valley psychology. It's not about like what he doesn't do anything about wealth display. A
Right.
world computer and blockchain isn't changing the world. These are speculative casinos, just like any other collectible, from
No,
comic
he
books
believes
to
he
classic
believes his
cars.
Kool-Aid. No. Vitalik?
Yeah, Vitalik. If
Okay.
if people cared that much about it, it would already be comparable, at least to where Litecoin was when Bitcoin, when it
I
was
wrote an
the silver
essay.
and gold
I wrote an
positions.
essay about how Vitalik couldn't stop the issues that we had with Ethereum last cycle because he didn't want to delete people's digital store of value. But that then he put a plan into place, which is now in effect, where the L2s stop high gas fees, and he actually gets what he's wanted for all 12 years or whatever. Really, it started with his childhood video game trauma when he was 16 years old, and whatever video game he was playing, they deleted his store of value. And then that's when he got into Bitcoin when he was 17, and he started writing for Bitcoin Magazine, which became this like
So what
a
was the
cartel
cost to
of
play Runes?
insiders.
What was his cost to play RuneScape? What was his daily cost in order to play the game and collect the gold
His
coins you're
time.
talking about? His time, exactly, exactly, man. It has nothing to do with about ETH gas. It's nothing to do with about
Okay.
the transaction
Well,
costs, the store value. These same rails. We've been hearing these stories for years and years in this community and before this community, for years and years.
I see him shuffle everything when the price goes up, and it makes the price go back down to where he wants it. I think he wants it to go sideways forever, and I think that that's really good for PulseChain without Richard doing anything. And
I think that
I think
people
that's
are
how he gets
betting.
his glory.
I do not personally believe that people are betting on PulseChain. I think that they're betting against Richard or for Richard. I do not believe they're
100%.
betting on the technology or the whale games or the attraction or the outrage or the trailer park. I think that they throw onto this canvas the paint that they choose, and choice may start in a bias and it may convert, but like they throw on there, it's either glory and folklore, or it's destructive chaos that you just have to rubberneck and look at.
100%. I don't think there's anyone in here that bought into this ecosystem because it's a faster, cheaper Ethereum or because Hex has staking. We're all buying into Richard Hart. Like, that's it. Without him, where would Hex or PLS or PLSX go? There is no innovation. It's like there's been forks of Ethereum in the past, cheaper, faster, whatever. None of them gained adoption. Why? Because their founders weren't very charismatic, weren't like Richard Hart. They didn't have the same aura that
Charisma.
Richard Hart has. So, like, without Richard Hart, where is this ecosystem really going to go?
Well, good question. There are only 2 coins in crypto where the founders abandoned and they're still around. 1 Bitcoin and 2 Doge. Doge got a new kind of founder, Elon, but if you want to give it. So they're the odds. Out of 100,000 coins, 2 survive without the founders. Everything else plopped. Probably, like you said, Mr. Panos, Richard's probable vision is to make it self-sustaining. Man, man, it's a tough game, but look at the odds, man. Look at the odds. He's probably got a plan that's probably like, hey, you do the work. I didn't found the stuff. You guys go get the exchanges. He's probably training us for that long term. It's never been done before. That's why this thing is risky as shit. And we also know, by the way, if he stops tweeting for 14 days, what's everyone say? He's dead. Move on. He's literally dead, man. It doesn't help. That's everyone's language and stuff out here. And then also what makes it even more tough, when new people come in, they go, Sommi, I hate how you keep talking about Ethereum. We're not like Ethereum. We're better. And I'm like, bro, just sit down, dude. Sit down. Do you honestly think I want to wake up every day, look at Vitalik drinking soy, and I'm like, wow, I love the fact that I'm correlated to you. I don't like that either, man. It is what it is. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, it's a digital nation. It's a country. There's no borders. And if you don't like your country, it literally in like 15 seconds, you can leave. I wonder how the world would be different if a US state taxed you too much. Let's say California, they're like pooping over the walls over there. Soy Francisco. Let's say if Soy Francisco started taxing you 80% and you could literally teleport to another country and have a 10% tax rate. I wonder what would happen like that. Well, we're watching crypto get like that as well. So like if Richard, like, by the way, here's another thing as well. So if there's like a president that people don't agree with in America, you know, there's a couple of people, they're like, you know what, I'm leaving. But everyone's like, you know what, I'll stay. It might get better. I wonder, well, in crypto, what happens if people don't like the founder? It's like, you know what, I've watched a video of another guy. I'm just going to buy that guy's bags in 2 seconds. So yeah, Mr. Panos is right. So that's exactly that. That's the extreme volatility we're dealing with. But if you also guys want to know, listening at home, there's 2 coins, man. And by the way, the funniest part is Doge has outperformed BTC for the past 10 years. No ETF, no BlackRock, doesn't even do anything. Still nothing. Does Twitter use it? Explain that for me. By the way, when Raoul Pal says that, bro, just go. Well, next time, listen out for that, okay? When Raoul Pal says Doge is the hardest form of money, when he says that, bro, go watch the comments. They pitchfork. They want to kill him. And it's true. Doge BTC is up. So we're living this in real time, friends. But also, I made videos last year. I was praying XRP, the World Bank Financial Standard, I was praying XRP could break the high because they got no tech. They copy-pasted Uniswap after like 3 years. Nothing. I don't even know what they're valued off. Chain makes no money. Nothing. Yet, they still popped. Explain that for me. My barber's got it. My dentist has got it. So even though there's a lot of uncertainty, we can't give up. No way we can give up. You know what I mean? Like, we're literally nutcases, pretty much. All of us. There's literally 250,000. We're literally unkillable. Mr. Gary, sir, you'd like to talk?
I see, Habibi. You want to speak first? I'll go second.
You can go ahead.
Okay, so why do I see, maybe I'm following the wrong, people that are making posts or whatever, not inside this community, but like when they say a billion Tether got printed and Ivan reposted or whatever, or a billion USDC, is there anything that tracks DAI across all the different chains? Because it's not just on Ethereum. Is there something that shows, hey, this much got printed and this is new supply to match the user base?
question. So I think you can see the market cap of DAI on CoinGecko. And honestly, I'm not even fully aware. Look, another event. Oh, look, it can be on zero right now, bro. It could be at zero. It's just, man, this is one video I made. I looked at crypto from a perspective as if I was a billionaire and I wanted to go after the biggest use cases. And I looked at, okay, store of value, Hex, Ethereum, smart contract platform, PulseChain, the DEX like Uniswap, PulseX. I went through all of them. And then the next biggest one on CoinGecko is the stable coins. Tether, 140 billion, USDC, whatever it is, 50 billion, DAI's there. And I'm just thinking, I'm like, man, if I was a billion, like this is the next thing to go after. So we didn't even know, sir, Mr. Gary. So we didn't even know, like, where do you even check these? So yeah, continue, sir. Continue, Maddie.
So Sommi, what do you see being the responsible thing to do if there's this slight slow bleed in pDAI because of an exploit? How do we reconcile all of our dreams and our idea of like going to zero or $1? How do we reconcile that?
Oh, man, good question. Firstly, the market doesn't give a shit about anybody. It doesn't. The universe owes us nothing. I've always said, look, people can do what they want, man. They can do whatever the hell they want. This is how I look at it. It's a coin toss. You flip the coin, it's still spinning in the air. And you're like, please be heads, please be tails. Please, like, there's two people, heads or tails. It's still spinning in the air. You don't know what it's going to be like at the other end, okay? The payout, if you're wrong, minus 100%, just like every crypto. The payout, if you're right, is 200x. That's it from here, from today. Everyone has to decide what they think is fair for that. By the way, every market thing is like that. Everything. That's why I'm saying Bitcoin's one of the worst bets right now. Because because what do people say? Oh, it can't go back below 30% drop. You know what I mean? It can't go down like that. So that's why I meant we take on more risk because it's worth it, right, at this point. So people don't like hearing that if you lose, it goes to zero. But dude, like, this is where the alpha is, man. This is literally all of if you want a safety net and someone to hold your hand. By the way, just to say something. Richard literally said Hex isn't going to zero and we're going to be all right in a bear market. The thing's down 99% after 4 years against BTC. So even if you had the founder saying it's all going to be all right. And by the way, the founder rotated the sacrifice funds and tried to buy the core coins, which got dumped on anyway. Didn't do shit. Okay. So that's how I had to reconcile it. It's a coin toss. It's a coin flip. I'm here to play the whole cycle. It is. Because liquidity is so thin. If someone knows something more than you're not taking a 10% loss. Okay, it's a 95% hit. So that we've all seen it. We all know markets like that. And like people don't have to take bets, man. People take Continue, sir.
In both directions. If somebody knows something that you don't know and it's positive, that can mean you are 95% left behind.
100%. Here's the thing, though. Let me entertain something.
Go ahead.
What if people knew something and they're saying it out there and no one believes them? Because I've actually seen that. I've seen stuff where in different coins, I don't want to say any names or anything out here. Some of them, maybe you know them. Maybe we're talking about them right now. I've seen people talk about Alpha and Edge, and I've seen people doubt it, right? And it reminds me, do you know when we had the zombie virus? When we had the zombie virus, do you know the world changed? I remember reading this there was this comment on Twitter. Someone said, now I know all the zombie movies are actually correct. If there was a real zombie virus outbreak, a third of the population totally doesn't believe it. They go, that's all fake. And they go out anyway. It was so strange to see that. It really is disbelief. And this game is just full believers. By the way, guys, just to let you all know, we are all here because Richard's first cycle unicorn Hex succeeded. What was the whole industry saying? 1, there's too many coins. 2, Richard has all the coins and is going to dump. 3, the Richard Hart fake passport FUD. 4, Richard, this is the FUD I believed at the start. I heard that Richard lost all his Bitcoin leverage trading, and now this was his scheme to get back Bitcoin. So every single thing imaginable. And then this guy comes out in a top hat and he says, delay gratification, aka don't sell your bags. I can sell before you. So no one had, there's never been the hand holding, man, ever. If you want the hand holding, you get a shitty price. We're all in this together. Mr. Gary, you'd like to speak, sir?
Yeah, just a comment on the zombie thing. I've seen that. I've been in war. I've walked past billions of dollars worth of gold that nobody gives a fuck about. And all the ideas of like gold economy, saving from zombie virus, things like that. It just comes down to violence in those kind of like doomsday scenarios. So like I gave up on the silver and the gold narrative a long time ago. Those are just speculative instruments and near miss and FUD, economic FUD kind of scenarios. But it is interesting that we project onto this character of Richard, what at the moment maybe he wants us to project, which is this is outrageous and this is marketing or this is savant intellect or whatever we project on it. So we are effectively the value. And it does come down to the outreach, the marketing. We make jokes about this postcard narrative, but it does come down to the outreach. And right now, out of all of the things, Hex has a history. PulseChain has a history of nearly 2 years now, 2 years before launch, but 2 years. And the new thing that is marketable is pDAI. It is just what I see getting attention inside this community and outside this community.
I agree, sir. I agree. Also, the postcards, just to let everyone know, themselves on PulseChain, all of them universally joke about the postcards. Every single person. It's very funny. It is really funny. I don't know why. I feel like it's The Office where there's Michael Scott and everyone in the office doesn't realize how delusional he is. It is funny. I don't know why it is. It's something like that. I just wanted to share that out. Because it's red candle stuff, friends. It's literally red candle stuff. It's 4 red Ethereum red candles in a row. I make videos about this. I've seen, I'm like, okay, red candles are here. Everyone's going to want to kill something. I want to kill people. And then when the green candles are here, friends, like, I don't know if you guys remember, okay, like as soon as we beat the SEC, I think it was we beat the SEC, there's a crypto coffee stream and it was like really sweaty and emotional. He's like, don't let them stop you from like dreaming big. And I was like, I felt like it's one of the ending to one of like those movies where everyone's like happy and holding hands. And like, it is what it's, I don't know what the hell it is. All our emotions are synced, all of them. So when I see bad stuff now, that's why I even made a video saying, I'm very sorry if I have to block some of you. You're getting really annoying, but I know that's not you talking, man. You just, we're literally addicted to this dopamine shit. That's what we're all doing. And I promise you, as Garrick said, man, like that's what it is, friends. New people, new kids, digital, they're coming in for crypto. The network effect will get bigger. More people just want to be here. I mean, look at us. Look at us. We're not leaving. So
if the sum of the argument is that pDAI is a shit coin and you have this gamble, this 50-50 gamble, then why rally behind the coin that is mintable, that is exploitable, that why not choose a coin that has no admin keys? And then at that, I mean, I know for a fact that there's 3 people up on this panel that have invested combined over 7 figures, over a penny.
Now, good question, sir. Here's another thing as well. Look, when you say that, I've got DMs from Ethereum maxis, and they're like, bro, you're still hanging around Richard Hart's chain. He can try to put all the Fugazi. He owns all the coins. Like they say, Sommi, do you really believe that decentralized stuff? I've just been copping that for 2 to 3 years. And then when I actually realized, is like, oh my gosh, words mean nothing. They literally all mean, everyone can FUD anything. I've realized that anyone can promote anything or FUD anything. So all I try to do is I step outside of what I like, and I'm like, you know what? What do other people like? Man, my first tweet about pDAI was like, hey, there's an infinite bug. It's not meant to work. Do you know what I mean? So like, this is the strange part about these markets and stuff. But also,
yeah, but like so I mean, I trade shitcoins, right? I've bought pDAI. I've traded pDAI many times. The thing is that I would never bag hold pDAI in the situations in which we're facing currently. And like that's the point now where things have changed, because I didn't actually ever say anything negative about pDAI up until the point in which there was a group of people, I'm sure you're well aware of, that started saying that there was, in fact, Richard Hart owns this address, and he did all these things. And then when that narrative started pushing really hard is when I saw a lot of the big OG Hex community guys start aping in over 6 figures each into pDAI, and literally being used as exit liquidity, watching the same wallets that they're claiming are Richard Hart literally sell you know, months later into other shit coins. And then so I don't understand the argument behind it, like rallying behind pDAI, other than the main people pushing it are the ones with the biggest bag.
You got to remember as well, sir, all of these stories, I've seen everything, man. I've seen people getting it right, getting it wrong. It's a bull market. People make up narratives, man. I mean, just to let you guys know, you guys don't know this, right? I got attacked by a lot of the pDAI community because it was like December 10th. And I'm like, guys, if we're going to win, it's going to take all of 2025. We're not pegging in December, I don't think. That was like the most rational, soft, whatever. I was literally hung up and I realized, whoa. And I stood back and I realized you're dealing with new people. It's actually new people to crypto, new people to the chain. And so everyone in here, most of you been on 2 cycles, you're looking at them like, did you really believe it's going to peg in 2 seconds? But then I realized, no, that's early Bitcoin people. That's early retailers to like XRP, to literally everything else. All they have is a story. But that's why you're trying to see which one has the legs. That's what I'm looking at. Ultimately, at the end of the day, you don't have any of these perfect stories, man. Nothing. And by the way, like Bitcoin's biggest gains came, the founder rugged. There was no BlackRock. You had Silk Road. Everyone's literally buying drugs and internet porn. And then the biggest exchange in the world dropped. That was the time it went up the most, bro. You know what I mean? So like every FUD narrative was true. It's only used for drugs. No one ever backs it. The government doesn't like it. It was like it's all right.
Yeah, but it wasn't mintable. Like the actual code is exploitable. The argument isn't that, you know, things that are mysterious or questionable. That the real thing at hand is like, I guess I would propose what is the point in which you would like, I know you're a big pDAI holder, and I go, at what point would you say, okay, maybe I did get this wrong, right? So how much pDAI do you need to see continuously minted and then bridged out? Because right now we're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars a day leaving the chain, and people just giving this guy liquidity. So I go, and you know, when the DAO decides to auction off its bad debt and try to reaccumulate the 360 million missing pDAI over its debt ceiling, what happens, you know, when that exploiter, let's say he mints $1 million of pDAI? Is that the point, or
Here's
do
the
you
thing,
think
sir.
that
Can I ask, because you're a tech guy, was it mintable 2 years ago? Was it the same thing you can do now? Could you do it a year ago, 2 years ago?
No, so it's changed. That's the problem.
This is the thing with the narratives, bro. You got to understand it from my perspective. Every time a wave happens, there's a new boogeyman. Every time. And I'm like, every time, bro. I promise you. It's like this circle of FUD. It's like I guarantee we're going to see the Richard Hart passport FUD coming out next time. When Richard Hart disappears, if the guy just gets a flu for a week and he doesn't tweet, oh my gosh, Eric Wall's going to be like, you trusted a man with 15 passports. Like you understand from my perspective, Mr. Giga, like it's a new FUD, new story, new narrative. And you know what I've noticed? It's always your biggest fear. Always. It's always your biggest fear every single time. It's always.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But what I'm trying to say is that there was
jumped
never
more? Why hasn't it?
Well,
why does
because
it keep
there's a
going
lot
up
of
in
people.
value?
Because I will give you that it is the largest belief on chain outside of Richard Hart coins. Now the problem is that they're directly handing exit liquidity to the primary minter, and that guy is bridging out an absolute fuckload of money daily. And I go,
how much? $1 million a day? $100,000 a day?
200 or so.
200K a day?
Yeah.
How, bro? Does the liquidity even have that to support that?
So, yeah. So that's what I'm trying to say is that even though
it's RH tickers that are providing the liquidity, because pDAI people keep pairing that, despite the fact that there's a supposed exploit. So that's why I can see it both ways. And
I've heard though as well. So just let me push back. Here's the thing. So I see the same thing you guys send me. Then I'm thinking, bro, like I literally, it's like the infinite minting bug. It's like the biggest fear. But you're right. You could be right. Here's the thing. can I ask as well? Look, have you seen the other guys? You don't understand from my perspective and or everyone else. Okay, so I come in, I see FUD, and I see FUD on one side and a story on the other side, and I'm like, okay, let me go look at the chart. Okay, the chart's trending up. I'm seeing 90% of it can't work, and 10% it can work. And the 10% of it can work, they seem like nutcases, right? And I'm looking at the chart and I'm like, what if these nutcases aren't actually nutcases? What if there's like some mild something going on? So like there's something with the floppy willy, bro. I don't, there's 1,000 things to go through. Like, is the minting gonna stop if there's a tiniest thing that they don't get right? But here's another thing as well. So Richard Hart core coins, his official ones, they don't have admin keys. He shills them all the time. He's used the origin address to literally buy them. No bugs, no nothing. Down. It's like this is it's just him on my perspective. I'm like, dude, am I literally watching this first cycle unicorn? That's what I just look at this and I'm like, okay.
Right.
Because I'm saying it's a coin toss. Okay. Grok says 50%. Grok says 50%.
If there's an
even
infinite
if you think
minting
30%,
bug, why is it not down 70% like the RH core tickers?
Yeah, but I'm curious about that, man. Like, I've seen infinite minters, and all these thieves, all these people, they do not take the chance that the price is going to go down before them. They take everything every single time. They do. That's personally what I've seen, you know. And like, I'm looking at the chart once again.
Well, it's a
like,
slow
if you look at the
bleed,
pDAI
right?
pulse ratio. Yeah, well, this is the thing, man. Like, when I go and ask Mr. Ponwy and all the typical, you know, the guys, I guess what they call the pDAI haters, the narrative is now you're slowly getting extracted. It's like it's the longest con ever. And I'm like, bro, do you understand? Richard has streams where he's like, one of the dumbest FUDs I ever heard is that I'm doing a very long con. And like my whole job is to make the thing successful first. And then I scam you at the end. Like he literally has streams where he said that. Maddie, you remember. Gary, you remember. Everyone, you remember. Like he said that. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's a pretty dumb argument. Like, so you got to understand, like,
right.
No, we don't have any full answer. We never have any full answer. But I'm just going to say one thing. What if it turns out the infinite minting stops, and then when the floppy willy happens, they can't actually mint any more supply, and the price is above 1.5 cents? That's all I'm saying is, do you have a plan to then assess your odds on it again? Or are you going to like look at this, oh, this is the 7th time the FUD thing didn't go to 0. I'm now going to play wave number 8, because all I see is from the day I get in, I'm like, you know what? It either works or it doesn't, the whole path. And also, man, the pDAI pulse ratio, I'm telling you guys, I've seen 5,000 freaking charts. It's not meant to be. You're not meant to go up when your core coin's going down, when Ethereum's going down, memes are dead. You know what I mean? In terms of like, oh, the prices are down. Like everything is dog shit. Bitcoin dominance is this high. No one wants to touch an altcoin. Interest rates are this high. And I'm looking at this thing, this unbacked Ponzi stablecoin. I'm thinking, how the hell is this thing going on? Something's going on, bro. And look, honestly, again, I don't care if anyone gets upset.
Right.
I've got to navigate this thing like everyone else. In my mind, someone's got secret wallets out there accumulating on the side. This whole that's how I explain it. Because I'm not like, when I go and speak into pDAI people, I don't see like this big guy who's like, you know what? I'm a big guy and I'm going to take this international. I see literally like this guy, he's got $40. He's from India. He has no idea what's going on. I'm like, oh, you're holding up the price? I don't think so. Something in here's going on. Mr. Gary?
I have a question, 2 questions. One is, who is in consensus and thinks that Richard actually controls what goes onto his Twitter page? That's one question. You know, whether he's making the posts or has a proxy making the posts, you know, in his intellect. That's one question. Second question is, why not put a tourniquet on what hemorrhages out of the chain that had such a fundraise and is attached to his name and brand? Why not directly say, you know, pDAI, Aave, you know, anything you see on these mechanics of other things on this platform, I am not part of. You know,
I don't think that there's enough liquidity.
Wait. He had no problem. He had no problem with IOTA. He had no problem with Ethereum when he was a Bitcoin guy. He had no problem with Alex
that part is
Mashinsky.
actually.
He
I'm
has
sorry,
no problem calling out things that are
sorry.
not related to products that he has developed. He has no problem.
Again, I'm sorry, not to cut you off, but Richard was actually a very big Ethereum hater when Ethereum first came
Right,
out.
because he didn't construct it. He didn't construct IOTA
I think he's
wallets. He didn't construct
transitioning
all the
from
things that he
hands-on to
bashed.
hands-off.
Well,
And
yeah,
just
again,
engenders.
so that's like saying, you know, I
No.
built this house. That's like saying I
No.
built this house for my family to live in, and I'm okay
Well,
with people coming and murdering my
Yes,
Can we
children.
also,
before
I think it's
to add
important.
to, friends, just chill out. Can we? I want to add something to Gary, what he said. Look, you guys, you know, Richard, he loves to predict something's going to go to zero, get his Red Bull out, his floppy wheelie, and go, I told you, I tried to save you. Listen to me. I am Richard Hart, revel in my glory. He loves that. Okay. Why haven't I heard him say, do not buy the unbacked Ponzi stablecoin for?
I would also like to say Aave was exploited. 1.5 million was exploited while there was a farm for Aave.
While there was
And then the
farms.
farm was removed.
Yeah, and you got to understand as well, like these are all part of his ecosystem, and a big part of his ecosystem as well. There's a lot of projects that are tied into the liquidity of pDAI. So if he comes out and fuds it and wrecks a bunch of people, he might have some issues on top of the issues he already has.
Also,
let's
to
add,
look at,
he's got an SEC case.
just to look at the people that are
I'm sorry.
praising.
Again, the key point about this is that Richard didn't say anything about Aave when it was being exploited. He said nothing.
He also doesn't say anything about the top volume on V2 PulseX, and he also didn't say anything other than a passing comment about why V1 and V2 had to exist. He also didn't say a lot of different things. So what he doesn't say is different than what he does say. What he does say is
But he
this
doesn't
product in the
say anything.
ecosystem that competes with Bitcoin, his biggest holding at the time, is awful, and this is why. He likes highlighting those things. So either you think that he is in control of his Twitter account and making these posts, or you think he's not, and it's just botted intellect AI kind of stuff like SOMMI used to be. So like there's a split in the
Yes,
narrative,
but
and that's why this is
naturally by that same
speculatively
logic, he
sticky.
wouldn't say anything about pDAI either.
Again, would you construct your house for your home, for your brand, your castle, and then allow your family to live there, and then allow people to come in and murder them? You would not.
I'm sorry. That's a very broken argument.
Let's be honest. Richard's very good with words. This is how he would construct the tweet. He goes, there's a rumor on PulseChain going around that I may or may not be in a part of a story, and he goes, it rhymes with this word, and he talks like that because he goes, oh, there's a rumored billionaire. He never ever calls out the thing. He would say something like that. But also, I don't like talking about it enough because look what he did to eHex. Guys, you know, literally my videos this morning, March 13th, 2024, Richard's tweet. He says, Bitcoin Cash migrated to Bitcoin, Ethereum Classic migrate to Ethereum, and today, PulseChain Hex, they migrate to PulseChain pretty much. The Hex community migrate there. Literally, March 13th, 2024, I got the most amount of death threats I've ever got in my life, publicly doxxed, publicly attacked, and I'm like, man, this is really weird. I like the coin that he used to like a year ago, but he doesn't. It literally marked the bottom. Check eHex to pulse ratio. It's up 930%, 10x. Explain that. The day he literally declared it dead, he goes, we migrated over. So that's why, friends, it's like I said,
the
you
market
flip the coin.
decided.
Exactly. We flipped the coin and everyone's guessing heads or tails and it still hasn't landed yet. We honestly, we just don't know. Like,
that's a pretty Chad take on the whole pDAI thing.
Now, I'm sorry, again, to skip point up, we skipped past the point very quickly here, but I would like to say part of the reason, again, the chain is going down as a whole is because we're literally giving money to this exploiter.
Yeah, but that's not going to last forever. That's not going to... See, Sami's saying pDAI can go to 0 or it can go to $1. That's the coin flip.
Habibi, I disagree, bro. I think it's like ETH. I think Sommi talks about it a lot. It's like forces and things beyond our control. If ETH was at 4 or 5K, everything on PulseChain would be 10 times higher, and we wouldn't be speaking about this. No, I'm just giving an example. It doesn't matter what we think, bro. I'm saying it's not because of some guy extracting free mil that's the issue as to why PulseChain's dying, bro.
$1.3 million out of the PulseChain. Yes, we are not that liquid.
Right, that's something.
I don't think you guys understand how illiquid PulseChain is.
The liquidity runs
bro,
out.
if it takes 3 mil, if it takes 3 million for PulseChain, if it takes 3 million to be extracted for PulseChain to be dying, bro, then it means like it's such a weak chain, bro. And like I heard the fellow,
yes,
I was
it
in
is.
VC earlier.
PulseChain is a very
Have you
weak
looked at
chain.
the liquidity of the chain? It is weak, and it's
But
not
that's
just
because of stuff like pDAI. Like
no. Well,
it can be both.
it's not just pDAI.
It's not just because of pDAI, but pDAI is also accelerating the issue.
Yeah, until
friends,
we get a bottom.
Everyone chill out 5 seconds. Just so everyone is listening casually, I watch markets all day for like 15 years, okay? So this is how it works, okay? Every month of the year, there are guaranteed sellers of every asset. It's a certain dollar amount, okay? Every month. They are constant. Yes? Bull markets, bear markets, there are always sellers. Think of it like a decay, okay? It's decaying over time, right? In a bull market, though, there are always buyers to pick up the sellers. Yeah. In the bear market, there's not enough buyers to pick up the sellers, but there are always natural sellers. They sell inflation, they sell yield. You want to buy a new squeaky chair. Maybe you want to buy some orange juice. Okay. There's always natural sellers. So when these things stall out, people always wonder, this thing is selling too hard or what's going on here? But it's just part of the cycle, man. So in a bull market, you will find randomly at points, buyers come out of nowhere and they take it up. That's what actually makes the bull market. So I'm just, because trust me, man, I'm just telling you, if there was, I've said this all the time, I'm not joking, if we just had to kill 1 or 2 people who are click and sell for all our bags to pump, I'd be there yesterday. I'd be in a jail cell right now. I'd be one of the most wanted. I'd be on Interpol. Okay. So I'm telling you right now, it's not Rectum Rochelle. It's not one person dumping. I know it looks like it because you can identify them. Trust me, I've been in markets 15 years. It's not that. There are always natural buyers that come out in a bull market. So, but here's the thing. When you see Vitalik's head, his big head, and you see Ethereum down, and the business ISM cycle had a freak accident 26 months below 50, what I'm saying to you is the same cyclical force, the domino that is causing Ethereum to be down, is also causing us to be down, and we're slingshot leverage on that. And I promise you, here's the thing. So I'm just trying to help you, okay? When we go up, say, people are going to believe different narratives. We're going up because Trump is president and he bought Bitcoin and it's not allowed to come down. That is what you hear at the tops, okay? And then because you're probably thinking right now, there's no way anyone's going to believe that. Yeah, well, try me, okay? Every single cycle for the past 150 years has gone through that. So we convince ourselves that it's all over on the way down, and on the way up, opposite will happen. They'll go, we can't go down. This government is buying. They'll never let it go down, okay? This is what makes the cycles out here. I promise you, we are on the back end of multiple red monthly candles. Like, look at us, by the way. Richard's basically, he's done the equivalent of a fart. He's written 3 sentences on Twitter, and we got to have like a community tribal meeting. You know what I mean? Like, that's the funniest part about it. Mr. Gary, you'd like to talk, sir?
I know this is super off topic, Sami, but have you already made a video yet about what you think about the Fed situation right now? Because like that does speak to like the macro that's going to affect the PulseChain prices, which is going to affect pDAI.
Oh, do you mean like the quantitative tightening? Yeah, look, so everyone knows it's kind of funny, man. Look, if all you guys want to know, 2017, Donald Trump was in. He seems to be following the same playbook where the US economy is pretty hot, interest rates are tight. China ends up printing. That's what they did in 2017. Okay. China prints. They fuel the world. America's economy stays hot for the year, and then things carry on in the year after. It seems like he's following the same path. But like the thing with these narratives, what I've noticed is I learned it from the pDAI, just retailers. If I say the longer I explain something, let's say I explain for like 10 sentences. If there's one sentence that doesn't happen, they literally lose the plot. They go, you said it was blue, it was meant to be red, no. And they literally freaking lose the plot. They lose the plot. Just to let you know, once there was some of the pDAI guys, Mr. Decentralizer me, I think he blocked me on Twitter. Because I said, bro, you're smoking crack. we're not begging by Christmas, right? He blocked me on Twitter. Now, people, I've never seen them before. They message me, please, Tommy, please. We don't like it when our parents fight. And it was so cute. I'm like, you think we're like your parents? And I realized, oh man, it's like the Lion King. You're leading everybody through the village, and because they see it like that, they're like, all your hopes and dreams are in here. That's what they see is Richard. That's what they see in Vitalik. Yeah. So everyone's like, please, mum and dad, don't fight. We're still on the same team. All of us here, we know it's banter. We know everyone's gonna be like partying, sucking each other off as soon as the green candles come. We know that, but these people aren't used to it. They literally think something's really, really, really bad now. And then we're like, that's why I'm saying, like, I don't know, could be next month, right? So, yeah, Mr. Gary, I think you wanted to speak, sir.
Well, Sonny, I want to say that there's been green candles in PulseChain since even a month or even a few weeks after the SEC first came around in like July of 2023. Everyone keeps talking about Richard this. What's Richard think? Like, you got to stop thinking that way. The only people for the past, going on 2 years that made money are speculators. People who
Shout
have
out to Reg to Riches, because you're like a super underrated YouTube channel. And I just want to shout you out because I don't know that everybody understands that you have like a really good commentary. So yeah, everybody should follow Reg to Riches.
I appreciate that, but like, we have these Twitter spaces talking about Richard this, what's Richard gonna do? What does Richard think about pDAI? Listen, everybody that's onboarding into Solana anywhere, they just want to hear there's people are making money. And if everyone had just stopped being just so negative about everything that launched, I mean, we're talking Maria gifted the Atropa ecosystem, the webs, PTGC. I got in that when it was not even a 1-to-1 ratio to Pulse. It was like 0.5. That was a crazy opportunity. The entire Pulse chain community just shit on everything. But still, the speculators made the money. While everyone who just held Pulse, PulseX, Hex, whatever, eHex, is still in the gutter. But you still have the opportunity to flip the switch. I mean, you can flip the switch right now. I mean, you're speculating on what the Willy Wonka auction, whatever it's called. Great. If that works out, you probably will make money because you're still speculating. Like, this is the only way we can onboard people. Like, nobody wants to hear this shit.
The thing is,
no one wants to hear it, though.
Great thoughts, sir, Mr. Reg to Riches. The thing is as well, I just want everyone to know, your feelings and your profits, they are in sync. Just to let everyone know. So as a whole, when everyone's down, their mood's down, the money's down, all the vibes are bad, and then it's opposite on the way up. So this makes it tough, because people come into crypto and they're like, oh, everybody's happy and making money here. But then they don't know it's unsustainable because prices are high. And then they look at us, they go, oh, no one's making money here. But then they miss out the buy of a lifetime because they think, oh, it's dead here. Go, no, it's cheap. Okay. So all I do is, this is what I do. Okay. I can see there's 250,000 nutcases. Okay. Nothing can shake us out. Literally unkillable. 3 conferences in the year. Richard Hart's been missing on stream longer than he was streaming, by the way. Literally unkillable. So that's how I see it. I want everyone to know. That's why my content is geared around, look, you can't measure stuff based off prices, bro. Like, if you do that, you're joining a Discord called like Fat Potion on Solana, and you're getting rinsed and being exit liquidity. That's the real exit liquidity stuff out here, right? So for everyone new out there.
Reg,
sorry,
I think that you and Rag, I think you have good points, and I think that's what we agree upon. Yeah. I think that just specifically with this one thing with pDAI, it's like, okay, let's just chill out for a minute. Like, look, I want to speculate on pDAI too, because I made a fuckload of money when you said in your Telegram channel, hey everybody, I would really buy pDAI right now, and that was months ago. And like, I love these opportunities, but the point is that I was trying to make now is that I'm like, let's just chill out for a minute. You're going to not only rinse more people out, if you just say, hey, let's step back, let's see what's going on with this minter, and let's try to figure out exactly what's going on before we literally send half of PulseChain into the fucking meat grinder, because right now that's what's happening.
You're right, sir. The thing is, for everyone to know, so why I know we're all going to make it, okay? What Mr. Giga is talking about is a news event, okay? Now, in crypto, this is why it's so chaotic. In the real markets, there's like a timed news event. There's every month, non-farm payrolls, FOMC, the FOMC. It comes out on these set times, and everyone knows, wait for that data point and then make your moves. In crypto, man, it's literally schizo. Random things appear, and you got to be listening to the crowd. Like right now, it's a first cycle unicorn. I don't understand what the hell is going on with his minting stuff. There's floppy Willy auctions starting soon. I had no idea what the hell. I don't have no idea how MakerDAO works until before this, right? Until I had to start researching it. And now, yeah, I guess if people want to wait on the sidelines, they can. But like, also, it is like, we know this as well. Like, the earlier you get with more uncertainty, your gains are higher as well. So that's also another hard thing
totally
to
agree.
balance.
You're
And
talking
what
to
I've
the
actually
guy who
noticed
was
is
accused of being an insider by thousands of people because I'm sniping like whale dumps on Axis or 9mm and shit like that. This is what I do all day. And it's just in this one particular instance, I go, hey guys, it might be wise to not shill this right now and just let's try to figure out what's going on. This is the only one.
Can I ask, so with pDAI, with the floppy wheelie auction start, I think the Coda dudes, guys, I have to talk to him like that. Mr. Coda dude said, you can't mint anymore until after the floppy wheelie auctions are done. So I guess in my mind, I'm like, okay, once again, here's another life or death situation. After those start, if the supply can't go up anymore, is that confirmation that we've cleared that? Because you look at the chain and
he's still minting with an exceeded debt ceiling anyway. And that's the thing that no dev on chain has been able to replicate. So the problem
this is the part, sir. I read a thread by Mr. DeFi Iron, and he said it's not actually that. I think there's something to do with his VAT stuff. Oh man, it's like you don't understand. Like we got no idea. But I'm going to tell you something as well. Okay, I get message from people who can read code, sir. I get message from people who can read code in many coins the past 2-3 years. It ain't good when they message me because they're always bottoming. They're always like, nah, this is it. It's over. And I'm like, man, it's tough. I know it's tough. That's why 90% call, 10% lottery.
So, Giga, from your perspective, what does this minting look like to you? Because I'm just trying to figure out, is it the same mint from a year ago? Is it the minting from the surplus?
There's three different ways that he's executing like a mint, right? And the one that's new and the thing that's surprising, I guess you could say in this instance, is that you're seeing deposits of like staked wrapped ETH. And obviously, like he's depositing like 20,000 stake wrapped ETH, and the contracts oracles are still seeing that as being worth $2,000 in ETH. So this guy has millions of dollars here as collateral, and for some reason he's basically the only one who's able to mint these tokens. Now,
so can I ask Mr. Giga, how would you be wrong in your thing? Because for me, I go, I'm wrong. Infinite minting, it's all gone to zero. It was a 2-year ploy. It's over. Okay, so for you, I want to ask you, firstly, what are the odds you think you're right and wrong in terms of like pDAI going to zero? What are your odds personally? And like,
right.
How would you be wrong? Do you think, what's your hole in, you think, hey, there's something on the blockchain you haven't seen that you're not reading?
I'm sorry.
I was absolutely the first one on chain.
I'm sorry, not to. I would also like to say the first time was a hyperinflation to the debt ceiling, and then the second time we had the minting bug was when people discovered the stable ARBs, and now we have an exploit that goes over the debt ceiling. I just wanted to clarify that because I know you asked if this was the same bug. Giga, go ahead.
Well, that's what I was trying to say is that there's been 3 different instances now where we've had some sort of, like air quotes, existential threat, right? And it's a good question to say, like, well, at what point am I a believer that this thing is, like safe, or I don't know, like a good way to describe it. But would I
off the cuff, if I asked you, what do you think the percentage right now? Do you think like 90%? You think it's going to zero? 10%? Like, what are your odds?
So that's what I was. I swear to God, I was the first one on chain to coin the pDAI's price is the relative belief of it going to $1. So it basically, if pDAI is worth a penny, 1% of the PulseChain people believe that pDAI is going to $1, right? Yep. So
the payout's $1. Kind of how very nice, right?
Yeah, and like with all things is, and what I've been accused of, or what people have known me for, is like I speculate on these things a ton, and that's why I'm saying like this is just the one where I'm like, you asked at what point do I, like become a believer, or even just let's say a bag holder, right? Not just like a quick trade. Then I go, I honestly would want to know exactly how the minting's happening, and that's an answer that I haven't seen a single person actually come up with. Like,
have you read Mr. DeFi Zion's threads though, sir?
Yes, yeah. So all of us know how to get right up to the point, but for some reason, only that address is able to execute the
Well,
final
it's
action.
whitelisted, right? So
That's the
we're
thing
dealing
Mr.
with
Gary's
a
saying.
whitelisted.
He's like, this guy's
But
in the
it's not
house,
whitelisted.
his friend's in,
There's-
he's digging his hands in the fridge, and like, it's once again, people are saying,
So
look, he's in Richard's house. So continue. Sorry,
it's
Maddie, you're
the
going to say something too.
ETH contract that went over its debt ceiling. Correct or incorrect?
Yes. No, that's correct. Yes.
Okay.
So the Oracle prices are fucked up, basically. Right?
Well, and nobody knows what that
They've
means.
always been, yes.
And
So-
nobody
so-
knows if the fact that it's whitelisted means that it's more likely to be an OA thing where Richard just doesn't want to get murdered by the CIA like JFK.
Yeah.
Question.
Or,
Well, I mean,
so that makes a big difference in like the
Maddie,
investment
also,
side
sir,
of things.
Maddie, great points. Can I just say, friends, let's relate it. Teleport 4.5 years ago, you're now a Hex first cycler. And Richard, fat dude in a top hat, says, this coin is designed to do a 10,000x. And then someone comes up maybe on a Twitter Spaces and says, hey, we don't know, can a coin do that return without an exchange listing? Can a coin do that return when there's a entity, African priest, who has 95% of the coins? Can a coin even do that with, like, you know, the founder has 13 passports and Eric Wall is making fun? Do you see what I mean? So all I'm doing is I'm teleporting back to times where things did go up anyway. But I just want to remind everybody, no one had any clue, bro. It was literally a mogger's belief. You needed
I like
to say
Sami's
non-believers are going to
conviction.
get mogged. That you see. I hope that makes sense, right?
Sami
So
believes in something. That's a big deal.
It makes
Can
a
I
lot of
ask you a
sense.
question, Somi, about pDAI and regular DAI?
as the dev, sir, yes, you can, sir.
Thank you, Dev. So obviously, you know, DAI on Ethereum started with zero stable coins, zero DAI, and now we have 26 billion stable coins with no collateral, and we have to reverse engineer the collateral somehow. And why would he do that? Why would he put himself in the position to have to go and find 30 billion to actually collateralize it? Because it has to be 150% dollars worth of value.
Sir?
Because PulseChain can go
I
up
got this.
1,000x.
I love you guys so much because you guys make me more bullish. Okay, I don't care if this goes to zero because I've made multiple videos. I've actually gone through this very question. It's the most common question. And you know what? I had a problem with the question because I couldn't answer it. I did some digging. I did some research. And I found some very interesting things. Because I'm sitting, here's a question, right? Why would you do this? People are asking the wrong question. I actually have a video. Type in Eric Wall interpretation into my YouTube videos. You'll find it. What I did is I teleport to the future and I go, okay, if this thing succeeds and Eric Wall has to write his hater speech essay, what would he write? And this is the answer. He would write, this is why it's controversial, right? He would write that Richard found a way to pay himself the sacrifice funds in a very discreet way first, and then the community second, and he found a way to obfuscate the funds. All right? That is ultimately what it comes down to. So this is the interesting part. A lot of people will say, no one's going to give out money for free. And I go, you know what? That's interesting. That was my first thought for Peter. I go, no one's giving out money for free. And then I realized, oh, what if he wasn't actually giving out money for free? What if, because Richard has informational edge. If this is true, if the prophecies are true, he has informational edge. He knows he's going to back it in the future. He buys the pDAI early. He gets a big part of the supply. He is getting a future access to the sacrifice funds for pennies on the dollar because he knows he's going to do the move in the future. And only the faithful believers will hold on to the end. So the question now isn't, why would you pay a bunch of people money? It's like, no. It's now, if everybody could see your origin address funds, why wouldn't you do a scheme where you transfer a lot of the purchasing power for yourself and then everyone else is pretty much able to participate? So that, and by the way, I ran through the numbers, the 22 billion needed. It's a big number. That's right. You know, I don't disagree with you. This is why a lot of people block me. I'm like, bro, do you understand? You can't move some money on a chain and go, oh, it's $1, guys. Bro, you need a bridge. You need, and I went through the whole video and I'm like, look, if he can make the PulseX bridge of the stable coins bigger. He opens up the ocean of liquidity, incentive token yield, grabs all the stable coins coming in. The number that people think is required, and by the way, of course, Ethereum's got to be like $14,000. You can get that number there. I remember that $22 billion number now. You only needed something like 4.5, 6.5. It was way, 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 way lower. And then what I actually said was, I go, wow, that's weird, because Hex's market cap at the top without the origin address was 45 billion, and he was still able to get it there. Do you guys know that? It was 45 billion.
Wow.
And I'm like,
he's opening
so
himself up to a Luna
I didn't know that.
situation,
Yeah,
so
so
just
go.
a second.
Like,
so let me interrupt real quick and just say that there's 600 people listening to this space. Share this out because it's really good information and we have really good speakers. And if you find the poll in the nest, there's a poll that's asking you, do you think that pDAI is going to $1, $0, or other? We've had about 500 people vote in it. So go ahead and vote and go ahead with the conversation, everybody.
If I'm just going to go point by point, right, I would say number one, why would you risk liquidating your entire net worth over this, having a Luna style collapse?
You can
Number
have different
two,
levels of vaults
why
too.
would you ever go backwards? It's collateral first, then the stable coin. You mint from the value. We're offering
so we answered
backwards.
that. We answered that. No, collateral first. If you're buying the coin first, you're getting access to origin address funds in the future for yourself. So I've like that. Look, I agree with you, but I'm like thinking, hey, if I want to do it, like I'm going to tell you something right now. In 2020,
but he's not.
No one had any
Think
idea
how many
Hex was
other
going to do
people
what
have
it did,
also bought the
except
coin.
Richard. What did Richard do? Richard, without telling anybody, Richard had, see, here's the thing. Imagine we were all arguing 4 years ago. It's 2020 March, and we're saying Hex is going to pump, and someone's saying, no, it's not. And they're saying, if Hex was going to pump, Richard would tell you how he would do it. And like, here's the thing, though. What did Richard do? Collected, rumored, 150,000 Ethereum when it was $150 for the ICO, Hex ICO. The money gets tornado cash or thrown around multiple exchanges, does nothing. Ethereum hits $4,000. Rumored sells the top and pumps the bags. Okay. He had every single opportunity for that 1.5 year period to say on his stream 3 hours a day, don't sell, I'm going to pump. Don't sell, I raised ETH. Don't sell, I'm going to sell the top and I'm going to put the money up. He had every single opportunity to do that, but he didn't. So that's the thing. Here's the thing. So here's the funny part, right? Imagine I was there, a nutcase like I am now, and I'm saying Hex is going to go to 50 cents, 10,000x. You could easily say to me, you know what, man? I don't think so. Because why wouldn't he just take all the money for himself, pay a bunch of weirdos on the internet? A lot of coins go down to zero. So you'd be a very fair point. And I would have been like, people might be on the sideline saying, you know what? Yeah, maybe you are getting scammed, and they just sell. It's still like, that's why, like, you just don't know, bro. You just don't know. There's odds.
There's a positive that I would equivalate that with, you don't know that he's going to use the sacrifice funds from the last raise to pump his own coins, and that's fair enough. That's a similar situation. This is a situation where you have, and it's non-negotiable if it's going to peg to $1. You need to be able to collateralize $24 billion worth of value now.
You don't have to collateralize
Fractionally
it
reserved
all right away.
or not.
We could do a
You
slow
have
bleed,
to.
like SOMMI says. We could peg in 2 years. We could
You're right,
slowly
yeah.
burn.
What? Okay, okay.
So you're right. You're right. What you're saying is,
given out.
What you're saying,
he's
sir,
given out millions of these tokens to people.
You're right. So I 100% agree with you. I want to tell you something, okay?
So I'm sorry, SOMMI. Before we get on the next point.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but just to get on the point, what about the Oracle? What is your belief about the Oracle?
Like
the Oracle can't work. The Oracle is broken.
But what if he fixes it? Then we're on to the next leg. Like we go to 10 cents, and then you guys come back when there's the next exploit, and we fix that one.
There you go, sirs. Like I say, bro. Like I'm telling you now, it's we don't. Look in the pDAI community, at the start, I got blocked a lot because, and what I'm about to tell you is going to sound the most sane, rational response ever, but it was very controversial because I said, look, I think it can happen I just don't think we know all the puzzle pieces yet. And I'm just saying that, boom, everything exploded because they're like, what do you mean? It can happen tomorrow. We can move some coins.
All right,
And I'm
I'm
like, no,
sorry.
man.
Again, just before we skip over this point, I would like to add, you need maker admin keys. Again, you need maker admin keys to be able to fix the oracle. Even I know again I can't see who's speaking, but whoever said, what if Richard just fixes it? The oracle cannot be fixed without the maker admin keys.
Sir, I would like to ask something of you, okay? Have you seen my tweets where I've said Grok gives 60% chance that Richard's behind it? In my eyes, that's that's how I see this bet. Other people see it differently. Other people are short trading.
I'm sorry, but I could get Grok to tell me the same.
Yo, let the man speak, bro. Don't interrupt him.
Yeah, so all I'm saying, so markets are chaotic. Everybody has to process these in real time, okay? This is how I see it. Richard made a coin do 10,000x before, yeah? I don't want to bet against the guy. I've made many videos. Guys, like, there are haters. You want to know why the price of PulseChain's dog shit? Do you know how many haters we got in to buy the top with us? That's why it's down, because he was so good. His most hateful haters were like, you know what? Man, I don't want to get short on that guy. And he got him in. So I'm using that as a signal. Bro. Okay. So that's what I'm looking at.
Hold on. That's not even.
That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying
is not even an admin key for Oracle.
There's some mildly chance that he can make this work, and I don't know all the answers. All I'm saying is, bro, the price is 1/3 of a cent. Okay, it's not 20 cents. Prices are high and low. If pDAI was 20 cents, I'd be like, you know what? I think it's fairly priced. That's all I'm saying. That's in my opinion.
SOMMI, again, I'm sorry, again, not to cut you off again, but to the person who said you don't need keys for the oracle, you do. There needs to be admin keys to be able to fix this oracle. So, SOMMI, what I'm asking you...
But there's not a single admin key for the oracle.
Yes. Wait.
Yeah, just want to let you know, sirs, as a non-tech guy, and a lot of people are, whenever we get to the topic of oracle, it becomes a 45-minute slugfest where some people say it can work, some people say it can't. That's why you have to simplify this stuff out here. Like, here's an example.
Well, it's a moot point, SOMMI. If it takes 45 minutes, SOMMI.
As possible. And what I'm saying is, to the person who's saying you don't need admin keys to be able to change the oracle, what do you, again, you saying something doesn't need, again, just saying
nobody has made the technical point.
I'm not just trying to interrupt. I'm trying to wait.
As Matt said, like, no one's made a claim against these. Like, you got to listen to me. I promise you guys, I've heard the most deepest technical essays about stuff why it can't work. And I look at the chart and I'm like, oh, wow, it's just FUD. Like, so you just got to have to remember, I know some of you have logical minds. You're gifted with engineering minds. You have to see every single brick, how it's laid for the house. You have to see it, or the maths has to work out. Okay. But in markets, there's an element of uncertainty you just have to accept. I mean, for example, if you have a car, before you go and drive your car, do you spend 3 hours checking every screw? You're like, nah, I'm just going to assume it works. All I'm saying is I've sat in this chair and I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to assume Richard's got a way. I'm going to assume this and that. And that's what the price is. That's what I do. Okay. Other people need more certainty.
I'm not trying to have a 40-minute thing. Just to close this out, all I said that was because if there's a government, the governance function, and they can go in and fix the pause and fix the oracle, then I'm pretty sure that's in a way our own admin key.
You can't use the DAO to vote the oracle. You cannot use the DAO to vote the oracle.
So nobody in this entire space
for
multiple hours where we've been going over really great points about game theory and about technical points. Nobody's been able to point to a technical point and said that's not the OA doing that. So that's where we're at right now. Where if somebody can point to something and say that's not the OA doing that, then that changes the investment thesis, I think, for some people.
Again, Maddie, just to reiterate what you're saying here, your point is that nobody can point and say that it's the OA not doing this?
Nobody has made that point yet, which is, in my perception, what is stopping people from saying, well, then we don't really know which way the price is going to go.
Sure,
So
it's a pseudo-anonymous system. Like,
Well, then, like, how would you fork PMaker without admin keys then? Like, why would he even mention that in a stream if that wasn't even possible? What
Well,
you guys are
the
saying is
fact
true.
that Richard
Richard mentioned
mentioned
it in the
that
stream.
there was a team forking something, I'm pretty sure in this space we decided that that doesn't mean a whole lot.
Guys,
So like that's not going to
Richard
hold the
Hart.
weight of like $0 or $1.
Richard
But that's
Hart.
kind
With
of
all
what
due
we're
respect,
debating right
friends,
now.
you guys, I know, trust me, you guys are really smart. High mathematics, rocket scientists. Trust me, I know you guys are smart. I'm from my perspective, bro. I'm just remembering every time Richard got on a debate with a really smart person, and then they're like, you can't, and he's like, you can, and I'm just like, I'm just seeing it all over again. That's why I'm feeling, is this hex repeating all over again, and the believers have to believe, or like I don't know. That's what I'm seeing this, and all your arguments, I'm on your side, man. I get it. But if we had the answers to your questions, it would be at 25 cents right now, not 1/3 of a cent. So your job as an investor is to look at the information asymmetry and go, market's giving this 1/3 of a percent of a chance of working. I wonder if the odds are wrong. That's literally your goal. Your goal here is everything.
What about the Bitcoin? How do they call it? There was 2 Bitcoin inflation bugs, right? If everybody remembers,
yes, we all
know
that from Richard, for example.
So 2 things. The first thing is like Richard Hart said before in the stream before he launched that there would always be a possibility that, for example, USDT and USDC, they have the admin keys, they could cancel it out, but they wouldn't want to necessarily anger the people and have a massive, what's it called, class action lawsuit against them, if they were to mess with the P token. So like there was like some uncertainty in that, but I think that what I'm getting is clear from you, Somi, is like, I think multiple times a day, like we're so privileged because we have an industry around us, so many layer ones. We have like, the Staple Center is now cryptoarena.com, and we have that much validity in the market. But I think what somebody's trying to do is like bring us back to like, okay, imagine we're in 20, I don't remember, I think it was like 2012 or something. Like, don't quote me on that. There's no industry, and your main chain, the only coin that exists, as far as we know, has an inflation bug. That shit has been proven to the whole world that they can get liquidated to 0, right?
And it has no use case except drugs. No use case. Let's add that.
Yeah, and child pornography.
Never seen anything like it before.
And child pornography and human trafficking and guns and hitmen for hire. So we have that. And then years later, another inflation bug. And I think that the message that he sent is like, there's no way in that case, if we have a thing that honestly here, nobody can explain. I've looked at all the videos, all the things. No one can say this exactly is what is happening 100%. So something is happening. We don't understand why. It's scary, and people are dumping. And Maria Rael is not making any kind of sense. And I think if we compare that, I want to compare that to what people were feeling in Bitcoin when those things that were doom bringing, I think that's the message. And also, Ethereum had an inflation bug, and then Ethereum became the second, biggest chain. So I think that's the perspective, right?
You're very right, sir.
Yeah.
I wanna also throw for everything out here, friends. I came in seeing the pDAI bug, and then after I learned everything, I stood back, okay, and I said, okay, I'm asking the wrong questions. Instead of, is it going to go to $1 and over collateralized? Stop asking those questions. I asked myself a question. If I was a billionaire trying to conquer crypto, what would I go and do? Okay. And I looked at, okay, how would I do a stablecoin?
He's not going to do what you're going to do. So
I just want to shout out to everybody who's listening right now. We have 600 people listening. I've been doing this since we started this space. It's recorded, so you can go back later. We got Moon King watching, Ian. We got KDP now, Money Gang Crypto. We got Brissology and Gibson. We got Fast Abdoul and Top Gun, Hexadian, Jerry Oaksmith, Dylan, Hexastani Dylan. We even have Blue Bum in the house. And we've got a lot of amazing speakers. So I just want to remind everybody to share this space out, because it's not every day that we get such great speakers all in one place and such good audience. And thank you all for being here in this long form content that we're so lucky to have. I think people maybe can unmute themselves now. Let's see if that works.
Yeah, we're good.
Maybe we can switch gears to something more
I'm
positive.
again.
The whole parity narrative that me and Maddie talked about before SOMMI was on, I think is everyone can get behind it, right? Because if pegging pDAI is a really big deal,
You're
and
right.
we don't know if it's true or not yet, but if pDAI pegs, I think we get people from Ethereum and Bitcoin that think, oh shit, maybe Bitcoin can peg.
Let's
And
Yes,
it's the whole
very,
point of
very good
PulseChain,
point, sirs.
really.
the issue is
Let's take a step back with Maddie's overall thing. Number one, this is Rumble in the jungle. Nobody gives a shit about any other coin dumping on PulseChain but pDAI. This literally, we have never had, it's literally Rumble in the jungle. It is the main arena, main event. Everyone's coming in here. Probably half the people have blocked each other, which is funny enough. That's number one fact. Another fact, trust me, guys, I sit here and I'm like, it can't. I hear that. Then you learn a few stuff, and you learn stuff like, did you know, this blew my mind. During 2022 bear market, okay, the Tether and USDC market caps only dropped 25%. You know what that means? You know how stupid that means? Your upside of holding this imaginary dollar is literally zero. Yet for some reason, 75% of the dollar holders had so much belief in Tether, which doesn't pump, that they held anyway. Tether redeemed $14 billion with a B in June 2022. 3 Arrows Capital liquidated. Celsius liquidated. Do Kwon liquidated. Everyone was liquidated. Go and check the market caps. I would, if you didn't see the market cap yourself, you wouldn't believe me. I'm thinking there, bro, you got to be some sort of retardio. Your stable coin has literally no upside, and they go, you know what, Governor, I'm going to go down with the ship, and they didn't even get rid of it. And I'm thinking about it, and I go, you know what, maybe I didn't understand as much about stable coins as I thought. You don't actually need all the collateral. And when I started asking that questions, my Twitter starts popping up with pDAI to dollar clips and Richard Hart talking to Kyle Chassé going like, oh yeah, some things might blow your mind. How much collateral do you actually need for this and that? And I'm like, oh my God, this guy was thinking about this stuff 2-3 years ago. Yeah, you got to understand why the probabilities that people are giving of these, I think they're wrong. I think they're wrong. That's why if you start throwing all this stuff into Grok's odds are like 50, 60%. Now we can see why. Right? So I want everyone to know as well. Rumble in the jungle. There's things I learned along the way that really blew my mind. And I'm almost thinking if Richard was streaming, he would probably say that shit. It sounds like something he would say. He's like, did you know Tether didn't even need to be backed during a stable coin crisis? This is the funniest part. You know USDC, when they literally were depegged, this is the funniest part. Do you remember in Q1 of 2023, they were literally depegged? They only lost 50% of redemptions. I'm thinking, bro, who are the other 50% are willing to go down with the ship? You don't even know if the bank's got any money. That's really weird, man. Is it weird? Or maybe Richard looked at it and he's like, interesting. If I wanted a stablecoin theme, I need believers. Maybe it is what it is. Okay. Like I said, can go to zero, cannot work, but like how these things work and how, here's the thing, man. We don't have all the answers because it's never been done before. It would be a first cycle unicorn. If it had been done before, I can promise you there would be no upside, okay? It would be the most boring dog shit thing like Bitcoin, drop 8%, maybe you're going to do a 2x, okay? So part of the uncertainty and the chaos is also contributing to why this thing, like, I'm just going to tell you right now, man, does anybody have a plan for what if this thing is back to like 3 cents in a few months? Like, that's, I'm just thinking about it in my mind.
So all I would like to say is, while I very much, I don't think anybody here disagrees. pDAI pegging would be insane for the chain, sure. But what we're saying is right now, by actively telling people to buy pDAI, we're hurting the entire chain because we're giving money to somebody who is quite literally just bridging it back out. We're hurting the entire chain by doing this. Nobody is saying that this wouldn't be an amazing
Makes it easier to pump though. Either way, it'll work out.
Sir,
But we're not even saying to buy pDAI.
I promise you this. No one tells people to buy pDAI. It sells itself. Okay. I literally get messages from people.
That is bullshit.
I'm not going to say names.
It does not sell itself.
I literally get messages from people.
SOMMI, you've been talking like 90% of the time, right? Like there's nothing generally wrong with that, but we got to hear some other people's opinions as well. You're a very smart dude, but the magic is in hearing other people's and a little bit more, you know, different sides of it.
So
what's
you gotta understand the context. This whole Twitter space has started with the infinite minting inflation bug. I feel like maybe
you're doing it again,
SOMMI. Yeah, I know. Maybe the air has changed a bit because I'm like, hey, maybe the thing isn't right. But yeah, someone's.
So let me make sure SOMMI can talk, because this is this is something where if you make YouTube videos a lot, if you're working 16 hours a day, you're gonna know more. So go ahead.
So there you go, gentle sir. So for context as well, maybe the aura feels like I'm talking a lot. Like, do you know why I came in here? It was literally infinite minting FUD. Richard doesn't like it. Richard doesn't support it. So like, I think what's basically happened is people like, oh, maybe the probabilities are wrong. Maybe that's what's caught the air. I invite anyone else. And by the way, bro, I said it's a coin flip, literally heads or tails. I don't know. If everyone wants to come and argue and say, hey, it's definitely going to be tails, I have 100% odds it's going to be tails at infinite minting, please step on up. We want to hear.
I'm telling my friends to buy cores. I'm telling them to de-risk from pDAI. But like, no one is even screaming to buy pDAI here. Even like Steven was like, he doesn't even know if pDAI is real anymore. So we're not up here shilling pDAI. We're just looking at the facts in the chart right now.
I just want to have a little adjustment there, because I feel like we understand. I mean, again, I want to bring back to the Bitcoin thing. When they had their 2 inflation bugs and they thought the world was over, I think that getting into technicals is counterproductive, because no one is going to know if things happen. No one knew in all those instances what the future will hold. And it's all about essentially believing. And as everybody is clear, it's a 50-50. I don't think anybody debates that. But I want to pick up on what a couple of people said, and we didn't get to that, is if, okay, right now it's red, we have confusion, we have no knowledge of whatever is going on. Okay, what is the best play? We don't shield pDAI. Fair enough. Cool. All right. What do we do? What is the selling point of PulseChain? What is the positivity? I'm leaving the floor to people to tell me what that is, in their opinion.
Well, yeah, I have a really positive view of how PulseChain can do a 1000x by just having one ETH shark buy, which we already have, the sacrifice address being one example of that size that would give us at least a 1000x. So my default position is, even if there's a slow bleed bug in pDAI, that it can definitely go to $1. And I just learned on this space, it can go higher than $1. I didn't know that. I thought before that the maker contract would stop it from going higher than $1. But apparently, according to some information on here, people are saying that it actually can surpass $1. And so I see that as a function of PulseChain. So that gives people a really positive view of this correction being such a high liquidity event between pDAI and the core RH tickers, when in reality, you don't need that. And when you separate those two things, you get an even better position to pump for either one. And so I think that both will actually pump to where people think that they're going, because of my belief of how Vitalik is operating Ethereum to go sideways.
Right.
Do you not think?
Can we also give some time to the charts, just so everyone in the audience to know? I've got the chart in front of me. Okay.
Go
since
for it.
March 1st, this is the weird part. Okay, I'm just to be honest. I'm hearing a lot
sorry,
of smart
Tommy,
people saying.
Before you get to the charts, I would just to speak on what Maddie was saying. Do you really believe that ETH sharks would want to come onto a chain where, again, part of our main liquidity is being
because
exploited?
it's going to figure itself out, and that's what I think SOMMI and I are both like kind of on the same page about. It is like, the market is going to know what the risk of something is in very real time. And so this argument that like pDAI is incorrectly valued higher or lower than it should be doesn't seem valid in my opinion, because there's 600 people listening to this space right now, and literally anybody could go in and anybody who owns it could adjust the price.
Right.
So I don't know that it's mispriced. I think it's that strong of a narrative where even if there is an inflation bug, that all that's going to do is separate people's liquidity, and then it's going to keep doing what it did before. And that's fine if you're not only in this game for like the next 3 days or something.
Well, they're not
But I
concerned
think
about
that
X
all
being
this
down
is going to work
90%.
itself
They're worried
out.
about pDAI. That's up like
This is the thing, guys.
100,000%.
This is the thing. XRP, nothing on the chain, just flipped the fully diluted of Ethereum. Okay, so maybe just how people think crypto works isn't exactly how it really works. Number one, Bitcoin's got no tech, biggest market cap in crypto. So some of these ETH whale things, it's good, but it's not the be all and end all. It's just also from our perspective, since March 1st, the thing with the supposed infinite minting bug is still up 50% after a 90% drop. That's pDAI. And then the core coins, which Richard literally rotated the funds into, are down 70%. So, and then I'm getting phone calls from people. They just keep asking about this pDAI thing. They've been doing it for years. So like, it's not just me, man. I know everyone's got their own opinion. I'm pointing it out here, right? So it's just like, are we gonna?
I agree with you. And I agree with you. The average guy isn't coming in and buying 6 figures plus on PulseChain right now. But the argument, I absolutely agree on speculating on pDAI. The thing is though, is that it's straw manning to say that PulseChain is down only and pDAI is up only, when the average pDAI buyer wasn't. You know, we're not talking about guys who were able to come in with $1 million like they did on PulseChain. You know, and you can come in to PulseChain right now, and you're going to move the price pretty good actually with $1 million. But if you were to do that directly into pDAI, you're looking at you know, a massive amount of slippage. So the market is much smaller. So I don't feel like it's fair to compare value necessarily in that manner.
You're right, but I got to stress something. I think there was a bit of misinterpretation from the comments. I'm not saying pDAI is better than those. I'm not. Okay. All I'm just saying is a lot of people who can't read code. I'm just saying like, oh, the thing with the infinite minting inflation bug, which is uptrending, is up more than the other. That's all I'm saying. Okay. I'm just saying like, wow, a lot of the smart people are saying it's buckled, and I'm looking at that, and the stuff that Richard Hart says is great is going down. That's I'm just saying that. I'm not straw manning any arguments. I'm not saying it's going to change. It could be over. I'm just saying, okay, but I'm alerting you to like, hey, this is where the confusion comes, right?
Yeah, no, I get it. I get the bell curve meme, right?
Okay.
It's you got the middle guys funding the technicals, where the retards and the geniuses are just like buying it, you know.
Exactly. Hot takes. What if exactly we are mid curving it and we're throwing words like Oracle, admin keys, and all of that? And what if
prices are irrational?
And what if? But I have this idea that I don't know where it came from. But let's say that what if the beautiful chart that we see that looks somewhat crazy, what if it's all about the meme, just the meme of pDAI, that is a Ponzi on back stablecoin? What if it's just that, and we added all those narratives, but they're just for us, not for the actual reality of the price movement?
I've only onboarded people into pDAI. I tried for 2 years to get my friends into Hex, and I showed them how if they stake out a ladder, they could pay themselves. In 2 days, my best friend, my dad, my aunt, and a real estate investor that I know put in thousands of dollars in the pDAI with barely any convincing. And I'm not saying this is like, that's the reason to buy pDAI. I'm just saying, if this is true and we figure out this inflation bug, then everyone is going to be very rich. The parody meme is going to be real. Wrap Bitcoin could come after that. So like, there's so many good things that happen. And if
thank you for that story. 4 years ago, people in Bitcoin were saying, hey, I want to get people to buy Bitcoin. They follow the fat dude in a top hat who said it's going to outperform Bitcoin and do 10,000x. His name is Richard Hart. Lo and behold, that's exactly where we are today. It's weird. So please continue, Mr. Royson or Gary as well. I want to add that in, guys. It's like
I'll let Gary go after I finish real quick. Why are we in PulseChain, right? We're here for the DeFi. I'm here for PulseX burning. I'm here for the hex inflation, like, or the yield. But why else are we here? Like the gas prices are cheap on Ethereum. Are we all waiting for SAC funds? Are we all going to sell when Richard rotates over? Like B, I know B Roots is going to. I know we're all going to sell off a good amount. But if we have the parity thing and that's real, then it brings so much more money. And like Swami says, the stable coins, we get billions of dollars of stable coins on our, and they just sit in the stables and they buy the dips so there's so much more to that with the
I
parity.
made a whole video on the biggest problem of crypto is when the bear market comes, people bridge out and leave. And I thought, I wonder if Richard is thinking about how do I solve that problem? And he's thinking about, oh, if I gave him a stable coin to hold, they would never need to leave. And they're literally here forever. And that's when I thought about it. I go, wow, maybe this guy's really a genius and I'm the retard. But I want to be honest, guys. Every step of the way, I've sent every single time, every video, every post, I go, coin flip, could go to zero. But from the guys who's saying, doubt, FUD, you guys never present to me, by the way, Sommi, 50% chance this thing could be higher in a few months and I've got to update my view. I'll be honest, I never hear that view. I never hear it could be higher and I'm going to have to update. It's always, it's not going to work. It's just so I'm just showing you. That's why the contrarian stuff out here, balancing each other out. It's two sides. One saying, I'm saying could work, could not, could work. Maybe I'm a retard on a meeting and I'm missing something. That's one side. And then the counter side is can't work, won't work, broken oracle, infinite bug, this or that. Like, you know, you guys have never said to me, I've asked, bro, what if you just aren't reading the chain right? What if there's something about the debt stuff just that you don't like? Have you given yourself odds? I've given myself odds. I go, 50-50 coin toss. Right? I've never heard the other side.
I think your emotional intelligence is one of the highest on our chain, to be honest. And then Gary, did you want to say what you're going to say?
Yeah, I was in a space maybe 3 days ago or something like that, and it was 4,000 or 5,000 people in there, and I asked a question about a multi-chain stablecoin. Is there anything that's a multi-chain stablecoin? Bitcoiners that are maxi may say we're always going to be a Bitcoin. Maybe we'll fuck around during altcoin season and try and stack our bags on other degens, and then we'll come back to Bitcoin. That was the narrative when I came into crypto in 2017. Was there's altcoin season was just a way for maxis to make money in Bitcoin and hold through Bitcoin. And I've only seen this EVM form of whether it's bank account backed kind of tether stuff, where their business model is basically to make money from the inflation of government printing fiat or whatever through treasuries. So, like, is there anything to the concept of a multi-chain, on-chain stablecoin? And this may or may not be it, but like I haven't seen anything that Bitcoiners, Ethereum, Cardano, other than holding it on a centralized exchange or just converting into dollar, and then that makes it a taxable event. So staying on chain, as far as like the presidential policies, seem to be from David Sachs and such, seem to be that stablecoins are going to be a lot of promotion, and from their perspective, it is to lock up dollars in a bank account. But like the algorithmic form, DAI being a version of it, I haven't seen anything that's multi-chain. Is there anything to why some of this bridging may be engaging multi-chain in crypto?
They are, sir. Someone else can answer as well. Chainlink's building a solution. The bridges have got to get better, security. But I want everyone also to focus on Gary's question about stablecoins. All right, look, in Hex, no one knew what DeFi was. Richard comes out. He makes a DeFi altcoin. The narrative has not even happened. He was that visionary. He could see DeFi is needed for the world. I've got this thing called Hex, okay? DeFi season, he front-run the DeFi season by 9 months. He front-run the whole bull market by a year and a half. It's literally almost unheard of in crypto. You literally can't do that, okay? Now I'm seeing stablecoin talk. David Big Nutsacks, Gary Woods, stablecoin. And I'm just looking at our chain and I'm thinking to myself, I wonder if Richard has a play in that. I wonder if he's doing it again. I wonder if his vision to see the future is also on here. And then that's when you have the counters going like, Richard would make his own stablecoin. He would tell you the whole thing. And I'm like, okay, bro, look, we don't have all the answers. Richard
stopped the collapse of the modern stablecoins during, that banking crisis that we had back in Operation Choke Point 2.0. Gosh, it's been over 2 years now, hasn't it? But when Silicon Valley Bank stopped redeeming over the weekend and Coinbase said, oops, you got to wait, that's when the sacrifice funds rushed in and balanced out all the markets between DAI and USDC and USDT. And so I think that the entire crypto industry would have failed at that point, and that was the government plan, if not for the sacrifice address. And I never hear any thank yous from Ivan on Tech or any of the big channels about, oh, thanks for saving, I don't know, the price action in all of crypto.
Exactly. Well, that's what Richard's building for us. He's building a decentralized playground with things that burn itself for the entirety, right? And
but we
one
could be
thing about
building
crypto
that
is
too,
like,
and that's
if
kind of what's happening. Is like Richard
right.
Guys,
came
did you
out
watch
today.
Ivan? Did you guys watch Ivan yesterday? His clip? Did Ivan go out to his show
sad.
and he's like, hey, community, PulseChain, PulseX, Hex. He goes, look at the pDAI. Look at the pDAI. Like, it's funny. It's like Richard can write 14 essays, solve world peace, hunger, decentralization, making the best store of value. It doesn't matter. There's just one thing that sticks in their head. My gosh, it's like, I doubted this capability of this P token stuff at the start. I thought no black market fit. I was totally wrong, man. It's still stuck in their head, and they keep saying how stupid it is. And all I'm thinking about is, what if it goes high enough and makes you feel like the retardio because you should have listened to the barber who's like, can this thing get to $1? I'm thinking about stuff like that.
Being a retardio is going to be really cool next cycle. The way that Ivan on Tech is painting everything, pitting like SOMMI and KDP against each other, which are both incredible sources of value in our ecosystem, and just making it seem like everybody on PulseChain is believing some like not even fully explained narrative on pDAI, when in reality, where's the reporting on, oh yeah, the PulseChain sacrifice funds, which we all put into, that saved all of crypto from collapsing at the end of 2022 or whenever that was. Was that the beginning of 23?
Right now.
Yeah, no, it's just
Right. To stay zoomed out and on what SOMMI,
it's so perfect.
And what so just to continue, and my last thing, and then I'll let you guys have the floor. What SOMMI and Gary are saying, and if you really zoom out, PulseChain isn't just us waiting for SAC funds. It's Richard building a entirely decentralized playground. Everything burns itself, and it's always going to be here. Like, I don't know if I go buy like whatever new coin, like it might be gone in a year. That's the problem. It goes up and it goes down and it's gone. I know this is not going to leave. I know PulseX is going to continue to burn. So like he's slowly creating this perfect.
You're right, Mr. Royston. Great words as well. Maddie, weren't you here in 2020 when every time the Hex price chart dumped, you had dildo alt, every single person in crypto going, haha, look at the retardios. Look at this stupid chart. Yeah. And then it went up. I feel like, I'm sure everyone in pDAI, Mr. Coexistence, Stephen, everyone, it feels like the same thing is happening, but it's cannibalizing. It's like, bro, you guys went through the same thing 4 years ago. You're just doing it to the same shit all over again. That's what it really does feel like. Could be wrong. It just, every time the price goes down, pDAI maxis. Then Ivan's jumping in. I'm like, bro, Ivan, you literally spend 30 minutes telling us how all in on Solana you are and not to listen to the Fartcaster maxis that Solana has fake volume. And then pDAI comes in and he's like, you know what? Screw Richard Hart. Fuck him. Let's actually look at the pDAI retardios. It's just, he's doing the same thing. And I thought, man, if this is an entertaining outcome, like Elon Musk says, wouldn't it be wild if this thing actually went back up and we just shove it in his face? Like this stuff happens all the time, man. Everyone lived it. We're literally products of that. Mr. Royston would like to speak again, sir.
Oh no, I'm good. That was pretty much it. I just think it's boring right now, but I think when people start to realize PulseX is going to continue to burn 50 million, 100 million, 150 million.
Let's go.
It's just going to then create more snowball effect.
Can I just say, isn't it sad that if pDAI was a meme and there was nothing there, people would be like, oh yeah, it could get to 100 billion. I mean, Doge did. But the fact that there's some sort of utility thing around it, a secret new narrative, potential, people are discounting it, which is interesting. It reminds me once again of that Richard Hart thing. He's like, man, the amount of stuff people see and they just discount
But
the new
that's what I
opportunity.
want to bring to our attention, because I think it was Panos who said it once, and I really think we should consider that, because if somebody would have said, you know what, and I think you said it in one of your videos, Sammy, you said that pDAI is the stablecoin that pumps. What if we forget about the pegging? What if we imagine that it can go higher and it's supposed to be higher because it's our meme coin?
Right. That's what it should have been.
I think that's what it should have been, because we wouldn't have all these conversations about this, that technical terms. Like
that's what I've been saying since the start, bro.
You know what you just said, sir? This is what frustrates everybody in PulseChain core coins. When you say it could go higher than $1, it triggers them so much, and people love to talk about it. They would rather talk about that for 4 hours about why can't or can't than say, I'd like some hex. I'd like to make a staking ladder. What's ink? What's this PulseX buy and burn? They literally don't care, bro. I watch the PulseX buy and burn more than my own Willy. I promise you that. No one gives a shit. I'm like, bro, do you understand? This is DeFi utility. It's buying and burning. Everyone's like, but just tell me, can it get to $1? That's all they ask me about every single freaking day. And I'm like, bro, it's a coin toss. I don't know, bro. Look at the buy and burn. It's buying for you. You don't have to guess on people buying the token, bro. It's literally buying and burning. They're like, they just don't care, bro. They just don't care. So what? We're gonna fight it forever? Look, I'm just saying it, bro. What if Richard does a tweet of the pDAI chart in 90 days from now? What if he does something weird shit like that? Like he fudded EHEX a year ago. It's up 900% against Pulse. On the day he killed it, bro. On the day he said, we've migrated. Richard, everyone's telling me, Richard, don't kill your firstborn child. Hex, all those tweets out here.
Yes, Sammy, I just want to let you know.
Give us for having some skepticism. You know what I mean? Where we're like, maybe not everything is written in stone. That's what I mean.
Sammy, you know what you talk about you being like crowned king at some point, and then we all have to sell whatever you recommend at that point because you're going to be out of your season.
So there's we have another YouTuber joining us right now, Coexistence Steven, who he's I guess like talking a lot on YouTube about pDAI. What's going on with you, Steven?
Hey, what up, Steven?
So just to finish my point with Somi, I'm like, this is because Richard Hart just posted, by the way, Coin X that nobody knows about, that people may think somebody is behind it, and that really sucks, and don't do it and whatever. Somi, if it goes really good and really up and to the right to the chart, and it's your second time going against the founder, bro, I mean,
my gosh.
This is a perfect segue into what I actually wanted to ask. I just want to know, how much weight have you given to the fact that the price performance was based on convincing people that Richard was behind it?
In terms of like people coming in, look, I believe the market's price is whatever it is. That story and anticipating and try to calculate all that, I find it's nearly impossible. I just look at the price.
It's priced in.
Like, hey, yeah, Grok gives it 60% chance that it can work, it can peg, and 60% chance Richard is an operator behind it. Price is a third of a cent. That's as clear as I make it. I don't think I'm smarter.
Efficient market hypothesis is what it's called in economics. Efficient market hypothesis.
I mean, like, bro, the proof is in the pudding. Richard literally said, "Fuck X, fuck it to hell, bro." He marked the bottom. Like, and then you look back and you're like, wait, was there maybe a Bank X whale that he needed to shake out? Yeah. Can I tell you something? You know, when EHEX was going down, there were people, I thought they were full nutcases. They said, "Sommy, he's just shaking out Bank X, don't worry." And I was reading them and I'm like, nah, it might be over. But I'm going to stay along anyway. I promise you. I literally thought they were nutcases. And now I look back a year later and I'm like, my gosh, they were freaking right. They were actually, would you say he's right or right? I don't know, man. Just price goes up.
Right.
More people believe. So
that's why you can't base everything
off the news. For everyone to know as well.
You can't base everything off of the news.
Yeah,
maybe the market's already priced all that in.
Right. And just real quick to defend Decentralize Me, who, you saw 98 things out of 100 pointing to Richard. It could be Richard's team. It could be someone else that Richard trusts. Like, I think it was just obvious to say it's probably Richard. I don't think it was like malicious.
Well, yeah. And the best point that's been brought up today is the idea that when you're a stablecoin founder, the CIA murders you.
Yeah,
like they murdered JFK. and like they murdered the guy who made whatever. Was it DAI? Was it DAI that the founder got murdered?
Yeah, it was DAI. I'm pretty
Okay,
sure.
well, that's a
his name
really
was
great
Nikolai.
example of how somebody can get murdered. So,
and then in Richard's Christmas thing, he literally mentioned twice, I'm bulletproof.
Right.
I'm bulletproof. He said that. I'm like, bro, stop saying bulletproof. I imagine you're some glass house and they're coming to get you, making me nervous right now. But you all heard it, right? I'm bulletproof. Never used that word before. Used it twice.
Yeah.
Right.
Trump lost his ear, and Richard's gonna lose like the tip of his Red Bull can or something.
I'm wondering if I could jump in here real quick, fellas.
Go for it.
Go for it.
I'm just gonna be really quick. I was thinking about something that Elon Musk always says, where he's always saying that the most entertaining outcome is the most profitable.
Yes.
Right? Now, without just leaving fundamentals aside. First, I'm in this chain. I got into this chain because of Richard, but I'm actually staying in this chain because of the community. With fundamentals aside, what is the most entertaining outcome? But what do you guys think would be the most entertaining outcome for this chain?
The E-Hex goes to the
Maria
top.
having a schizophrenic breakdown, and then Richard
SOMMI is the
either
dev.
SOMMI's the real dev, right? Yeah, SOMMI's the real dev, and then Richard either puts he burns all his pDAI for PMaker, and he has full control, or he pegs it using some sort of pumped
And
like
isn't it
Pulse and PulseX.
isn't it really weird, guys? In the Blood Moon week, Maria goes skits and alerts you all that I'm trying to assassinate BitBoy with Kevin O'Leary and I'm the pDAI dev. And Richard does a pDAI tweet. Bro, all of this on Blood Moon, it's just some of this weird stuff. I know it's meant to be random. I'm sitting here, just like it's on the fourth candle of Ethereum going down. There's just a lot of stuff. You look at it and you're like, I don't know, man. I guess maybe this is early Bitcoin days, early Hex days. You just like don't look at it. Keep believing. Also, we speak about belief a lot. Something that blew my mind. We all think a dollar is backed everywhere. Every stablecoin needs believers. Okay, it doesn't even matter if the money's in the account. If people don't want to hold it, it literally goes to zero. Just so you guys know, every system. Okay, people don't have to bid a certain price if they don't like the odds of them getting money out from a redeemable account. It goes to zero. You literally need bidders. You need believers. Why is the US dollar the biggest currency in the world? They literally point guns at people saying, you must bid our US treasuries and you must use them to buy oil. By the way, you can't hold more than a month's worth of inventory for oil. So once I started to learn all that, I'm like, oh, crap, I actually don't know shit about the world.
That's actually such a good point.
And even stable coins need bidders. So I just want everyone, if you're new and stuff to this stuff out here, everything needs believers because like it's not an easy mathematical code. That's why on the positive pDAI side, it's like, well, if you're making a digital nation state, you literally need to freaking whiplash everyone and make sure they can. And then we have old posts of Richard saying, first I shake you out with a spicy tweet. Look, I know why the price is dropping Richard Hart stuff 90%. It's freaking absolutely schizo. It really is.
That's a really good point. And I want to remind all 620 people who are listening right now, follow all of the speakers because they have really amazing content that you can find pretty much every day, if not multiple times a day. Share the space out because it is recorded and we've really covered a lot here in the last, 3 or 4 hours. What other
Okay, so
amazing
let's bring
points
some
do people
pDAI haters
want to
on.
What other points do people want to
Maybe
make?
I guess if the inflation bug is this one is fixed, and it's just something that relates to what's going on with the debt ceiling or like the 6.5
Yeah, we're
days
gonna
that we
find
have the
out in
flop.
2 days during the
I was gonna say
Willy auction and the healing.
You keep making like
That's
statements that it's precisely the reason why guys like me and Habibi or others are saying like, hey, you guys need to stop, is because it isn't fixed and we can't know if it's fixed until
Right.
we can
I didn't
definitively say it, you know.
I was just saying,
My
like, if it's
argument
fixed,
is
then
that
are you guys
everything's
in
going to be
pDAI or is
okay
it?
because even if you lose the liquidity of the RH cores, that's still bullish for both sides of the equation. And so even if you separate those two things by creating a bunch of believers and a bunch of unbelievers right now at the same time, that the market's going to figure that out and PulseChain is going to be okay. And there will be winners and losers, but like there should be winners and losers in something that is this complex and this important.
Right. Well, would you buy pDAI at $1 if it was oracles were fixed
I'm
and
buying the shit out of
whatever else is
PulseX.
fixed?
That's my favorite
I'm
coin
asking
through
like
all of this.
the Giga, for
But
example.
I've
Like,
gotten the entry
Well,
price that I've wanted for days and days and days, and that never happens. So what I'm saying
Mr.
is,
Royson,
this is a
I
blessing
made
to everybody.
Mr. Royson, I got a video. I proved if this is a grand plan, if pDAI gets to $1, there will be more buys at $1 than right now, based
right.
off the system going on. But
like
we don't know. I don't want to speak too much about it. It's fantasy and stuff out here. So just showing everybody, if the system works, it's meant to run forever. Not
At the beginning,
right.
Also, when I first came
know what everyone wants. From the SEC, guys, we're down 70%. Okay, everyone, I know what we want. We want a world where the core coins are up 20x and the pDAI spastics are like, it's up 167x, which is what it is today. And you'd be like, you know what? I'm not up 160x, but I'm up 20x and we're doing great. Unfortunately, we didn't get that world. We got the world where the pDAI Ponzi goes up, rich core coins are down 70%. Since the SEC, that's it's really tough to deal with, and you're looking at it and you're like, is something staring me in the face, or they're just going to make a new FUD? One of the FUD narratives is finally going to get it. That's what makes it tough. I know it does make it tough. It'd be nice if we're all winning, and that's what also like it makes me question with all these disadvantages. How is this thing going up? Infinite minting. It's not Richard. No, wait, it is. No, he posts the chart 6 times. No, it's not Richard. He made a ticker die. No, there's a JPEG coin. Now Richard disappears. Like, just thousands of things come in, and I'm like, bro, he should have been at zero.
Why would you go 2 years?
Long time ago.
Why would you build this out
How
for
are you
2
still
years?
standing?
Why would you build this for 2 years if there was you can do it with admin keys? Like, why would this exploiter or whoever else built it build this for 2 years and then be like, oh shit, I forgot you need admin keys. You can't use the government's protocol.
I think
like that makes no sense to
we've
me.
covered about all of the points that can be covered on this topic, which I'm super proud of, because when I started this space, there were no experts on this, and we were just regurgitating what we learned in the last space, which was actually pretty informative. So I'm really
Don't
proud
you think
of
it's
this
weird
space.
that Eric Wall bought pDAI? Hey
Right.
guys, don't you think it's a bit weird? Eric Wall bought pDAI. It's almost like brains like, damn it, I've been a loser my whole life, sitting in this little Portugal apartment. I'm not gonna let this one happen again. It's weird. It's weird, man.
Well, it's like
it's
I
weird.
said,
It's like you
Another 2
guys
million.
bashed the shit out of him.
The speculative nature of pDAI is fantastic, and it's an amazing thing to trade. And I've traded it, and particularly I traded it in a much larger size after you specifically put in your Telegram channel, Swami, that you would seriously buy pDAI, which you basically told your channel to front run you. I was watching the shit, and look, I've made a ton of money on those trades, and I absolutely believe that you could speculate on pDAI and that we should speculate on pDAI. The entire argument was simply, I don't, it was kind of like a moral fag argument, honestly, where I'm like, okay, just don't go into the meat grinder quite yet until we figure out exactly what's happening, because I don't know a single person, even real fucking devs, not me, that
Right.
are, still don't know.
So can I tell you as well? Nobody at any point has had any clue what the hell's going on. That's the truth. There's never a point where we're like, okay, finally we know what's going on. Right? The story changes. Literally, this the world's most eccentric, entertaining story. There's new bad characters that appear. FUD comes out. The story's never ever different narratives appear. It's never like that. But there's one common theme I've noticed. As you uncover more stuff, people drag the price floor higher. That's a common theme. So ultimately, at the end of the day, yeah, I know what we all want. I want that too. We seek that. I'm not going to get that, man. We're literally not going to get that. I mean, like, but man, wouldn't it be freaking weird? Like, what if Richard tweets about the chart again in 3 months? Like, Mr. Gary, got your hand up there, sir?
Yeah, I just put up in the nest. I just have a general question. Anybody can make a comment. Why is it PulseX most volume in V2 is the PLS pDAI pair, and out of V1, which has almost no inflation reward as far as ink, or any reason as far as like LP reward, the top pair there, the top pool pair is only about $1 million more in volume. Is it just a short term volume spike on this platform that has been launched by presumably Richard?
The market values it. That's why there's liquidity there. There's active valuing.
But somebody is placing that LP at risk, right? They're putting 14 billion.
They're proving they're doing more than
PLS
that. They're proving
pair.
the price because on a V2 automated market maker, you're doing more than just pretending like you know the price of something like in an order book. You're proving the price of something by providing liquidity, and that's the most sincere form of proving something that you can possibly do.
So when it comes to forking the system state, the DAI pairs that came over tended to be the largest outside of obviously his core coins. So you had that. So if you look at the FixerBot wallet, the wallet that went through and fixed prices and provided LP on a lot of the P copies, you'll see that Richard Hart wallet does have $220,000 of Pulse pDAI liquidity. That's been there since day one, and we could speculate on a million different things that he's going to do with that, but like it is one thing he didn't sell, where he did sell all of his wrapped Bitcoin from the set. I think it was the daughter wallet of that one, and yeah, I mean,
well, is there a Richard Hart wallet he's providing liquidity for it? I didn't even know that.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, you should link that, dude. I didn't even know.
I honestly, I don't, bro. I'm telling you all these things, man. Because what happens is you discover a piece of info, people get you happy.
That would be a really good point of information. If
link
Richard Hart is providing liquidity for pDAI now, that would be a really big clue that like things are going to be okay.
So it's the same wallet. Iron refers to it. Let me see what he referred. I think he referred to it as the like 100
Can we also, as well, I've got to add this important point. Do you guys remember when he sold pDAI 5555?
Yeah.
I remember that FUD thing. He literally sold it. So like we can't say he's sitting there, he's not fucking around with us. But he literally goes, I'm gonna sell the coin that you guys want to buy.
Very important. It was automated.
It was only 5555.
This entire thing was automated.
Habibi's referring to the pools that I'm mentioning are the FixerBot pools. I'll share them right now. They're the pools.
Well, yeah, FixerBot doesn't mean that there's an active choice going on, right? So I would actually separate that information to be like non-super relevant unless it acted differently or unless the other wallets that provide liquidity acted differently. But if this is just stock standard for what the FixerBot did, that doesn't add information to the scene now.
Can I want to do something, guys. I want to do something that's important. Okay. I want to go through Maddie, Gary, Habibi, Royson. I want you to give your public odds. What is your odds that Richard Hart is the main operator behind pDAI? After all the information,
I'm going.
I want your
last
percentages. I want to know.
I have the space.
I want to know. Okay.
I think I'm like first. 80.
I'm at Grok. 60%. Richard's behind it. I want to go so everyone in the audience can see, because I want everyone in the audience to know whatever their odds are that he is. That is literally multiply that by $1 to get the percentage of the payout. Okay. So Matty doesn't want to go first. I'm at 60%.
I'm at 80%.
Okay. I'm just gonna follow Grok.
5 cents. That's mine. 5%. 5%.
So 5%. You think 5% chance Richard is a main operator? Okay.
Yeah.
I put it at 20%, and if it gets to 10 cents, it's gonna go to $1, no matter what.
Okay.
I'm at 80%.
I've always been at the belief that pDAI could go to $1, but I don't think it's gonna peg. I would, honestly.
What's your percentage, sir? What's your percentage, Mr. Habibi, that Richard Hart is one of the main operators behind pDAI?
Honestly, I really think it's a 1% chance.
1%? Okay. Just to let you know, even if it's 1%, you basically say pDAI should be 1 cent today, and it's 3x on the value.
Right.
So I'm just curious. So Mr. Giga, what percentage, and Mr. Royson, I want to know, what odds do you think Richard Hart's the main operator?
Well, it's so. See, this is kind of like a trick question. It's kind of like a gotcha.
No, it's not. It's not. What's your odds? How's it trick?
So I would say that the odds are near zero. The the trick is that I'm still willing to trade it. So
you got to give a percent though.
Percentage,
I would just,
you gotta. It's the market, bro.
so
Like when you say you trade it, look. Here's the
let's
thing:
say 0.1%.
if you buy it, sir, you obviously think it's a bit. So continue. Sorry.
0.1%. It's fine.
1%.
Point
okay.
1. Yeah, a tenth.
Oh, dude, bunch of
Okay, 0.1.
non-believers in here. That's crazy.
I'll give it a 0.5%,
Yeah, dude,
and I still
I'm at
hold
like
it.
80, 70%.
Right. Hey,
Okay, I still
I just
hold.
don't
everyone,
see
I
it
hold
everyone
doesn't
in
it.
the
work out.
audience,
I hold it to
Mr.
speculate.
Panos is 0.5.
Okay, I hold it to speculate on it going up as a meme coin, and I'll give it a 0.5% chance that Richard Hart is behind it. But I still hold it, and I'll still trade it.
Okay. And so I want for update everyone watching at home. There's 600 plus people.
Yeah.
Okay. We were under the impression it's pDAI stacked. It's like 90% stacked. He ain't got anything to do with it. So that to me is fascinating, man. It's really fascinating. I'd love to hear everyone's odds. Think about the odds. Mr. Royson.
I have 80% that like he's orchestrating everything. So like he's not involved, but he knows the outcomes that are going to happen when the community takes it over. So that's kind of my perception is like, what are the odds that PulseChain is going to do so many X's that pDAI goes to $1? That math is way different for me. I'm like 80% sure that that's going to happen, which is off the charts more than my pDAI prediction.
So you guys are telling me this man had a to-do list with everything on it, including pump tires, including fucking Hexaco for all the Hexicans to go live on a beach somewhere.
You didn't
And
see
he
that
didn't have a
checklist?
stable coin.
Yeah, we saw it. It had
That's
a
good point,
stablecoin
bro.
on it.
Dude,
That's such a good point.
like you think he's gonna hand it over to just like some random third-party company, like, yo, just run
Yeah,
this
the
$1 billion
glory.
stable coin.
That's called
Here's the keys.
decentralization. When you trust a community to figure it fucking out, yeah, we fucking do that.
No, I know, but like
And that's better
we're not the
bragging.
third party.
That's better
I'm saying
bragging.
like,
Look at how Richard brags about things. He always brags about things like, yo, the community did this, or like, you know, I'm this good. Like he does it both ways, but like he really, that's how he's transitioning. I'm not talking about genders, okay? I'm talking about he's transitioning to like let the fucking community handle shit. I'm handling the fucking hot dog guy in South Carolina, okay? That fucking sucks because they come after my family with subpoenas and shit, and that's not cool. But I do that because
Gently, can we remind everyone? Can we remind everyone about the stable coins? He shouted out Fame, the leverage trading protocol. He's like, oh, if you want to do leverage trading, go over there. So thank you to Mr. the friend who mentioned, I didn't see you speaking about Richard had the to-do list. Do you think he didn't do the decentralized stablecoin part, but he did everything else? Yeah, it'd be like weird. There's a couple of stablecoins out there. Not once did he say, I like the Coast things. They have a stable coin. And it'd be funny. That might be his next FUD thing that if it went up to 10 cents and back to 2. So that they're also very interesting. But man, guys, it's crazy to me. The odds are so low. It's really, really like everyone's too scared to like put a couple of percent chance that he's behind the.
Just so you guys know,
it honestly explains the odds.
Keep it in perspective though. Elon only owns 13% of Tesla, but he is the brand behind Tesla. He is his voice makes more impact on Tesla price than anything. And then I also attribute, does Richard directly push the buttons of the OA? I attribute the same percentage. 10 to 15% that he actually directly interacts. He may have a voice, he may have a hotline, it may be a third party altogether, legal firm, who knows? Like there's deadman switches he's talked about, pre any of this product. So like influence is completely different than direct ownership and input.
while we've
but
all
then he's putting his
been
money up
in this
too. That's what,
space, while we've all been
like
in
he
this
puts
space talking,
millions of his own dollars in. Are other people in his team putting millions of dollars in to pump Hex? Or
guys,
like, I just feel like he's this sort of genius, and he kind of has this plan, and he sets out to do it, and he hires devs like Breetap, and it all just kind of comes together under him.
just so you guys know, while we've been
But
in
he
this
creates a
space talking,
decentralized
can you guys hear
platform
me?
for us. Like he's
Am I talking?
kind of
I'm gonna make sure that Panos can speak, and Royson, if you wanna remove and then rejoin, I'll re-add you, and that way we can make sure that you can hear everybody else who's speaking. But go ahead, Panos, you can go. Should be available now to unmute, and Royson is rejoining.
I'd just like to say for the
Okay,
minter listening, the minter just minted 2 million more pDAI.
that's exactly what I was going to say. While we've been here, the mint has minted 10 grand, I think,
We
around that, or
told
5
that
grand.
guy to stop.
He's probably listening in on this thing,
Yeah,
just
we
like
told
you
him.
silly fucks,
We
and
told
minting
him.
coins.
I think I was lagging.
Oh
My
yeah,
bad.
that's what I was going to say. I was going to
Tell him,
say that.
I'm sorry
hey,
to steal your point.
here's what we need to say is like, if you're the OA, just like tell us something on chain so we can know which way this is going to go. If you're the minter, let us know. Just drop us a Go Pulse
Very
message or
interesting.
something.
It's very interesting, Manny, as well. The people's probability that Richard Hart is a main operator, it reflects the price right now. A lot of people saying 5%, 1.1,
Right.
very, 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 very low. I'm
Right.
I'm wondering though, if the price was 10 cents, if we would be hearing 20%, 5%, 35%. I'm wondering if we would hear that because the market's
You
very
would,
effective at
yeah.
pricing this stuff in.
That's how the
So
feelings
yeah,
are
so
decided.
that's ops opportunities, right?
But speaking
By
of
the way,
like
if we went and asked everybody in crypto, what odds do you think are that PulseChain isn't a scam and actually makes it out of the hole? They'll go 1%, and you're like, oh, that's why the prices are down 99% for Hex. The average person, the Bitcoin guy, the Ethereum guy, even the XRP maxi, the pedodot, that will give 1% chance that Richard's not a scammer, and then we're all here saying, whoa, information asymmetry, man. They think there's only 1% chance of survival. We're more like 90%, right? So it's not. There's no right answers. It's up to you to figure it out, I guess.
PulseChain isn't being
What do you think
minted
Richard's
and
like
dumped
end game
out.
goal is here?
1000x.
No, like bigger. Like, is it a
And
legit state of Hexaco, or is it just a
Yeah.
fully decentralized?
Yeah.
He wants to make $1 million from admission to the
You
museum.
can go back. You can go back to his talks. They're on YouTube. RH Maximalist on YouTube uploads old Richard Hart videos. But you can actually go on Richard Hart's own YouTube, and you can find there's a stream of him talking with nation state founders. And I met some of those guys out here in Austin, Texas, at the Longevity Conference. So they're everywhere. But yeah, go listen to what Richard has to say, and you can see his evolution. I really want to make an RH replay channel because I think that would help people understand better how the vision hasn't changed.
That would be
very
interesting. Do you
interesting. I
think
think everyone's
do you
learning a
think
lot.
re-uploads would be challenged by the YouTube channel? Like, does it automatically
Well,
see that this belongs to someone else, or do they have to
yeah,
get flagged? Like the owner of the channel has to flag it.
they
To
slammed
flag,
me.
right?
They slammed me for that. I forget. It was right before the big Hex conference where we had like 600 people there in person. But on lunch, I played this this interview that Richard had just recently done with some like influencer who was like really flashy, and like Richard wore really high tennis shoes. That was like his big tennis shoe stream. But they hit me with the copyright strike.
No, I meant like when it's exclusively him, like just re-uploading on other channels. Like,
Oh, that's fine.
has that channel ever like his long form streams where he engages with the community
He
that
encourages
basically is
that.
doing
Yeah.
tweets? Like he's fine with that. So
Right.
it's interesting to put that out there into the algorithm.
Right. Right. I think that would do us good about now, actually, come to think of it. But yeah, I think like the roadmap includes nation state. I think it includes stablecoin. I think it includes everything. That's the one of the coolest things about Richard Hart's psychology is you can follow him over years and things don't change. He's still a proponent of mental health, the same as he was, 6 or 7 years ago.
Yeah, I think one thing is he usually has an aspect of control too. So like Hex, he has a lot of control over it. I feel like if he had a stable coin, he'd have a lot of control over it at first.
Very good point as well. Definitely. He's made every single coin very controversial. He's like, nah, fuck his iron supply. That's a common theme. That's a very, very good point. Every single
And then
time.
PMaker can be like distributed
Like I said,
over time, and we can become bigger stakeholders.
I mean, his whole the whole idea of Hex is the inflation dilutes over time to the people. And his origin address, or I don't know who it is. It could be an African
Exactly.
priest. Don't know who it is these days. He's not the founder, SEC.
Right.
He's not the founder of there. So just to let you know, yeah. You got the point. It's to dilute it over time. Makes you think, will he dilute? I don't want to say it. PDAI is a bad word, guys. This is I think I'm so glad we're gifted. We have this opportunity. We could in live, we could see that the market price is always correct. It's correct about today.
Right.
It's very efficient. Not correct about the future because the market never stays still, does it? It doesn't do anything for like 14 months unless your name is Ethereum. But for everything else, it's interesting. So if you ask people, how do you feel? Oh, 1% ad, oh, 0.2%. And then your job is to figure out, oh, are people drinking soy right now? You know, because look, I'll be honest right now. If you gave me an Ethereum price of $6,000, I reckon a lot of people would be like, you know what? We can make this work. We can make this work. I got a feeling we would have people saying that. But because ETH is bullshit land, 2000, SEC, Interpol, everyone's like, you know what? 0.1% chance. You know, that's what makes markets hard. Hope everybody is listening and learning from that. It's a coin toss, man. We don't know. But I'm just, you know, set yourself up for this stuff. So
there's something that I want to point out about this community that was brought up to me last night during Fast Abdul's launch phase, his ink printer Telegram room. And there was somebody who came up who had never spoken before in the PulseChain community. And they said that they joined the PulseChain community because we have so many people who show our faces. And so I wanted to shout out one of the people that came up here to the Twitter Spaces is called Josh.eth, and you have a profile picture where you're showing your face. I know this is something Funding Jim inspired upon me when I decided to show my face. Tommy didn't always show his face, and then he did. So I just want to say hi to Josh.eth here.
Hey, what's up? I just also wanted to throw in there, if I could, I just, even if this is a 1% chance of, you know, success and of pDAI actually being able to peg to $1, I feel like the upside is a lot more. There's just a lot more upside than downside potential, and I feel like if you, you know, not to keep quoting SOMMI, but if you have that idea of the 90% core, 10% lottery, which obviously with the size of what pDAI is on PulseChain right now, probably a majority of people aren't really abiding by that. But if you are, I feel like it's not the worst play, even if it doesn't work out in the end.
Question for y'all. I was super impressed because, like Maddie, you said, Richard Hart plans stuff over like years and maybe for the rest of his life. He probably has a plan that's huge. One thing that I did not see coming, which I thought was really ingenious, was when he started staking all the OA hex. So he would, let's say, squeeze out the inflation, right? Making it more valuable over time. And because I did not see that coming, I'm asking the panel, what do you think is other game theories that maybe he has with the other supplies of the other tokens?
good question, sirs. Before you go on, for the audience to know, he did mention in his stream part of his game theory could have changed. Part of Richard's game theory with the P tokens and stuff out here was because you have a ticker and a logo very similar to existing tokens. The theory was that they would bridge in and that you have like a basic network effect that they would then go and talk to other communities and ask their own community devs, I guess, to support the coin and the chain. This is what blew my mind. Not happening. Everyone went into pDAI. So that's very, very surprising. to everyone. So I just wanted everyone to know that was the base expectations about the P tokens out here. Yeah, so that's pretty much it, to have a base network effect, because the theory is, I guess it's similar logo, similar name. You can come in out here. But then obviously what we saw was a renaissance of just JPEG casino shitcoinery where everybody makes 15,000 figures every 5 seconds, right? And we're all trying to figure out the mess. But so, you know, so far, this is pretty much what leads us up to now. So, Mr. Gary Wood, would you like to respond, sir?
I have a question for Habibi and Giga, or people that look at this wallet address that Giga put into the nest. I have no idea, so I'm relying on you. The last 10 or 20 transactions on that wallet that have happened in the past 10 hours, they're like pennies worth of value, but they're like specific execution of like pDAI as well as other things. Can you explain like the interesting transactions in the past 2 to 3 hours?
So the wallet's been active for quite a while, since launch basically, and all of those transactions are just related to drip tokens that are created by different devs on PulseChain, people like Sunny and Maria and them. So those are just reward triggers from tokens that they were given that wallet was dropped.
So I see. So you're saying that none of this is automated or manual from the wallet controller itself. You're saying that these are receive or automatic swap kind of bot action?
Yeah. So DBank will read some of those transactions strange depending on what kind of router it's hitting or what part of the router that it will see hit. So sometimes you'll get like a weird readout, like a mint or something like weird, or a sync. But those are all just related to contracts that are swapping through different routers.
Thanks.
Well, let's say pDAI isn't the main theory. What would Richard want Ethereum whales to bridge over in liquidity pair? Because I know he talked about that a lot. Like, what is the
Sir, that's a fantastic question. That's actually a very good question. If the goal isn't to get their USD stablecoins to come and bridge in and then make our pDAI bonding thicker, so then he can mint from the OA collateral and then pump the bag. If it's not that, what does he want him to do? That's very. I never thought about what is even second best, because I haven't thought about it long enough, but I can't see. But that's what are they going to come and do in BT? I mean, he tried that. The PulseX yield farms didn't do much. Maybe it was wrong timing. I don't think that's going to be enough to carry.
Yeah.
So for everyone at home listening as well, I manually calculated. I'm like, okay, why would he even do this? Why not just do the classic let Ethereum pump and rotate into PulseChain? I calculated all that. And if you did the pDAI route, you get billions of dollars extra purchasing power. However, it's a wild card. So it depends on how good our marketing is. If you make the bridge between eDAI and pDAI in this imaginary world, if you make it really thick, you can overpower what Ethereum can give you. Overpower it. If it's a dud, well, it's a dud then. I guess Richard really believes, right? He believes in that. So just so everyone at home knows, that's what you're dealing with. That's why if you see some of my videos, the key to unlocking the turbo loop, hyperloop, the big hundreds of X's and stuff out here, a big part of how we see that happening is pDAI is linked up first, and then the second wave of everything continues. I mean, that we all, if you're not in pDAI, this is what I will do. Find a second best alternative. Like, can you think of an idea where it all works out without, like, what's the second best idea? The thing is, we don't even have one. That's
Wrap Bitcoin. Wrap Bitcoin is one of the chart that he actually also shared. That when it was doing good, he compared it to the other Bitcoin when it made more X's than the other Bitcoin. As far as I know, it's not being minted.
Yeah, so that's an alternative.
Yeah,
I want to.
That's a pDAI narrative.
I want to point out real quickly that for my audio, Sami's microphone is a little bit coming in and out.
Same here.
Okay, so that's a thing. And then I also have been pointing out, as long as we've been doing this space, that there are some really big names that are popping into the room. So we have Captain RG3 popping in. We have T-Bird. We have Anders Johnson of Love.io. We have Mando listening, Gibson, Brissology, Money Gang Crypto. We have Top Gun Hexadian, Hexistini Dylan, and Crypto Stylist listening in, as well as Pulse TV, Yoon Anderson. We have Brandon B. So, and everybody else, all the 600 people listening, thanks for joining. Sami he's rejoining now. And in the speakers spots, go ahead and follow all of the speakers because they are all people that have been providing information about this topic for hours and hours. So go ahead and follow your friend Sami and Giga, Canos, Royson, Habibi, Josh, Cher, and Gary Woods coexisted Stephen.
Awesome, sir. So we're speaking about the next best alternative. That's the
Right.
topic for and PWBTC or anything else. By the way, Purple Bitcoin is also part of the pDAI narrative as well. So like we're trying to stretch out. Does anyone have any
But hold on.
alternatives?
Do you mean that all the P tokens are part of the pDAI narrative?
They are part of the that's I think if you didn't know that, that's actually
because to me the narrative was the biggest airdrop because that still hasn't played out to me. And I think if one any of those would actually peg on any level, that is bringing people to be like, hey, maybe mine that I left on chain will peg.
Like the Peppy thing when people came over and dumped their Peppy, like that's not Richard's vision for them to dump at a 1,000th of what it should be. Like there's no way that was his end game.
Right, if the pDAI narrative is real and like all these coins are going to find parity, then wouldn't wrapped Bitcoin be the one to have because it has no ceiling, and pDAI has a ceiling of $1.
Right. He also owns a lot of it.
Wrapped Bitcoin trades in a very tight ratio to pDAI. They are basically the same type bonding. They're very, very tightly. They are the same. Just so everyone knows, because I think it's because I'm here 18 hours a day. I'll explain for you. When you see all the P tokens, you're seeing one subset. It's one sector. It's not which coins are going to be. Just so everyone clarifies out here. But the thing that makes the pDAI special, this is why it makes it special. Very good questions we're talking about. Okay, what would make pDAI special is pDAI could attract stable coins from Ethereum. No other P token can. There is $120 billion out there in crypto stable coins right now. 60 billion is on Ethereum. If that grows to 200 billion, Richard's probably thinking that in his mind. He's thinking, whoa, I can go give yield to these stable coins who come into the chain, and that is our rocket fuel. So that's why I want everyone sitting at home to know that's what separates everything. That's why this thing is so controversial. It's because pDAI hitting $1 matches eDAI. Guess what? There's $60 billion of eDAI or USD, USDC sitting on the chain. And we're, I guess, speculating that Richard's plan is to bridge them over, give them yield, they bond, and then so begins the Hyperloop phase, and which is obviously the wet dream of everyone. That's so everyone's on board with that. That's why it makes it special. It's not just another P token thing. So continue.
That's on top of the narrative that the exchanges will also have these coins. So you have, I forgot if the stablecoin mixer, is that part of one of the benefits, like the DAI with the USDT? Does that hold any value?
Which one? So the PUSDT?
The stablecoin mixer where you earn some yield, was that like part of the narrative as well?
Oh, yeah, that is, yes. That's, I guess, part of this. Yeah, that's part of Richard preparing for a future where stable coins are coming in and they have very low, tight slippage, and it's easy for stable coins to come in. So that's why it's very, very good. That's part of speculation. Everyone's like, hey, why does he care so much about the big whale stable coin? And that's why it adds fuel to the whole, ooh, he's talking about the stable coins. And like,
yeah, if they gave me 5% interest, I wouldn't sell my pDAI, I don't think.
That's right. So that's why if this thing works out, it's big, because the whole goal of crypto is to keep you in, just like in an economy. So what if Richard is like, wait, I've got to own the stablecoin. I've got to keep people in the stablecoin. They sell from the asset to the stablecoin. I keep them in the system. We have our own digital nation. No one else's crypto has done that. I've made full extensive stuff on this. So if he can do that, that's literally world first. Okay. everything is like Vitalik, decentralized. This guy's building this guy's building a unicorn. But if Richard is able to do that top-down thing, that's the unicorn. That's why this thing is highly volatile, highly risky, because like no one has that at that point. It's like, well, you never leave. The cult is literally trapped in forever, and everyone sells is like, you know what I mean? So,
and then everyone's fun is then, oh,
excited.
there's no eDAI there's no liquidity in eDAI, so no one can get out of pDAI, and that whole narrative comes back, and I think that'll be solved.
And that was very controversial, because I'm on your side. I would say, well, we need a bridge, bro. We need a bridge. You can't, like, someone's gonna have to bridge out, and then that's why we have decentralized Me's videos. The theory is that people won't bridge out; they'll want to stay in. And then I say, look, man, there's something we just don't know. Okay, Richard's figured something out. Some people stay, some people leave. That's where it gets very controversial for everyone at home, you know, because everyone's thinking in their mind, oh, you pay $1 for my pDAI, I'm out straight away. So that's why I'm of the view, I don't know shit. I got odds. I'm not Richard. I haven't seen his magical whiteboard. It's like the conspiracy stuff. He's figured something out. In my eyes, there's a 50% chance. It's either right or die. It's total belief or not. That's how I see it. That's why when you go into discussions about the Oracle and infinite minting and all these other stuff, I still see it as like, okay, do you think Richard missed this part? That's in my mind how I'm interpreting it. That's why it's open for everyone else. You know, maybe he did miss it. Maybe he did miss it. That's why you guys bring valid points. There was an Aave exploit. He missed the PulseX V1, V2. Yeah, there are things. He is human. So there are those things that you,
Right. Yeah. That's a really great point to bring it back to, because that summarizes a lot of what's been said. Now, I've invited really briefly some of the YouTubers here, Crypto7, Dylan, Hexistani Dylan, and several others, Super Hex Win, Hex Mac. I've invited you guys up to speak, and we've really covered a lot in the past 4 to 5 hours. But if there's any new points that people want to bring up, now's the time, because we've been hitting it really well. And go ahead and follow all the speakers, hit the like and subscribe button, all that good kind of stuff.
SOMMI, I'm just really curious about, like, because I'm not sure I totally get it. So from what I gather, the biggest airdrop narrative, that didn't play out yet. But from what I'm understanding, what you're saying is that pDAI is kind of the spear of that, and everything would follow that.
It makes sense.
Yes. Yeah. In 2023, I made videos. I was like, look, we're not going anywhere. I go, but Richard's plan for world's biggest airdrop, something fucked up. Because I said, well, this is something he couldn't account for. I'm taking you back to 2023. Okay. So I'm getting told there's infinite minting, and I'm making videos at the same time saying, look, what Richard didn't expect was, he didn't expect we would just have a shitcoin renaissance where we would ditch Chainlink and Uni and Aave and all these other tickers, and we just go make absolute new filth. The Peppies and the Mogs and all these other ticker Bitcoins, we'd literally make a full mockery of altcoins and meme coins. He forked coins with existing communities. I guess logically he thought, oh, I've got the biggest communities, I have their tickers. So that's why when pDAI was at the start, it was so controversial, because my eyes were closed. I'm like, well, I'm getting told infinite minting and the thing's not working. And then everyone's like, you're wrong. And everyone's going nuts out here, right? But now as it plays out over time, I'm just showing you a path where I'm like, okay, maybe I wasn't completely right about that. Maybe Richard is right. It's just not complete. That's where the narrative comes in, because the P token stuff and that trading and stuff out here, pDAI is so critical to everything. It really is. It's the ocean liquidity door. All right. If it works out, okay, it's the thing. You got to remember, man, how are we going to get the stable coins to bridge in? How are we going to get them? Like, no one can think of any other path, but there's just one staring us in the face. Decentralize me, my videos are like, well, this is the thing. If pDAI somehow gets to $1, he's got a magic trick, okay? He can toggle the yield of incentive token. He can raise the yield up high enough to get billions of dollars to bridge in a bull market from Ethereum, and now they're getting 10% yield. They're bonding eDAI and pDAI, and now the thicker that gets, the more PulseX, Hex, and Ink pump in the turbo loop. That is, I guess, the wet dream of all of it. But you got to remember, man, even in my videos, I say, look, I don't have all the answers, and I just don't freaking know. And guess what? Some people get upset at that. They're like, no, it can't happen today. I'm like, bro, I just don't know, man. I don't know anything. I'm just telling you, you either believe or you don't.
I
Okay, but
can't.
I made a
Yeah,
path out here.
I can't wait to take the DeLorean out and find out that that is true. By the way, if anyone wants to buy a Hex DeLorean, 1981, it's in the top 5% best preserved DeLoreans in the world. So I'm sure I won't have a problem selling it, but these prices are really juicy. And we have one last speaker who's followed us, and who's joining Proof of No Work. Go ahead.
Thanks,
Welcome,
Matty.
Mr.
Appreciate it.
Pommy.
What's up, Sammy? Hey, I got a piece of evidence that, while not conclusive in any means at all, is kind of, I've been a guy that is definitely the opposite perspective of what you guys have here, and I'm kind of anti this movement, but people have heard my perspective on that. What I found was really compelling was this alleged 5996 address that people are saying is the minter of this DAI in the DAO that people are calling it an exploit or whatever. Recently, they deployed a smart contract, and if you go to their wallet, you can see them deploy this smart contract, and the name of the smart contract is MakerDAO, and then there's like the ticker is UING Telegram inbox my at VINATABA 1011.
I would cut you
So they're
off
like
right
using a
now if I didn't
synonym.
know you already, but you're a known developer in the
Right. So
space.
I know I didn't maybe explain that the best way,
Right.
but this person is deployed a smart contract, this minting wallet, and said, hey, at MakerDAO, reach out to me on Telegram at this @ handle. And the @ handle is VINATABA
So they were listening to this
1011.
space. All right.
They were
We called
actually
them out.
listening.
We did call them out. We said, you're probably listening, bro. Reach
No,
out.
this wasn't
We got
recent. This was like days ago or maybe a
Oh,
month ago.
shit.
I'm not really sure when the date was.
Okay.
But I'm saying this wasn't any time like since you just started talking, but they had deployed this contract from this address that is minting the DAI, which people are assuming is Richard Hart or
Every
someone related
time,
to him.
man. Every time. Do not DM this account. It's not Richard Hart. Hot take.
Do I have to connect my wallet?
So, proof of no work. What's your thoughts on that?
I would think that Richard Hart is not actively or was not at any point actively using the pseudonym at Vinataba
He does not
1011,
DM.
reaching
It's in
out
his
to them.
Twitter.
Yeah, I highly doubt that he's using that @ handle trying to reach out to the MakerDAO by posting a contract onto
So you're saying
PulseChain
that this
on the
address is
network.
malicious, basically.
I can't tell you that. That's not definitive from that, but what I'm saying is that is a piece of evidence to me that this is almost certainly not Richard Hart.
Right.
Why would he do that? Deploy it,
Was that
say
an
reach out
address that was
that handle.
active during the Fixer bot? Yes or no?
I don't know that detail, but this is one of the crucial, like one of the
I think
heavily involved wallets
PulseChain,
in the DAO.
well, if it was active before like the 15th of May, I mean, the Fixer bot was going on like May 10th or something. So if somebody could do us a solid and like go back, I would retweet that shit if you found that out.
Yo, someone DM him. See what's up.
The thing is that account was deleted on Telegram, or it's no longer
But on the
accessible.
blockchain, I mean, like, was the account
Yeah.
active on the Fixer bot days? Yes or no? Would like answer a lot of questions for people.
Yeah, I don't know that answer offhand, but also if you search that @ handle on Twitter, someone like we reached out to that person and they had a tweet at that handle in 2020 from a tweet in 2020, but it's now deleted again. So it's like there was someone using
Do you
this
see about the
@
blockchain
handle.
though? How it would like tell us so much information if we knew whether it was during the Fixer bot days or like after that?
Yeah, I think you could find that information just by looking up the address and having someone that could go back
Well,
and trace the
DM it.
transaction.
DM me the address and I'll look it up if I have to. I did teach a whole class on chain analysis. It's free. Go to pls.gallery now. pls.gallery.com to go to my free chain analysis course.
Can we ask as
400
well, so
people have
Mr.
taken it.
Plumley, Are you saying that 5966 wallet that people often refer to, rumored Richard Hart, is that one that's got big liquidity? Do you know why it's rumored to be Richard Hart in the first place? Because I keep forgetting thousands of these things. And
yeah, I don't remember the exact connection. That the wallet you're talking about with the liquidity ends in 2822, and that's the one that people say, like, that's the wallet that almost certainly we could say 2822 is Richard Hart. But after that, the actions that people try to link to that 282 wallet are just people that like bought tokens out of the liquidity pool, and then now we have the assumption that maybe they're related to Richard Hart or the team or something, so they started taking action
because
in the
he only
DAO.
just threw liquidity up and then like withdrew it basically, and that was, I mean, it does have some value in it. Like then if he didn't do that, like they wouldn't get those tokens. So it kind of goes
Like
both ways.
in the decentralized me videos that he put out and stuff like that, this is like one of the rumored associated wallets to that, I believe. But it's not the original funding wallet, you know, so there's no conclusive proof that this 5996 address is linked to that Richard Hart
The
wallet.
address that
And then
you sent me has a history that only goes back 90 days.
Yeah, so I doubt that's it. But so I doubt that that's Richard Hart
So are
being
you
affiliated with
saying that a
the
wallet
minting
that
here.
funded this wallet is responsible for something?
No, I'm saying that wallet is one of the wallets that has been minting the DAI using, you know, by manipulating
Well,
the
people
collateral
use new
essentially in the.
addresses all the time. So I don't know that
Yeah,
that helps
so I'm
us
saying
solve
what I'm saying
anything
in the
other
MakerDAO.
than the fact that whoever's exploiting this bug, the supposed inflation bug, you're saying this 5996 is an address that has posted a Telegram contact where you can DM them. So it's probably not Richard Hart. Is that
Right.
correct?
That same address that's minting
Right.
is that address that deployed that, and that's probably not Richard Hart.
Okay. Got it.
Panwi, can you explain something for us as well? From what I've read, there are bad debts that need to be repaid off, and there's a reward for the debt. Okay.
Yeah.
Where does that go? And as far as I think, there's like 200 million pDAI collected, something from it. Is the amount of minting exceeding that? How much is he minted? What's the relations of these numbers so far? Because I've never seen people who are saying there's infinite minting ever even mention that, but I'm seeing 99 Capital stuff out here. I'm trying to dissect these things all the time, waiting for this floppy wheelie auction. So yeah, please explain for us that bad debt thing and like who gets the reward, because if you get paid a reward, right, you get to dump it.
Yeah, there was a lot in there to address, but like specifically to address the bad debt point, right? So inside the MakerDAO, when you have these liquidations that occur, then that collateral goes up into an auction. And then if that auction doesn't raise enough collateral, or I mean doesn't raise enough DAI to buy the collateral, then that debt is considered bad. You know, it didn't raise enough money to fund to pay for the debt. So at that point, that bad debt gets accounted for inside the MakerDAO, you know, and it's showing that there's a deficit that's owed because of this bad debt that people did, because people aren't actively participating in the auctions as they should be. There's no one bidding on these tokens, so then the system is like, well, where this debt is bad,
and then that
so that's
raises
essentially
the debt ceiling.
So what it looks like, so I found a compelling post that someone posted. Yeah, here either the debt ceilings aren't changing, but what someone is doing is they have what it looks to be is they have a loan position, and the reason that no one else can replicate it is because we don't already have existing loan positions because the assets have all reached their debt ceilings. But this person has loans active somehow, and I'm not. That's the part that's unclear to me is where are they sourcing the loans? Where are they getting all of these vaults? They're called vaults, you know. Where are they getting the access to it? But they're able to get access to these vaults somehow, and then they're able to liquidate them. And then when they liquidate them, no one comes up for the auction to buy it. So then that bet turns into bad. Then now they call all these other public calls that everybody else can call, like the Hope and Heal and all that other shit inside the MakerDAO, to try to clear that bad debt up, to then lower that debt ceiling temporarily, in which they fill it immediately to print back up. So it's like they're manipulating the system that even though the DAI has reached its debt ceiling per that asset. They're like temporarily paying off the debt by manipulating with these auctions internally somehow, and then minting to cover the difference, immediately bringing it back up to the ceiling so that nobody else can mint. And it looks like they have a script or a bot or smart contracts executing this for them.
And this has to be a
when those moments come
whitelisted
up.
address, correct?
Well, not necessarily. You have to whitelist the address if you want it to be able to interact with your vaults. There's a lot of whitelisting going on. There's whitelisting for reporters of oracles. There's whitelisters for people that like keep track of all of the auctions and auction report. Like there's all kinds of different whitelist scenarios inside of it.
Hope.
Right.
I
So
believe is one.
if you're running Hope, you're giving another address whitelist permission to interact with your debt and your vault and mint and stuff like that.
Wasn't one of the big wallets testing the vaults and putting collateral in and getting pDAI, or can anyone do that right now?
Like other people and myself have been able to get to the point where we have deposited collateral into the MakerDAO at this point, even with the debt ceilings all reached, but then we can't mint. We can't turn that collateral into the DAI like this other person is able to, or these other series of wallets. And I think it's because they have a loan position already established inside of it, and then they're liquidating themselves. No one's participating in the auctions. It's turning into bad debt, and then they're manipulating the system further to reduce that debt ceiling so that they can cover the gap, print up the tokens, sell the difference real quick. And they just keep running a script, doing it over.
Do you think this is someone who had a debt forked over from Ethereum and they're able to do that? They had some sort of debt. Is that how they're able to do it? Because no one else can do it.
It's possible. I don't know where their debt. That's the issue to me. That's the part that's unclear. Is where are the loan positions coming from? I'm having a tough time.
And that's, I guess, the conspiracy, because people are saying it's someone rigging the system, and then other people are saying it could be this person who set up the chain. We don't. Yeah. So
in all actuality, what's true is that someone could have taken all of these loans out. This could just be someone that had minted in the past or that had taken out all of these loan positions, and then they got liquidated, and then they're actually cleaning up their debt, but they have the ability to just put this tiny amount of collateral up and mint these tokens over and over and over because of their ability to manipulate the debt ceiling somehow with their already established loan position.
Oh, so it's either
when is this meant to end? This floppy wheelie auction, they're not meant to be able to do it after a certain time. That's what the next
the upcoming auction about the maker, are you talking about?
Yeah, I think what I've read is if the system works, it's not meant to be able to be done.
Yeah, okay, so like there's two different sets of auctions, right? So the first set of auction is when the collateral gets liquidated and then it goes into an auction the first time. And then if no one's bidding on it, then it's becoming bad debt. Now, because of all of this, the system being in a deficit and all that, you're in like an emergency scenario in normal cases, if you're doing this, where you're starting up the maker auction in order to print maker tokens so that people have a demand for DAI. They go up and buy DAI so that then they can go bid on the discounted maker. And you do that to a certain point, but the maker pool only has so much liquidity in it. So then once that gets drained enough, then there won't be enough incentive to keep people going into that auction to keep burning it. But
in DeFi Zion's thread, at that point, I guess he speculated. So he predicted all of this would happen in December. And now here we are. But in his part, he speculated that the person grabbing all the minted P maker would then use it. Now you've taken over maker, decentralized. That was
right, and that's the hugest problem with all of this. So now what the issue is really is that maker has control over the governance, right? And you can use it's meant to be decentralized and community governed, and who has the tokens makes the rules. But what's happening here is you're about to print up the tokens and you're going to devalue them. So while you want to buy these tokens up to take control over this DAO, they're going to get devalued because they just get minted, so then now whoever catches those minted tokens can have like big executive power essentially, where they can just pass things through if they have enough
tokens.
That's
what I was saying before though with Giga. So there isn't just an admin key. You can have a government or governance.
Yeah, there is governance. There's active governance.
Follow on from that. This is important. In DeFi Zion's thread. So at this point, there's an auction, right? I think his conclusion was, his prediction was, and Now, I don't know if it's going to happen. His prediction was that 12 billion pDAI that was minted at the start, that's used to buy the maker. That's what's used. And then effectively it burns. That's what his prediction was. His prediction was Richard will burn the maker. Sorry, burn the pDAI, 12 billion. He grabs all the maker. And this will lower the collateral required for a peg. That's what the thing is. And you don't even need Hex now for it. And that's interesting, right? He spoke about it in December. He gets rid of the supply. He owns the maker tokens to do that. And then I guess begins the next story phase. So that's where we're at the crossroads.
Do you understand the flaw in the thought of that, though? Because you're going to need to burn 12 billion DAI. That would mean that you'd need to have 12 billion DAI go into the auction in order to be buying this discounted maker. But the maker pool only has like 50, 60K worth of extra liquidity in it. So that's not enough even at the current DAI price.
The thing is, it mints. It's selling you at an offer. So it's minting infinite maker per slot to fill up the gap. Remember, it's got like 1 billion or 300 million pDAI gap. So you just keep bidding until you, I guess,
he's talking about
you'll fill up the gap.
He's not saying that the market wants to buy it. He's saying there's an individual that's going to buy it and not sell the maker, regardless of the price differences. But then
so they could take capture of the DAO if they wanted to.
Yeah. And I guess for everyone at home, this if it works out, it's similar to the Richard Hart is going to dump. So obviously, it's guessing, but it's similar to, Richard's got all the tokens. He's going to keep dumping the OA. The market cap's too big. So it is similar to back then. That's why we don't know coin toss.
Right.
But we've seen shit like this happen from before where someone gets a big supply and you think they're going to dump all the OA and then they actually don't.
Let me play devil's advocate real quick. So what I'm hearing from Proof and No Work is there's a malicious actor who like sort of accidentally had past debt. He came in, he realized he can just mint this fucking thing to the ceiling and print money, right? Or it's part of the main dev team that had control from day one. And this is part of their plan. And I don't know if we can see where they're bridging the money to. That's probably a really important aspect, what they're doing with it. But it's either some random fucking dude who can probably temporarily make this money, or it's a major actor.
Right. What is if someone was sitting on silent and you're looking at yourself there? So you concluded it's definitely a bad actor. They're definitely minting, and there's definitely a bad outcome. Is that what basically you're concluding from this?
Me personally, I don't know. Like, I wouldn't even want to say that someone's a bad actor or has malintent or whatever, because these are just like public functions that these people can run if they're available to run them. So if you had the opportunity to do it, most people probably would do it, and just take that money. How they got to be able to do this, maybe they infiltrated it and had bad actions. But my concern is that this just creates inflationary pressure by bidding up tokens that share this issue. So it's not exclusive to DAI. It has in all these copy clones that have their tokens that were basically gone through DeFi protocols where they needed to be lended to, and there was an oracle where it's needed to price source what each one was worth. And it thought that all these protocols think that they're on Ethereum. They don't realize they're on PulseChain and all the assets are way different prices. So it inflates, it allows people to take advantage of arbitrage between the difference of the price on Ethereum versus the price on PulseChain. So people advocate for parity because that would take away those arbitrage opportunities. But while they exist, it allows people to just drain from all the existing liquidity. You know what I mean?
Which is why I wanted to cover the maker auctions and say that if you have an entity that comes in with billions of pDAI or whatever the 360 million's the over deficit, then I go, wouldn't you then create available liquidity for people to mint against with their 10,000 pulse that the contract's now seeing as 10,000 ETH in value? So
and what the issue is too is that will probably reduce the debt ceiling. And the biggest issue, in my opinion, in the MakerDAO specifically, is if that control of those maker tokens goes to someone. And then the most harmful thing I think that anyone can do in this situation is vote to raise the debt ceiling. And they could just vote, pull it out PLUSD and make the debt ceiling whatever they want. And you could just arbitrage the difference between the ETH price and the Pulse price. And
could we vote to fix the Oracle?
The Oracle, you'll need to somehow use the governance to change it. but it's like hard coded in a way because it's not. It's like it has a Oracle stability module, and it's a little bit difficult to navigate. I'm not exactly sure how you do that.
And then launched a new contract, though. Yeah, go ahead.
Is that what we were trying to say earlier is that there's absolutely a governance contract. In the contract, the main make contract is controlled by an authority. The authority, I think, is maybe the governance, but the point is that the Oracle doesn't seem alterable, and so but the debt ceiling is alterable. So it's someone acquiring massive amounts of maker is able to change things as to where they could effectively, I believe they could drain all of the wrapped Bitcoin, all of the Pulse,
because of the liquidity.
Well, because of the liquidity bonding, right?
In the maker system, you have the debt is the pDAI is generated by wrapped Bitcoin, right? But it's not profitable for you to go and collateralize your wrapped Bitcoin for pDAI. I'm pretty sure the price difference is.
No, it is. But so the problem is
if you were also to change the Oracle, you could rug all the DAI. So a maker whale has that power if they bought enough.
Well, so
what I'm saying, I don't think you can manipulate the Oracle, guys. I think the Oracle is fixed with the price.
We're almost 5 hours into this stream, so go ahead and make all your final most important points about what you think is most important for people to hear at this point.
From me personally, I think that the liquidity bonding to all of these tokens with inflationary pressure is one of the biggest reasons why all of our tokens on PulseChain have been getting dragged down. Outside of any SEC FUD or anything like that, I think that people abusing this ability to take this little bit of collateral and mint up way more tokens that they then just immediately sell and bridge for stables and bridge off chain is hurting all of the products on PulseChain. And I think we should discourage people from providing liquidity to tokens that have mint functions like this. Outside of that, if you want to buy it, go ahead. If you want to trade it, go ahead. But don't provide liquidity, a lot of liquidity at least, in these projects with these mints, and especially without knowing the risk.
Well, I mean, wasn't one of the main wallets like Richard's or related to Richard, and he hyper printed it at the start, and that's why he has 10 billion.
The fixer bot.
Yeah, look to take advantage of that difference right there and just print up the tokens.
Right, but if we're talking about people scamming the system, then it's Richard plus whoever this dude is.
Richard took advantage of these protocols at launch when they happened, but since then he hasn't been doing much with them, and it's been mostly other people that have.
Right, because I would assume a government would go try to fucking murk him if they knew he was behind the stablecoin.
I don't even agree with that take necessarily, but
okay. Well, the last guy that made pDAI is dead, so
yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, but also
can we also it's always a crossroads. So we have two conclusions. One, he minted, I guess, guessing, Richard minted supply, 12 billion of pDAI for himself, so he owns a lot of supply. Plus, there's a consensus FUD thing going on that there's a malicious actor now, and this person, I guess, is malicious and minting. I guess that explains the price, right? Who do you think is going to overpower it? Do you think that's what it comes down to? Do you think Richard's going to get taken down by this bug he didn't see? If you believe that he gave himself this extra supply, do you think that happened? Or do you think there's something that he couldn't see and then something's buckled? That's pretty much what it comes down to. Like everything, we don't have all the full 100% answers. Also, I think it would be fair as well. Is there anything you guys are missing? Okay. So when you guys say it can't, why is it on the other side there's 10% who say there's something you're wrong about? Are you saying they're all retardio? They don't know what they're looking at? Where does this general thing come from? Because I do read both sides. Okay. And if I had not read, say, DeFi Zion's thread about stuff going on, if I had not read that, it'd be very easy for someone to come in and go, oh, it's all scams getting rugged. Rich is actually retardio, and he missed out on the supply. So yeah, Mr. Giga, Mr. Ponwe, do you guys have a devil's advocate yourself, for example? I do that a lot. I think that'd be quite fair and interesting for people to see. Is there something you're missing? Is there something, the dichotomy here? Please continue, sirs. Oh, and for your final comments as well, because I know we're long.
One thing,
go ahead.
sorry, one thing I will say is that based on the MakerDAO Oracle design and some of the docs, it does say oracles are upgradable. And so like you guys probably are much more smarter than me on this, but from what I'm reading, there's potential to like fix oracles or change them or pause them and deploy a new one. Like there's something there.
I think that's good news, man. If anything, if we can fix, or anyone can fix the issues with this and stop these things going forward, I think that's good. And to address what Sami was saying, for sure, I'm not like an all-inclusive authority on everything. I don't know 100% of the functions of the MakerDAO. I didn't create this. I'm not a part of the team. I just studied this a lot and have interacted with it. And I actually knew about all of this for years before PulseChain, and have interacted with MakerDAO. I'm familiar with the protocol. So I kind of know what's going on better than the average person, but there's definitely things that I could be overlooking. But I think that the crux of the issue is that people are getting too caught up on the smart contracts and the smart contract factors and the DAO and blah, 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 and aren't understanding the economic realities of needing $25 billion worth of value to back this token.
Fair,
now, you don't
yeah.
necessarily need 25 billion. Obviously, you don't need the full 25 billion. But in order to get the pDAI to go to $1 in the liquidity pool, someone has to buy it up there. So you got to get people to buy it, and that's the end thing. And then once it gets up there, now you got to keep it stable if you want to peg it, and you have to address that while people are just minting up tokens and dumping on you constantly like this with this collateral difference if you don't fix the oracles. So it's just like the economic realities are being overlooked, I think, and people are really focusing on the smart contract when that's not even the issue at this point. The issue is, how do you get the buy pressure? Where does the money come from? Where's the billions of dollars? It's not even on chain.
What about this infinite minter right now? Do you guys forecast, for example, the minting will continue infinitely? And I'm just asking, right? Because you obviously presented with odds here. The crowd thinks 0.5%. Rich has got something to do with it. The market says that right now. Well, you're saying infinite minting. Do you believe it's going to zero in the next 30 to 60 days? This guy's going to keep infinitely minting. Can you devil's advocate yourself? I think that would be fair for everyone to just.
The problem is you can't see where the value is coming from, right? So I think Proofs even said this is like, it's like where is it, the final step is like, how is he generating this mint? And what I wanted to just speak on really quickly is that essentially it's already fractionalized because it's in Pulse value. So just because Richard has $20 billion of Pulse or whatever, sure, he could collateralize it against Pulse, but that Pulse actually only has, $2 million of real liquidity. So the amount of buy pressure would take is, it would take billions of dollars, right? And I just think that's so overlooked.
Well, I think it can break peg. Like you guys act like, oh, we're gonna peg it. Oh, if it goes to 90 cents, like it's all over. Like, no, I don't care if it goes to 60 cents. We're all gonna be here. We're gonna keep believing. We're gonna continue to defend the peg and build the peg. And because it goes to my narrative about the parity and the PulseChain being a massive parity chain and bringing all these other adoptions in.
Thank you.
And then
thank you, Royson, as well. So interesting, you guys as well. So you guys are open to the idea that it could be 30 cents in the next 1 year. You even if you don't believe in parity, are you guys open? It could be.
Yep. Yeah,
Jesus. It's funny, man. It's funny. The odds you're saying, you know what? It could actually get up there. Thank you, Moisen, for asking that. That's interesting because people on the sidelines, because there's fear of unknown, we can't see the code and we're seeing minting supply. It's all going to go to zero. We're just seeing that over and over.
It's never been an issue of its value at any given point. It's always been an issue of its
how do you maintain the bid? Who's going to bid you at 99 cents? You're right. Who's going to bid you with 22 billion? Yeah. Okay. Yep. So you're right.
Sami, to address what you were saying, for me personally, my perspective, I don't think it ever goes to zero, and it can't actually really go to zero unless you really hyperinflate the supply because all the liquidity bonding. You have burned liquidity bonding to all kinds of different tokens throughout the ecosystem, so it can't just completely go to zero, but it could go down a lot more if people just give up on the narrative. But again, too, while a lot of people are giving up on this narrative and reducing the liquidity bonding and making it thinner, it actually makes it easier to pump. So you could pump up to high prices. You could hit that 30-cent mark. You could hit the 10-cent mark that you want to hit. These upside price targets are definitely possible on these tokens, but you have to account for you're giving extra liquidity to people that are doing this minting function on you. And when you get to these levels, it's going to be hard to sustain because you lack the collateral backing, and people are just have throughout the whole lifetime minted up these tokens for basically pennies on the $10,000s of dollars.
Just to touch real
and I
quick
like this.
earlier, I think Roy, you might have mentioned it. The ceiling has never referred to the $1 price. It's always referred to the debt collateral. So it was someone in here was talking about like the $1 price. I don't think anyone who's looked at the contract has ever thought like, oh, pDAI is capped at ever going to $1. No, like if you reduced its supply to nothing and there's none in the pools, like it could bid way past 100, without an issue.
Yeah, I just want to close what I wanted to say out, and then I'll let you guys have the floor. I really like Gigas and Proof of No Work. I really appreciate you guys coming up here. I think this is how the conversations should be had. It's not like you're total haters and we're not total like blind supporters. Um, Also, like we're on the same team. PulseChain is pretty amazing, and I think we focus on the narrative of like, welcome to PulseChain. We love you. I think that's great. And I just appreciate all you guys in here, and I think we're all gonna make it. So
Yeah,
that's
thanks,
it.
man. I appreciate that. I for say for myself, I don't hate anybody. A lot of people think that like I hate the PI community and hate people in this. I just get a lot of personal disdain for me. But I did all of this and all this research and effort personally out of trying to do what I thought was best for the chain and best for people that were associated with me and that were trying to invest in this. I thought that this was a risk that we should all stay away from, and it's ultimately going to hurt us. And I feel like over this past couple of years have shown that this liquidity bonding of these inflationary tokens is hurting us. So I would just like to see that going forward, maybe people raise the awareness of what's going on and everyone make their own decisions, but be aware of what you're promoting and what you're involved in.
Yeah,
Bro,
let's
I'm just
fix
trying
this
to make
bug.
as much money as possible.
Dude, I'll buy
And
all
best
my
of luck to
PulseChain
everybody.
Guy.
Best of
once it
luck.
pegs.
I think that's fantastic, friends. So no one knows what the future holds. You're looking at market prices. Everyone wants PulseChain to win. I'll just tell you this right. It's really weird. The thing with 50,000 problems that supposedly can't work is the only thing that gets people riled up, rumble to the jungle. Everyone comes in 5-hour Twitter spaces for this one topic. We go for hours. No one talks about PulseChain. No one talks about PulseX, Inc., EHEX or PHEX. No one gives a shit about the parrot. No one gives a shit about EHEX, PHEX ratio. No one gives a shit about some of the other P tokens. For some reason, this topic is always here. Infinite minting, new characters appear all the time. Everyone can take their bets, friends. I know we're all going to make it. We need the macro wider forces to clear on up. Mr. Gary, you want to take some closing words? It's been 4 or 5 hours. Thank you very much, friends. Remember, we still don't know all the answers. I guess we'll just see in 30 to 60 months. But just have a plan, but what if this thing's above a cent in 2 months? I'm like, well, 5 hours to tell me this thing was going to zero. Just think about it. But it also could be a zero. So conclusions, friends. Thank you.
Yeah, in 2018, I had a private stream with Richard on a different project that was before Hex. And his commentary was mostly about how he didn't want to deal with oracles, that the oracle issue was very challenging and not something he wanted to take on in 2018. Then when I had dinner with him in Zurich event or whatever that was, his number one thing that he praised was Uniswap. He praised it and he thought of it as more of a breakthrough than Bitcoin. Honestly, he said, number one before was Bitcoin, and number two, until it basically had vetted itself as functional as far as breakthrough in crypto, was Uniswap. And then I remember streams later that he made public that were specifically about how Uniswap was the oracle, that it is not referring to something else as the price, it is the oracle. And the launch of PulseX, a lot of the sacrifice that people made around PulseX having some kind of value was the idea that it was going to be the oracle. So as far as a bet, this can go to zero. I lose all the bags. I bought in later than some others. I accidentally had pDAI simply because I wanted to give away business cards effectively of of DAI, to DAI holders in open conversation. So I accidentally bought just basically to go against the liquid loans people that were saying everything USDC was going to go to zero and everything was going to break and Oracle. So I just bought it basically without any profit motive, just as a conversation opener. And then later I did buy in, and I do like it as a narrative because honestly, everything else on the chain is dead. If you look at the price of Pulse today, it is lower than the
Exactly.
all-time high. All-time low. It's lower. So like the narrative, I have to basically guess and say, is Richard still active 2 years into this chain? I don't know. Like the streams and all those narratives around active participation and kind of fading into becoming Satoshi. Maybe that's a plan. Maybe this has all been AI for 2 years. Who knows? Like I do not know. But I know that he specifically didn't like oracles before in 2018 and didn't want to tackle it. He praised Uniswap for being an oracle for price, and then that whole idea of PulseX and the chain came about. So I'm betting that the referential admin key adjustment to potentially pDAI or some other thing, some other stablecoin in the future will reference PulseX if this chain survives.
Hell yeah, brother.
Awesome.
Hell yeah.
Awesome, friends. Closing thoughts for everyone. It's been 5 hours. We love and appreciate you.
Thank you,
Make
Maddie.
sure
Appreciate it.
you follow everyone in here. If you think the whole chain's going to zero, come on, man. We've got 250,000 nutcases who are still showing up. And it's for the unbacked Ponzi stablecoin of all things as well. You know what I mean? Don't worry about Ivan on Tech teasing all of us. I'm telling you now, man, XRP just flipped Ethereum in fully diluted market cap. Crypto is just a digital nation. People just need to believe. They just need to sit on this piece of grass and hold hands and go, I'm not leaving. And that's it. That's literally it. XRP, no tech. Bitcoin, no tech. All of the greatest tech is on Ethereum. Guess what? It's getting smoked. So we all believe each other, friends. We're all going to make it. I love you all. Catch you in the next one.
Love you guys. Peace.
I
Let's go fix
appreciate
pDAI.
you. Great space.
Maddie,
See you later,
Patty,
guys.
thank you for hosting. I appreciate you, pDAI people. Like, usually feels like whenever we're in a pDAI space, it's just people constantly attacking each other. But I mean, I feel like you guys were. Everybody was willing to
This was
listen
pretty
to what
good.
everybody had to say.
Yeah.
And it was. I
Thanks.
mean, it was a great space. I appreciate you, Maddie.
Thanks to all the speakers and everybody who shared educational content. I'm going to upload this to my YouTube channel tomorrow. You can follow me at MATI all in. Go ahead and follow all the speakers who have popped up here if you're listening to this on the replay. And shout out to everybody who's listening. We have had over 600 people listening for hours and hours, a 5-hour space that was really exceptional. So thank you all to everybody who's participating in PulseChain. I strongly believe with or without pDAI success, PulseChain is going 1000x. So now's the time to get in those special people that you think should be the next whales in the financial system. So thank you all for tuning in. And until next time, stake wisely, my friends, and peace out.
Maddie, just send me a little DM for your DeLorean, please, if you can.
Oh, yeah, I would love to. Thank you.
All right. Have a good one.
Good night, boys.
Good night, everybody. I'm about to clock out.